Liefde van ons Heer, ons ewige geberdes van die ganse antwoord gee. Sound the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Beautifully sung. Definitely South Africa, our land, Africa, our continent, the world, our home, and climate change important to us right now for the next 2 days. And going further, a big thank you to Old Mutual Limited for bringing this event to life as the platinum partner. And a massive thank you to our gold sponsor, ABSA. Our silver sponsors, Umgeni Water, PwC, Exxaro, Vodacom, and our bronze sponsors, EAS, Engine, Brand SA, and Nemesis Accounting. We are very grateful to have such an overwhelming amount of support from these distinguished organizations. A live Twitter feed will pop up at the bottom of your screen over the next 2 days. The official hashtags you need to tweet are hashtag FOS2022 and hashtag up your ES game. So let's get sustainability trending. We also have a number of prizes up for grabs, including a Sealand voucher to the value of 2,000 Rand and another to the value of 1,000. You can also stand a chance to win a weekend away at Boschendal Wine Estate. We will be giving away 20 speckworms. Here's a fun fact. Speckworm is the key or the strongest fighter to climate change and air pollutions we have. So let's try and grow a speckworm forest. And last but not least, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win 2 Jenna Clifford teacups and an afternoon tea with the iconic jewelry designer herself, Jenna Clifford. These winners will be announced at the end of day 2, and these will be given to the most engaged tweets or tweeters. Make sure you visit our virtual photo booth as well. Click on the link that pops up at the bottom of the chat. Make sure you share your pictures on social media, and don't forget to tag us. Visit the virtual coffee booth where you will be met by Topco's Babalwa and Judy. Take advantage of the networking functions in the expo booths and connect and make a contact. Please also do ask questions in the chat box. I will be on the lookout for those. Have a wonderful day, everybody. And with that, let me introduce you to the CEO of Topco Media, creators of this amazing event. Welcome, Ralph.
Wow, and welcome to the future of sustainability, and incredibly welcome to Old Mutual. So I'm sitting in our Cape Town office in beautiful Cape Town, and I'd love to ask the people of the Southern Africa side of the audience to show your appreciation with a huge round of applause for our host partner, Old Mutual, by giving some love in the chat and sharing where you're from. So thank you for that. And now I'm going to ask everyone, including the ministers and guests from all over the world, everyone, Put your hands together for Old Mutual. It's incredible that so many of you have joined us from all over the world, including my wife and 3 sons, Haley, Ethan, Sebastian, Oliver, who are joining us for the first time, along with my mum and dad who are in France. Yes, you're incredibly welcome. So welcome, guys. We have over 5,000 signed up attendees at the Future of Sustainability. But in total, if you include the staff, media, contractors and partners, everyone, it's just over 6,000 people from more than 30 countries who will be joining us. A special welcome for those from Nigeria, the northern part of Africa. So we're on Hopin for the Old Mutual Future of Sustainability Summit. Over the next 2 days, you're all going to meet so many incredible people. No just doubt sitting around you virtually right now are brilliant entrepreneurs, executives, academics, innovators, investors, policymakers, and more from all corners of the planet. And so networking lies at the heart of Topco events. And Old Mutual Future of Sustainability is all about networking. And in a moment, I'm going to ask you to virtually stand up and introduce yourself to people around you. Just connect with 2 people. What you do is you go to the Connect tab, and you use the search functionality by name, company or designation and connect with 2 people. So now you've done that. In the next 2 days, we'll be having time to use the networking feature. It's our version of speed dating, not that I've done that. And I challenge all of you to do at least 10 networking sessions per day. Now, there's going to be lots of time for chatting, networking and meeting, and you know that using the Hopin networking feature, you can do all that we've just gone through. Absolutely anyone on the Future for Sustainability Summit. You can say hello to Colin Coleman, Dr. Stanley Semalani, or Dion Chungu. It's the most powerful tool we all have at the Topco events. My one tip is to connect your profile with links to LinkedIn. So, get your phones out, share your digital badge right now, and let the world know where you are by sharing on your favorite social media platform, either on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, that you're at the Old Mutual Future of Sustainability Summit. It will help friends you don't even know who are here find you. So, Future of Sustainability started as a simple idea back in 2011, when our publication, the ESG Green Pages, was the official partner and publication for COP17, which was the aim to connect social entrepreneurs, investors, business and policy community with industries both old and new. More than 50,000 people received our publication at the summit. And so our family are 3rd generation surfers, lovers of the ocean and outdoors. My son, who's represented South Africa on numerous occasions, and my wife and I have been pescatarians for over 20 years. I'm an avid explorer, off-road triathlete, coming 5th in the world in 2019. But I'm also a keen follower and supporter of good business, which is also aligned with Topco's purpose of inspiring the world to do good business. This year, we're launching the Future for Sustainability with Africa's leading companies here partnering us, including Old Mutual, ABSA, PwC, Brand South Africa, Vodacom, Exxaro, Centec and Mgeni Water, to become the largest gathering of sustainability leaders in Africa. So in a moment, I'm going to ask you to give a very special group a round of applause. So to my special Topco team and the Old Mutual team who worked all year round on the Future of Sustainability to make this a well-organized event, to our contractors, temporary staff, sponsors and partners, a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. So a lot of you might be asking, so why are we all here at the Future of Sustainability? Well, I think for me, we're at an inflection point. And the kind of inflection point that comes around not once in our lifetime, but in several lifetimes. Sustainability and the world is at a tipping point. And I want to show you something that summarizes this. It's the picture of the boiling frog. And for those who don't know about the boiling frog, it's quite simple. If you put a frog in cold water and start boiling it, it dies because it doesn't realize the small changes in temperature. But if you put a frog in boiling water, it jumps straight out. And I'm worried that we are the boiling frog. Because of bias and discrimination, social unrest in places like KZN last year, environmental issues, including the water shortage in the Eastern Cape or the flooding in KZN, our governance issues like the Zondo report and the privacy breaches, and wars in places like Ukraine, it is deeply, deeply concerning. But on the other hand, there's much good things happening in the world. And we are at a turning point. Everything that we thought certain about work, society, politics, and life on Earth, some of the things that are exciting partnerships. And I want to show you, it's not the Spider-Man effect, but it's the bystander effect. And really the illustration is this, is that the more people who witness an accident, who witness a crime, the more people who are there is a less chance they'll do something about that problem. And in sustainable innovation and the solutions that are being created, the investments in ESG funds, the renewable energy programs, and the change in policy direction towards ESG, it's only just the beginning. So my question for you is, what acts can you personally do now to contribute to the future of sustainability? So on centre stage today and over the coming days, we've brought world leaders, CEOs and others who talk about the promise of equality, sustainability, good governance, and then also talk about the shortcomings. So more than 50 speakers will take you on a deep dive across more than 10 specific session spreads right across the huge Future for Sustainability Summit to inspire and drive action. Now at Topco, we like surprises. And our next surprise is that we are launching the inaugural Future of Sustainability Awards for 2023. So we want you to share your sustainability impact story. Enjoy the conference and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralph, for giving us the lay of the land. Beautiful work done. Thank you for the opportunity. The last few years have been challenging and interesting for any CEO who is leading a major organization. And we have watched and appreciated Ian's leadership of Old Mutual, who had a clear eye on society, the economy, and the environment. I'd like to hand over to Ian for him to share his view and vision for sustainability.
The World Economic Forum has identified extreme weather, climate action failure, and human-led environmental damage among the highest risks for humanity and our planet over the next decade. As a financial services intermediary, we recognize climate change as a systemic risk which must be integrated into the way in which we do business. We're a custodian of the lifetime savings and investments of millions of customers across Africa. Old Mutual, doing business and doing good.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Ian Williamson, and I'm the CEO of Old Mutual. I'd like to welcome you all to the 2022 Old Mutual Future of Sustainability Summit, brought to you in conjunction with Topco Media. The next 2 days represent a unique opportunity for us as leaders to begin actioning the various promises we've made, committing to collaborate on how best to solve the shared challenges we face, and sharing insights and progress that can move our collective sustainability effort forward across the African continent. For those of you not familiar with Old Mutual, we're a proudly African financial services group with a 177-year heritage. We have operations in 13 countries across the continent, as well as a niche business in Asia, servicing over 12 million customers. We've also been entrusted to manage 1.3 trillion rand in funds on behalf of our customers, a responsibility we do not take for granted. We underpin this by our vision to be our customers' first choice to sustain, grow, and protect their prosperity, as well as our purpose of championing mutually positive futures every day. As the world begins to open following 2 of the most challenging years on record, I truly hope that we don't fall back into our old patterns of individualism and siloed action. The interconnectivity between economic, social, and environmental systems is more evident than it's ever been. We've seen what a global pandemic translates to in our local context. The impact on both the economy and society has been devastating and will last for a while to come. This interconnectivity also highlights the urgency to transform our collective growth paths to be more socially inclusive, low carbon, and resource efficient. Our response to sustainability is shaped by our core business activities and competencies, the material ESG issues impacting our business and our stakeholders, as well as a deep commitment to acting responsibly and treating all stakeholders fairly. We've made significant progress in the past year on this journey. On the environmental side, we redoubled our efforts to tackle climate change by developing a roadmap to phase out thermal coal within our proprietary investment holdings over time as part of a just transition. We also joined both the Net Zero Asset Managers and the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliances as part of this commitment. You can read more about this in our first climate report, which was published as part of our integrated report in April this year. A core part of our commitment to society is the work we are doing to drive financial education and inclusion for communities wherever we operate. We've broadened the reach of our programs across the continent, and we're using technology, innovation, and even curriculum mainstreaming to reach new audiences. Why? Because there's real evidence to suggest that a good grounding in financial concepts from an early age can be life-changing. And this creates a sustainable pipeline for our business across the continent. On the governance side, our May AGM, where all our resolutions passed, included the approval of our remuneration policy, which has required an exceptional amount of hard work and a high degree of collaboration throughout the business over a period of 4 years. Despite all of these gains, our stakeholders are increasingly holding us to a higher standard, one we are determined to keep delivering on, and we acknowledge that we have some way to go. The journey towards sustainability that many of us are on is not straightforward. As one of the continent's largest holders and investors of capital, we're looking to forums such as this for a more nuanced view on driving a just transition in a way that is both responsible and delivers value for all stakeholders. Similarly, we want to share our significant experience and hear new ideas on how we can better achieve our vision and purpose. As we share each other's sustainability journeys over the next 2 days, I trust we will do so with open minds, with respect, and with the spirit of constructive challenge to each other where it's needed, as well as a collaborative mindset to turn our collective challenges into opportunities. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us over these 2 days, and I hope you really enjoy the conversations that will ensue.
Thank you so much, Ian. A big thank you to you for making these 2 days possible. So what will sustainability look like in 10 years? There will be no easy answers, but there has been much research and insight gained that will guide us along our own unique journey. Let me step into the very first fireside chat. got two guests for this conversation. I've got Olajobi Makinwa, who's the Chief Intergovernmental Relations and Africa for the UN Global Impact. I've also got Sue Allchurch, Chief of Outreach and Engagement, also with the UN Global Impact. Really, thank you so much for joining me. It's going to be a fascinating conversation, and I want us to jump straight in. In my mind, we have a conversation that really lays the groundwork for us, and that is the UN SDGs. The perspective for the future means that we've got about 8 years to go, 8 years away from when the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development aims to be fully implemented. What are your thoughts, Sue, on this? How close is the agenda to being fully realized?
Well, sadly, we're not on track, as I'm sure many people are aware. Actually, the social progress estimates that we're 62 years behind schedule. So we have to do a fair amount of speeding up to get on track. I can give you a couple of specifics to kind of illustrate what that actually looks like. Let's start with gender. It's a good one we have some clear measures on that. The WEF data shows that if we carry on at the pace we are at the moment, it's going to take 267 years to close the economic gender gap. And yet we know that there are some things we could do to really speed this up. Very specifically, if we had more women in leadership and we invested in more women-owned businesses, we could speed up the trajectory enormously across all Sustainable Development Goals. Let me illustrate why that is. We know that women-owned businesses are delivering better than male-owned businesses. The investment is showing that actually they're delivering 2 times male-owned businesses for every dollar invested. So that's, that would speed up really great development across countries. We know that they actually invest more in society. So women have been proven to put more of their money that they develop through working into their communities, into their families. Actually, Clinton's data shows the difference is as much as 90% from women, 35% from men. So that's a huge difference. We have data that shows there's a direct correlation with women in leadership and significantly more investment in innovations that have a social impact. We've seen significantly better reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, more investment in environmental projects, and more impact in environmental projects. We actually also saw over the pandemic, women invested more in their sustainability goals overall, and also achieved against more ambitious goals during the COVID pandemic. So we know that if we can invest more in women's businesses, we should see more social impact. And in fact, we also know that women-owned businesses employ more women, 2.5 times at the rate of men-owned businesses. So if we could get more women entrepreneurs and more businesses, we will have better businesses, we'll have better societies, we'll have better emissions progress. It's like the silver bullet to delivering against these goals. But there's still a long way to go. Actually, what we really have noticed is that in the supply chain, we're a bit behind. So we have a gender gap analysis tool where businesses can go online, check how they're doing against the various gender goals. What we know is that through that data, we know 40% of businesses that have taken the analysis have business-wide gender-based targets, goals in order to really make a difference in the gender balance. So that's 40%. We could do with a lot more, but there's 2 big issues. Only 8% have that translated into their supplier targets, their supplier scorecards. So getting through the supply chain, big issue. And only 4% have targets to employ women-owned businesses in a supply chain. So you see, we kind of know what we need to do. We have plans in place to make that happen. We have to scale it right across small businesses. That's gender. I think another thing I can give you is where are we on decent work, living wages? Well, we know that 19% of the all workers are working poor. So they're working, but they're still not able to get above the poverty line. We know that 9% of the world is people are in extreme poverty. And actually that's got worse throughout the pandemic. So much more to do with that. We need to make sure that all people are somehow given a living wage, a thorough, proper, rigid contract, and aren't invulnerable contracts. So at the Global Compact, we have a big program working with partners, companies, to work out how to extend living wage across the board and right through supply chains. So yeah, we're not on plan, but lots that we can do if we can scale right across supply chains.
Sue, thank you so much. I think what you're telling us is a lot of statistics that organization can tap into, whether, globally, that makes sense for why sustainability is important. And you mentioned, employment as one example. You mentioned empowering of women as another example. And I hope you'll share some more. So I am going to come back to you, but I want to pause and talk about the UN SDGs and how relevant is sustainability for Africa. And with all the challenges we face in the continent, is this a relevant struggle for us? Joby, can you take that one for me?
Thank you very much indeed, Zanele. Yes, indeed, sustainability is very relevant to Africa. If they are not relevant to Africa, then that means that we have to go to the opposite of sustainability, which is something that is not good. Yes, indeed, sustainability is relevant to Africa. Why? Because Africa is blessed with immense human and natural resources. But we are faced with so many challenges as poverty, economic inequality, and inadequate infrastructure. However, sustainability is first and foremost about how we think. It is a mindset. It teaches us how to navigate our challenges as a community and continent in order to effectively harness our resources for the benefit of the majority. What am I talking about? Is that sustainability is teaching us how to live our lives in a way that is sustainable. It is about people, it's about planet, and it's about prosperity. Africa, indeed, with all our resources, yes, indeed, prosperity is very important to us, people is very important to us, and the planet is also very important to us. And COVID-19 has been an eye-opener for the continent. We have collectively experienced the benefit of openness, of accountability, partnership, and solidarity. We saw during COVID-19 how the private sector partnered with government to be able to address the COVID-19 challenges. And this is what sustainability is about, to ensure that all stakeholders are on board in addressing the challenges that we all face today. So indeed, sustainability is very, very important to Africa. And that's why, for example, the SDGs, our government signed up to the SDGs because they also align with the African Union agenda. These are issues that are of practical importance and critical to us on the continent in Africa. So sustainability is indeed relevant to us in Africa, and that's why we're taking it forward in the Global Compact, in our Africa strategy, to ensure that we drive impact on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With the love of the continent, knowing that it's a place of such massive opportunity, of a place that has, so many resources and so many people who can actually drive its agenda to fruition, and we've shown it. And I want to come back to you and ask for some examples of what right now should we be doing to make Africa's time relevant for the rest of the world. So we really have an interesting position in the continent. But if I could jump back to you, Sue, and ask you for tangible examples again of items that Africa should be considering as we try to turn the tide on climate change and as we try to achieve some of the SDG goals.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk through that. So climate's obviously a massive focus for us in the Global Compact and is totally relevant on the African continent as it is anywhere. What we do at the Global Compact is we work with our partners in business and society and governments and the UN to support the Secretary General's initiative. So his initiative is formed around three things. It's mitigation, where there is an issue. It's resilience and adaptation, where issues are going to happen. And then it's financing. So these are all areas that the business community can really help, be they on the continent or in totality. So the areas that we help businesses engage in are it's about three areas that we really have focus to help businesses. The first one is on emissions reduction. businesses have to help everyone with the emissions reduction. Just remembering the big picture that we have here, our current measures of emissions reduction are suggesting that the world is tracking towards a warming scenario of just under 3 degrees ahead of pre-industrial areas by the end of the century. And as we know, the target is to get to about 1.5. How are we going to get to 1.5? That's the focus of all our activity. First of all, we need emissions reduction. We work with the Science Based Targets Initiative across the continent and globally to help businesses set a target that's aligned to that exact goal of 1.5. We also have a big focus on shaping a fair and just transition to a green economy. So we need to move to this green economy. We need to make sure that no geography, no people, no sector is left behind in this chain. We have a big Think Lab, and we work with partners in the social area, the ILO, ITUC, and the environment partners like WRI, IRENA, SEI, etc. And then the third area that we have are some coalitions that we can work together. One is an oceans coalition with real focus on oceans activity that can help drive this change. Water sustainability, which will help in the environmental change, and also corporate investment, so that we're really looking at major investment in this area. We have an academy that businesses can join. There's a net zero e-learning course, there's an oceans e-learning course, there's a science-based targets e-learning course, lots of help. And also we have a climate accelerator, which is it's about 1,000 companies joined on there, 60 countries, and actually it's going ahead in 6 countries across the African continent. So yeah, lots that they can do, really across the board of all initiatives to really help make this change happen. And remember what we have to do, which is really important, in the next 8 years, the world has to halve its emissions output that happens each year. So by the end of 8 years, we need to be emitting half of what we're emitting each year now. So everyone, including the continent in Africa, has to fully engage.
It's no small target, and I think it's a huge responsibility. And we're watching each other. So, we're watching each other, and we're seeing how each other, how the next person is doing it. So good luck to everybody, because unfortunately, it's every single country's responsibility. But Jobe, my last question for you is: the continent has a lot of challenges fighting for attention. What do you believe makes it requires us to focus on, considering the number of things that we actually are trying to solve for at the same time? What is our focus when it comes to sustainability? Where do we channel our attention and our efforts?
Thank you, Zanele. We are in an unprecedented time, and the issues that we are facing right now requires urgency. So we all need to work together all over the world. However, in terms of Africa, Africa has least contributed to the issue of climate issues. And therefore, when we're talking about mitigation and adaptation, it has to be in line with what are the priorities on the continent. Why it's important for us to focus on mitigation, it is also important for us to look at adaptation, to ensure that Africa itself is able to develop to its own full potential. And that's why also the Global Compact has drafted, we launched last year an Africa strategy that will be looking at what are the issues that are important to the continent in terms of the Global Compact's programmatic offering. How do we ensure that our programmatic offerings are relevant on the continent? Also, for us to be able to drive impact on the continent and results, we have established what we call the Africa Business Leaders Coalition, where we have brought together big businesses on the continent, including also their supply chain, to look at the important issues facing Africa and give African businesses a voice at the table to be able to advocate for the issues that are most relevant to the continent. And the ABLC this year, we are focusing on climate action. so that we all work together towards going to Sharm el-Sheikh in November to advocate for the issues that are pertinent to the African continent. So what am I saying, therefore? Well, it's important for us to work together on addressing climate action, finance issues and all that. There's some other, Africa has to come on board to work with everyone, to work with the global north and the global south. However, it's important also for us to realize that Africa's priorities are also important and has to be laid on the table so that we can all work together towards achieving sustainability. Thank you.
And what I love about what you're saying, and the truth of the matter is that Africa comes from a very different footing, if I could put it that way. We have a different history. We have a very different future. We are a growing continent in every respect. We are the most impacted, and therefore when we come to the table, we are going to be represented by the likes of you to really tell Africa's story properly and position ourselves properly along this journey of sustainability for the future and climate change for the future. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. It was too short, but it's a whole day, and I'm hoping that some of the great minds that are joining us later on will fill in the following conversation pieces. So thank you so much. Thank you, Jobe, for joining us. Thank you, Sue. Good conversations, right? Remember, please, to tweet, and the official hashtags you need to use are hashtag FOS2022 and hashtag UpYourESGame. What are some of the things that we have to do from a South African perspective? The next presentation brought to you by the Honorable Nasele Mehlomakulu, Deputy Director General, Food Security and Agrarian Reform from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, is on powering agriculture, unlocking Africa's next green revolution.
Old Mutual Group CEO, speakers of the conference, distinguished delegates from various organizations, companies, and departments present, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. Let me start by expressing our sincere appreciation and gratitude to Old Mutual and all organizers for inviting the Minister of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Minister Togo Titiza, to this very important conference. The Minister was looking forward in participating, but urgent and unavoidable task stole her away from being here. She may not be present here, but her message is here. As the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, we are extremely excited to share with you our approaches, experiences, and expertise in powering agriculture, unlocking Africa's next green revolution. We have pledged to adopt an ecosystems approach to all aspects of human enterprises, with sustainability and agroecology being key to this approach. Our department, through implementation of legislative frameworks such as Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act, Act number 43 of 1983, and the Land Care Program, promote better agricultural production systems with good economic returns to our farmers. Financial support through the Land Care Program is provided to farmers to maintain production without degrading the environment. Support provided includes, among others, the provision of no-till planters, cover crops, and capacity building on crop rotation system to prevent soil erosion, increase soil fertility, and control pests and weeds. Further, biological control agents are shared by resource authors to encourage integrated pest control management. All these interventions are facilitated in a programmatic way to facilitate production, resilience and sustainability in farming among rural and urban communities in a collaborative manner. This is in light of challenges that the sector is facing that has evolved from just technical and scientific issues to also include social, cultural, economic, and in particular, the environment that is beginning to pose challenges to our food production and food security in the country today and tomorrow. Climate change poses a serious threat to our agricultural sector. There is evidence that our climate is changing, with climate data in South Africa showing increasing temperatures in some parts of the country, coupled with higher frequencies of heat waves in recent times. This is also clear and evident on the rainfall becoming more erratic over several areas, with extremes on both the wet and dry ends of the spectrum becoming more greater and more frequent. The recent devastating floods in KZN and parts of the Eastern Cape and Northwest remain fresh in our minds. These unpredictable fluctuations, particularly in the dry, arid, and semi-arid areas of our country, is presenting our sector with serious challenges. The department collaborates with partners and farmers to promote the agroecology as a growing alternative to transforming our agri-food systems towards a better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and better life for all, leaving no one behind. In this regard, I would like to share with the distinguished guests at this eminent session about our country's journey to transform the agri-food systems. While conservation agriculture is by no means agroecology, the policy development team in the department has found that it has built a solid foundation upon which the transition to agroecology is becoming more and more compelling for farmers and the sector at large. The general experience by all categories of our farmers in the country, which are observed from on-farm demonstrations across different provinces, is that an introduction of climate resilient technologies are assisting our farmers in improving their yields and soil condition, and also reduce the production input costs, which is improving income levels in their farmers. Other experiences include intercropping with leafy legume vegetables, which significantly increase soil nitrogen fixation, demonstrating the benefits of leguminous crops in improving soil nutrition fertility, which reduces dependence on inorganic fertilizers. As previously mentioned, farmers are highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. This has led to the establishment of climate services, including early warning systems for climate hazards, by a number of organizations that we're working with. The development and updating of climate services that are usable by farming communities is key towards sustainability. The use of artificial intelligence presents an opportunity for advancement of the climate services in the agricultural sector. There is a need for the partnership within the country and across the world to address the challenge posed by climate change. In the words of the former Secretary General of the United Nations, the world needs solid science-based information for making wise decisions that will lead into the sustainable development. In this regard, the International Food Policy Research Institute conducted a study and found that extensive empirical evidence demonstrated that agricultural research and development and investing in this R&D has greatly contributed to economic growth, to agricultural development, poverty reduction in a number of developing and developing countries over the past 5 decades. One of the entities of our department, the Agricultural Research Council, continues to focus on the development of scientific solutions, inclusive of development of new technologies and crop varieties, enhancing quantity and quality of agricultural produce, devising climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies, and increasing sustainability. As a Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, we are committed towards ensuring that there is an enabling environment for the development and application of innovative solutions to combat the impact of climate change for sustainability of the future generation. In so doing, empowering agriculture, unlocking Africa's next green revolution. I thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful conference moving forward.
And thank you to the Deputy Director General for his words there. So let me have a look at what you've had to say on Twitter. The tweets are coming in and I'm catching a few of them. The very first one that's going to come up shortly. Just give me a second. We're just pulling up the tweets. There we go. We need to address the impact of health and well-being of climate change. That is from Nakosa, thank you. And there's a blessed one who's tweeted and said, the first hour of Future of Sustainability, and it has been so insightful. Right on, I agree with that. Thank you. Keep on tweeting, please, and I'll pull up your tweets. We are also grateful that many of our sponsors have taken the time to give insight on sustainability within their business. Let's hand over to David Renwick, Head of Investment Banking, ABSA, and what ABSA is doing in the sustainable finance space and transactions. Thereafter, we have a panel on the green economy, and I look forward to stepping into that chat later on. Over to you, David.
Growing your business in Africa takes a financial specialist with over 150 years of Pan-African experience, a leading corporate and investment bank with a presence in 12 African countries and global offices in London and New York. It takes a deep understanding of investment flows, market participants, sector trends, and regulations on the continent. It takes ABSA CIB, your financial specialist in Africa. The bravery to imagine and the will to get things done. That's Africanacity.
Good morning. I'm David Renwick. I'm responsible for the investment banking division within ABSA CIB. And I welcome the opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you this morning. These are clearly unprecedented times in climate change, with global capacity being created alongside the mobilization of capital to facilitate rapid structural change in the energy supply and environmental risk management, which we call the green economy. However, we're also faced with a societal backdrop where a significant portion of the population require urgent, sustainable job creation and economic transformation. This is far more than a just transition, which people often refer to and comes quite clearly through in the press. So how do we effectively deliver on both priorities and take advantage of associated growth opportunities? In my opinion, the key to success here is without doubt partnerships. Partnerships between the public and private sector, international investors and local developers, and equally importantly, between the purchasers and the suppliers of renewable energy. Globally, there is a great sense of urgency around the need for the deployment of sustainable finance. According to Boston Consulting Group, there's an estimated $100 to $150 trillion of climate transition finance needed from 2020 to 2050. We are, however, at an inflection point in terms of the willingness of public and private sectors to de-risk and partner with banks and institutions, particularly on the topic of climate change. SA government gazetted updates for private power generation, allowing for 100 megawatts of private generation, leading to an acceleration in investment from private investors, for example, mining companies and large manufacturers, to generate private power at a significant scale. Added to this, the positive signs around the splitting up of Eskom into 3 standalone units is very exciting for the development of renewable energy. In terms of ABSA's commitment to this exciting initiative, and in some respects a necessary transition, ABSA has adopted a number of the UN United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals were adopted by all United Nations member states back in 2015. It was a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. A huge ask, Another key global development was the Paris Agreement, which was a legally binding international treaty on climate change. It was adopted by 196 parties at COP21 in Paris in December 2015 and came into force in 2016. SA signed up in April 2016. It's hard to believe that we're already close to COP27, but it talks to a real positive momentum that is happening over the course of the years. And just going back to the Paris Agreement, its goals was really to limit global warming well below 2 degrees, preferably to 1.5 degrees Celsius, compared to pre-industrial levels. So when we looked at, as ABSA, when we looked at these sustainable development goals, 6 of the 17 really resonated with us and helped form the backbone of some of our strategic objectives. These include quality education, clean water and sanitization, which is a basic human right and key for economic development, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and partnerships for these goals. And as I said earlier, you will see a lot of these themes coming through in many of our strategic objectives. So a little bit more about ABSA's sustainability journey. Well, look, this started back in 2009 when we adopted the Equator Principles. And over the last 10 years, we've been heavily involved in financing renewable energy in South Africa. In fact, close to 3,000 megawatts, or 46% of renewable energy projects under the South African REAP program, with a combined financing of in excess of 80 billion, has been accomplished through ABSA. In 2019, we were one of the founding signatories of the Principles of Responsible Banking. And in 2020, we were the first JSE listed South African company to voluntarily include a climate change resolution. This was followed up by sustainability risk, elevated to a principal risk within the organization. Last year, we published our first TCFD report. That is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financing Disclosures Report, a key document which institutions and investors look at in terms of what we're doing and what our views are around climate change and the transition. We're also the first South African bank to publish sustainable financing targets. So it's not just based on our strategy, but also in what we're doing with clients has shown leadership within this field. We were the first IFC certified green loan back in 2021. And through a partnership with African Rainbow Energy, we launched a new Pan-African renewable energy platform. Our clients were selected as preferred bidder in 21 out of 25 projects in the REAP Round 5 program. And we've committed $20 in partnership with Proparco to support SMEs. So not only are we talking about it, but we're actually doing some active contribution to merging kind of what we call kind of environmental and social. So when we think about environmental in South Africa, we believe we're powering South Africa through sustainable financing. By 2025, we targeted to have facilitated 100 billion in ESG related financings. And in 2021, we committed close to 20 billion in renewable energy projects. So that is 70% of all energy funded off our own balance sheet. And we've also been the first South African bank to produce an eco home loan launched in partnership with Baldwins back in 2021. On the social side, close to 33,000 consumer education participants in 2021. On affordable housing, our book is in excess of 10 billion at the moment. And in terms of procurement, close to 87% of all procurement is BE procurement. So in conclusion, ABSA is deeply committed to sustainability, not just within South Africa, but through our Pan-Africa platform. We're doing this through partnerships with institutions, partnerships with local and international investors, including banks, and local and international developers. We think this is a great investment opportunity and a great opportunity for inclusiveness. Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to share my thoughts today. This is a very exciting topic. I can talk all day, but there are a number of far more educated and thoughtful speakers on this particular topic. So I'm going to pause here and hand you back to the studio.
And thank you so much to David for that introduction. Really a great footing for ABSA and also a great way to lead on to our next panel discussion, the green economy, a pipe dream or a future reality. Defined as low carbon, resource efficient and socially inclusive, the green economy stands in a desirable position for Africa's future. So I'd like to welcome Heidi Barnes, Head of Sustainable Finance at ABSA, to take us through an amazing panel with 4 guests included.
Growing your business in Africa takes a financial specialist with over 150 years of Pan-African experience, a leading corporate and investment bank with a presence in 12 African countries and global offices in London and New York. It takes a deep understanding of investment flows, market participants, sector trends, and regulations on the continent. It takes Absa CIB, your financial specialist in Africa. The bravery to imagine and the will to get things done. That's Africanacity.
Good day, and thank you so much for joining us this afternoon for a really interesting panel that we're very excited to host around the green economy. Is it a pipe dream or a future reality? I'm joined today by a really esteemed panel of guests from all sorts of places in the South African economy, and I'd like to introduce my panelists before introducing myself. So firstly, I'm joined by Ms. Shirley Moraka-Mostia. She is the Health and Safety and Environmental Sustainability Head at Engen, and she joins us with a whole host of knowledge, both from academia as well as in life practice, having worked at Engen for a significant time, as well as at the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. We are also joined by Matthew Cullinan, who currently heads up the Atlantis Special Economic Zone, and he'll be sharing his knowledge from his previous experience around town planning and financing sustainable projects across the continent. We're also joined by Mr. Stani Simelane, who is the Head of Stakeholder Relations for Climate Change and ESG at Sasol, and he joins us from a huge amount of vast experience doing his PhD around the just transition at the CSIR. And lastly, we're joined by Sabina, who's the CEO of Siemens in the Eastern and Southern African region. And Sabina is really a steward of science and technology, and will bring her perspectives, which are really valuable from her leadership perspective. And I myself, I'm Heidi Barnes, and I head up sustainable finance at Absa CIB. And I'm really, really glad that you had the time to join us today to talk about this really interesting topic when we talk about the green economy. So I think that's a great segue to maybe ask the first question to Stanley around what do you think the green economy is? What does it mean, and how do you define it?
Thank you, Heidi. Look, green economy is still advancing our economy while we try to protect, to conserve the environment or what is surrounding us. So if you think about South Africa, we have a lot of natural resources that we've been, using to build the economy, and some of the plants and power stations, for example, that were built in the 1960s were not factoring climate change as one aspect. So as climate science is telling us what is happening to our environment, we then have to still build our economies, but now we have to do it in a sustainable manner that will ensure that the future generation will still be able to enjoy this earth we're living in decades to come. So it's continuing to grow the economy while we make sure that we also protect our environment.
Perfect. Sabina, do you have anything to add, or do you have a different view of what you see as the green economy?
Well, yeah, look, I mean, from a principal point of view, as we see it, is particular the integration between, having an economy which is a carbon neutral, which is a sustainable concept, which is a social dialogue with all people. And I mean, Stanley mentioned just now the coal-fired power station, but also, all the aspects around where we can, as individuals, make concerted effort to reduce the impact we as individuals have within a carbon neutral or a green living, as you might call it. And this is integrating not only the energy generation and the footprint we have as individual, but it also integrates topics as said, like social dynamics, transitions within the economy and the workforce, which focuses on a very strong dialogue with all parties. But it also looks at, for instance, transportation as a major portion to decarbonize. And largely, obviously, one very important part is the agricultural business, because there can be also one of the biggest impact being made. And what is important in the context to look at, that it's a circular view, what means we also look at recycling and repurposing and seeing that, you know, certain aspects which come off one industry can be an input for another industry.
Thanks, Sabina. If we think about the green economy, we could have a utopia. And Matthew, do you have a view of what would a green economy utopia look like in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's a great question and a very nice one to look at, because I think that's the great side about working in this green space, is that it is a space that remains very hopeful about the future and the possibility of a sustainable future and a future for the planet and for humanity. So it's certainly the nice part of the work. And I think for us, Atlantis as a special economic zone is a green tech economic zone, which means we are attracting industries that contribute to the green economy. So low carbon, resource efficient, socially inclusive. And that resource efficient part of it is very important in terms of what the future would need to be in order to be sustainable. So for us, we've defined, in a sense, from a manufacturing perspective, because we've said if the future is going to be green, you actually need to have green manufacturing. So we've set ourselves the target as an SEZ to say, well, what does that look like? So we've said it's got to be zero carbon, and even, you know, carbon negative in a way, in the sense that maybe we're somehow taking out carbon. And there are ways of doing that. Net zero water, which means that we want to balance the water that comes into the site with the water that goes off site as an SEZ. We want to have net zero waste to landfill, and that ties in very closely with those ideas that Sabine was referring to around the circular economy and really using inputs, and we've had some success in that regard as well. Working very closely with the ecological environment in which we're situated, so that we're not damaging or destroying the ecological infrastructure within which we sit. And of course, cutting across all that is this idea of inclusion, social inclusion, creating opportunities for jobs, for work, for the community, looking at those value chains into and out of the SEZ. So at the end of the day, it is about living in balance with nature and resources, and it's about really building that social capital amongst the community and socially.
Perfect, Matthew. So just to summarize, in your definition, the utopia and the green economy is net zero carbon, net zero water, net zero waste, with the inclusion of social inclusion. Kind of that would be kind of the catchphrase of the world that you would like to go to.
Yeah, and it's a constantly changing, moving target, right? What's kind of really green today is going to be mainstream tomorrow, and solar panels is perhaps a good example, where even as 3-4 years ago they were quite sort of cutting edge in some ways. Now they're pretty mainstream in many respects. So that boundary is always moving.
Absolutely. Shirley, do you have anything to add around what you would see as the green economy utopia, and maybe the counter picture? What do you think is the nightmare picture that we could face if we don't manage a just transition?
I think for me, the issues around inclusion, I think we need to pull everybody along when we are moving in this green economy. So when everybody has food, is able to survive, and there's a lot of equity. So for me, utopia is equity, it is inclusiveness, is managing all our activities, but also taking into consideration that what we may see as green now, tomorrow it may be an outcome that we don't want. For instance, if you are looking at your lithium batteries, where they're coming from, and some of the impacts that they may have on the environment. So what becomes important is having forward-looking in terms of the resources that you are using, as well as the waste that is being managed, that comes out of that. Otherwise, we are going to come up with another problem trying to solve the current one. So the importance of having your whole look at the end-to-end from product to waste, the whole value chain, so that we understand the final impact on the environment, on our people, and the resources.
Thanks, Shirley. I really like the point you bring in around, it's really the life cycle assessment around not only looking something in its use, which we're doing at the moment, but really looking at the full picture from kind of cradle to cradle, as the Circular Economy book puts it. Danny, if I come to you next and kind of ask the question around, what do you think are the biggest barriers? I mean, we've kind of heard what the utopia would look like, but what is the risk or the barrier that might stop us from getting there as a South African economy or an African economy, more broadly speaking?
Look, I want to go back to value chains. And if you look how the South African economy is currently structured, you'd note that mining in general plays a critical role. And you have resources that you would mine, and some of these technologies and resources, for example, if you think about the wind sector, the solar sector, waste to energy, the value chains in those industries are structured differently. Although there might be other general waste that might be generated from that sector, but as we speak, particularly for electricity generation, you have your cheapest power or electricity coming from renewables. South African context, solar leading, followed by wind sector. However, South Africa does not manufacture renewable energy components. Government comes in and tries to use their local content policy, trying to ensure that some of the material or inputs that are used would be from the local market. But the reality is you have an economy that is heavily dependent in carbon-intensive sector. You still have those resources in abundance, but because of what the climate change risks or what the climate science is telling us, you must abandon those resources. And if you abandon those resources, if you would have to import some of those components. So if you can see what the Chinese manufacturers are doing, not just only in South Africa, in the US, in Germany, you'd see studies to show that there's a lot of imports of renewable energy components that are coming from Asia into those markets. So South Africa is not excluded from that. And the question is, how do you ensure, because you have to balance these socio-economic needs and climate justice or sustainability needs, how do you balance the two in a country that sits with the highest unemployment in the world? And while we understand the risk of climate change, how do you ensure that as we adopt these new technologies, we do it in a manner that is just, that is fair, in a manner that is inclusive, in a manner that is not going to worsen the current economic positions of those that are heavily dependent in these sectors that have been contributing into the South African economy for a number of years.
Thanks, Danny, for that. I'm really curious to hear Matthew's view on this, because I think that Atlantis is really trying to cover that specific gap. And I guess if we've got this competition of Chinese producing all these things that would be part of kind of the green economy, what's your views on that? And how are you thinking of plugging that gap from an Atlantis perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's such exciting opportunities in this space. And I mean, you know, Stanley has touched on a whole range of challenges that does, you know, face one in this space. But, you know, what we do see is that there is a real appetite for local production to feed, for example, the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program. And in that, you know, that program is a very powerful catalyst for the local green economy. I mean, not only are we obviously putting in renewable energy through that program, But all those component suppliers are suppliers that are actually potentially people who will set up plants and manufacture in South Africa. And I think, as you know, when the first rounds of the REAP started, it had created a huge amount of international interest. And we even saw Chinese companies opening production facilities in South Africa. And so really creating that basis. Subsequently, when that whole REAP program faltered, some of those companies pulled out. But now, I think if we begin to see traction coming back in the REAP program, that sense of a really strong domestic market, I think we will see a lot of local manufacturing coming in. For example, within Atlantis, we have a wind tower manufacturing. They were ready to look at an expansion of that plant. They are obviously watching the award of the new rounds, but that's a Spanish company that's invested heavily in South Africa. And at one stage, when the REAP faltered, they were exporting to Brazil. So, and that REAP program is also about government policy, and it's about government certainty in that policy. So the degree to which government offers that clear message and that clear signal to the market, I think we can really grow the green economy and those component manufacturers. The localization issue is very important, and it is a challenging area. One of the, I don't know how much you want, I can go into some examples, but I think, just really support what Stanley's saying. And we see a lot of opportunities, and we can see a lot of investment. And I think the tweaking of some of these policy areas are very important, especially around localization, so that we balance supporting local manufacture, as well as allowing some imports where there's a need to keep some price pressure, if you like, and not allow too much of a monopolistic scenario to open up. Those balances can be achieved. It requires a bit of policy finessing, but we're certainly seeing that investment interest, and we're very excited by what's coming up.
Thanks, Matthew. Sabina, if I turn to you, I'm really curious to hear your perspective from a kind of more technical science and technology perspective, as well as kind of what Siemens delivers when it comes to, with regards to the opportunities, the challenges that you're facing, and maybe also just some of the research and development opportunities that might be available in this green economy space.
Sure. Well, I mean, look, from one part, I think one aspect we need to keep in mind when we think about green economy, but also as part of the green economy. I mean, we talk a lot about energy right now, but the green economy is more than just energy. But if we also pause with energy for a moment, if we just think about the current way on how we live is not sustainable for the future. We know that by 2050, we are aware that the way on how we do things will not be fit for purpose. The world is not designed to have 10 billion people on this planet. So hence, if we want to have, and if we don't manage the amount of humans on the planet, then we will see that we need to come up with other ideas. What means we need completely to redesign the way on how we think about energy, the way how we think about water, the way on how we think about what we eat, what we produce, and how we move around. And I think this is really fundamental, which means there is and that's for me one of the barriers in the moment, because if you look at any policies, in particular in South Africa, it's like tweaking a little bit one or the other policy through some, amendments like an emission policy, or you have some other regulations, like for instance, the 100 megawatt license-free energy generation, but it doesn't go into a holistic view, where you can say it's from A to Z and all the puzzles fit together. And I think that is currently the biggest barrier, because people, and important is with all of it, as I mentioned before, is the social dialogue. Because when you consider the number of unemployed people, which are all want to participate in an economy, and when you're unemployed, you really do not necessarily care where the job is coming from, because you want to have a future. You want to see the things to move along. And I think these kind of aspects, they have to be addressed very urgently. And we as a combined society, business and society needs to get in gear on that matter. But when I come to the opportunities within the green economy, there are quite a number of them. Definitely, I mean, local content within the renewable program is one option, but I must say no disregards to Matthew and Stanley on this one. But, you know, we in South Africa, we shot ourselves in the foot here as well. Yeah, I mean, we had a partnership in Cape Town to produce locally transformers specifically for the wind energy market. And what we have seen is that we couldn't go ahead because there were no orders. The REAP program stalled for several years because of political interest in other industries, which meant we had to send the business into business rescue. And more than 300 jobs have been a hope in a region where also, you know, jobs are hard to come by with. But obviously we wasted also a lot of money from our side, but also from the partners. And one part in order to have exactly that job stimulus is that you need to have consistency within the purchasing by the government so that companies can assure that you have a portion of base load from these kind of programs and they're not stalled because of policy or, you know, political interference or ideology or other interests which might fall in, so that companies like us, which are willing to invest in South Africa and have done that for many years, we more than 160 years in South Africa, so we have seen a lot, you know, but for us really also to deploy more of this kind of material technology, we would need to have that kind of certainty. What we definitely do, and one thing is also very clear, and that is not so much from the green economy, but what we have learned through the COVID times, yeah, and that shows that Africa, in particular South Africa and our neighboring countries, have leapfrogged into the digital age, like nobody would have thought we would be able to do, because we always could have get people in to do the jobs, they fly in and they repair it, but we have been confined to ourselves in many lockdown phases, and so we had obviously the opportunity to develop that skill, and this is where we see a massive amount of opportunities having digital skills applied on a vast number of applications, be it energy, water, transport, and then have also young people participating through, you know, expedited digital skill training.
Thanks, Sabine. That's lots of interesting contributions there. I might come back with a few follow-up questions, but before I do, I was keen to hear your view, Shirley, just around the opportunities, and I guess also maybe your perspective of the role an organization such as Engen can play with regards to the green economy and enabling it.
Yeah, before I go into that, I just want to echo this issue around policy certainty. Investors need policy certainty. Until such time, the government departments, the politicians, and the government in different spheres of government, they're singing from the same hymn book, we will not move forward. You have one department talking about coal, we have others talking about carbon tax, we have others talking about green economy. It's unfortunate that it's the same government, and yet the message is to some extent even conflicting, and in a way also not supporting economic growth that we really need. So that's the number one barrier for me. The other issue is the available technical skills. We still see institutions producing the same kind of technical skills that we have seen many years ago that are not, and as a result, we have graduates that are not employable because it's not what the industry is looking for. So there's an opportunity that both us, the academia and government can have a discussion in terms of what kind of graduates do we want, not just university graduates, people from the TVET colleges. There's so much that they can do and contribute into this green economy. So again, it's just having consistent messaging that everybody talks to. With all of that, there will be a lot of cooperation and partnerships with government, with civil society, as well as with their business.
Thanks, Shirley. Thanks, Shirley. Is there anything you want to add on the kind of the role that you think somebody like Engen can play? I mean, I hear you on the challenges. Basically, you're saying policy certainty. I think I've heard that as a resounding comment from all panel members, that policy certainty is absolutely critical to enable this green economy. But the other point is just around skills development and just making sure that the skills that we're creating in our universities, in our TVET colleges, in our schools are really appropriate for kind of the green economy and where we're heading. I think that's kind of where you're going around that. But maybe if we
also an individual thing that we all have a role to play. Just to the comments that Sabine made earlier on about having this limited planet, which is not expanding. And we have population growth, but besides that, we have this unsustainable patterns of consumption and production. And we end up producing more than we need. And as a result of that, then there's a lot of waste that is created. That part of circular economy that we could have had, it doesn't happen because there's so much waste that is produced that is not being consumed. So we need, as human beings, as individuals, besides government legislation and all of that, we need to be sustainable ourselves.
I think, yeah, I was going to turn to Matthew just to ask around. I mean, we've spoken a lot about the barriers. I think they're well understood, but I guess the question is, what's the opportunities? What's the upside if we look at this from the other perspective?
Yeah, I think in the training space there's huge opportunities. And sorry, I love this session and so many great ideas and thoughts being sparked. But from an SEZ perspective, we're quite fortunate. We're located within this context of the Atlantis community and within an existing industrial area. And what we've done is that we've taken a whole analysis of the skills that are available and that are also required in the area. And we've also looked at the green economy and where is the green economy going and what are the kinds of skills that would be required. And if you look at some of the biggest growth areas globally and locally, it's things like solar panel installation and maintenance. It's wind tower maintenance. So there's a bunch of growing areas within this sort of green economy space. There's also a lot of jobs and skills that are required as much in the current economy as they are in the green economy. So certain skills like, for example, welding remains as relevant in the traditional economy as it does in the green economy. And this is very important when you're talking about the just transition, because there are a lot of jobs that actually almost don't need transitioning. If you're a welder, there's going to be a demand as this green economy grows. And there are other, obviously, types of jobs which would need some retraining or reskilling and so forth. So we run programs in Atlantis for solar installation and maintenance, for example. We run welding programs. And I think this is what Shirley's talking about. It's not just the big or the sort of academic side of things. It's the very practical hands-on skills. And then we're looking at a program where we can work with existing industrialists to look at their supply chains and where are the enterprise development opportunities, for example, in wind tower manufacture. And I think Sabine, one of the things was, she may have been referring to this, I'm not sure if it's the same case, but a company supplying the internal components for a wind tower is a small business enterprise opportunity that is sitting right there off the back of this big market demand around the REAP. So there's really opportunities that are growing and that can be taken advantage of and that really support this idea of a just transition as well.
Thanks, Matthew. I wanted to come back to Sabina and I really just asked the question around innovation in this space and kind of from a technological perspective, is there innovation that could be applicable to South Africa or Africa more broadly speaking, where it's innovation that's homegrown, that really enables the just transition and the green economy in ways that couldn't be imagined before, that kind of come to mind where you see opportunity and possibility?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you consider all the technology, all the design, one thing what during COVID and now post, even with the Ukraine war, we can see is that supply chains have to be re-optimized. And I mean, in Africa particular, but also in South Africa, we tend to have raw material which we export and then bring in the finished goods. There's hardly any manufacturing taking place on the continent. And here with, having digital technologies coming in, but also having in the moment a sweet spot by which, the global supply chain is a bit deglobalized, not completely, but I mean, there are components which will be sourced more locally. And the design thereof and the production thereof will be largely stimulated through digital technologies, meaning a virtual application which you first simulate, where you can train all your staff on, and once you put it in place, you will see that it works optimally. Like, for instance, we did now for the vaccine industry. Here you need to have, obviously, when you want to vaccinate somebody, people want to have comfort that whatever you inject into their arms has a certain standard of quality, and if it's made in South Africa or in Africa, it should have the same quality than when you would get it from Europe and the US. And these kind of standards you only are able to produce with digital skills. The benefit of digital skills is that, even if you might not be yet employable with regards to the standards you come from, because of a lot of young people are digi-savvy, they have the ability to grow into such kind of, industry or such kind of talent to really make them employable. And I'll give you an example. We have in Siemens before COVID decided that we localize in South Africa and insource our whole communication. And so everything what is content communication, we now have done as a digital ingenuity hub, and it's produced in South Africa for the English-speaking countries of the world. And they basically design all applications with regards to our internet, with regards to our Twitter feeds, wherever you interact through social medias with us, they will basically pick that up. And we did that largely with young people, which came from all walks of life. They didn't have necessarily all a digital skill. And now we have more than 40 people working with us and gave them that opportunity, because it's something where really, you can shift the business going forward. My biggest concern is that when we look at South Africa in the moment, that the majority of our jobs through the energy sector are in the northern part of the country, and the wind and the solar is all in the southern part. And so you need to find a way on how you can bridge these kind of opportunities, because you can't tell the people in the north you are out of a job because we now have green energy and everybody in the south will have a job. I think these kind of things is exactly as I meant, the social dynamic which one has to bring in, because business has a responsibility. And I was very, impressed reading last week when Andre de Ruyter made the land available from Eskom at some of the power stations, how many interests he received in order really to develop that land for the better, because the infrastructure is there and you can relatively fast connect into the grid. But in general, I mean, when you look at opportunities, this is an amazing time we live in. Yeah, now if you just think back 5 years and what's happened in the last 3.5 or so, we have the opportunity really to change and modify on how life will be going forward, and I find that extremely exciting, and I'm very happy that I can live through such kind of time and can make it and shape it on how it will look like going forward.
Thanks, Sabina. Your enthusiasm is very infectious. It's lovely to hear. I guess I wanted to bring in Stanley at this point. I mean, Sabina spoke about fantastic innovation opportunities. Maybe your thoughts on, if we talk about the green economy, is there a way that a just transition can be achieved by creating this utopia green economy we spoke about earlier?
Look, for me, for us to move forward, because it seems like the industry is stuck. We know what you want to achieve. We know what you should be doing. But there are still certain barriers, and barriers sits one, for example, in the area of economic diversification. So, and not just in the energy sector. in the water sector, in road infrastructure. So one barrier that we still have, we have an infrastructure challenge. Whether you speak of roads, whether you speak of water waste treatment plants, or whether you speak of landfills or anything, there's that challenge that is there. Then we have areas that, as you mentioned, Sabina, that our renewable energy resources would sit in the coastal line, whether it's wind and so on. But as you, in the South African context, for example, right now we don't have great infrastructure in the Northern Cape. And that is because of the great resource that is there. But if you start to compare energy resources of Germany and an area that is not so great in a place that has a good transmission grid, it is still a great resource if you compare to the solar resources they would have in Europe. Yes, you would not have the cheapest electricity in some of the areas in South Africa specifically compared to Northern Cape or Eastern Cape, where you have the greatest resources for wind and solar. But it doesn't mean that, in fact, in some areas, the difference in the resource itself, it's about 10% difference. So you could still, and we have the great infrastructure that Eskom was using for their own power. So you could easily transmit that power if you were to put power stations. But you had a lot of mining that is going to phase down, eventually phase out, that you could use solar, for example, to rehabilitate the land that is there and start to see if can you diversify that economy into an agricultural sector. Can you find, export markets where we could, the world right now is having challenges with food security and so on. So the green economy also offers opportunities, but there are certain barriers that we have to manage and try to ensure that we move to the next stage. For example, and this is my last point, for example, we have bid windows or IPPs competing, and sometimes the electricity is too cheap because everyone wants to win the bid. But that cheapness of electricity can result in what I call an unjust transition, whereby it's too cheap, it doesn't make financial or economic feasibility, but they won the bid. Now they have to approach government and ask for exemptions on certain things because the price was too cheap. It doesn't have to be too cheap. While, for example, government could make a policy and say, you have these bids that are too cheap, 45 cents per kilowatt hour, I am going to buy it at 25 cents more than what they said they could offer it, to create a buffer, to diversify economies, to invest some of that money, whether in skills or in other sectors that can continue to make sure that there are economic activities to support such initiatives. So it should not just be about price, which technology is cheap, but how do we become innovative? While they say they can offer it much cheaper, well, at the end of the day, South Africans, by the way, don't even benefit this, because the way you sell to either utility now because of the amendment on the Electricity Act, or they sell to Eskom. Eskom has to aggregate anyway so that they can balance their books. So the end user, that you can only benefit from the cheaper solar or wind if you install it in your own household. Other than that, if you buy it from a utility, because they must cross-subsidize, and South African households are not the same. So the poor must be supported by middle class and so on. So you balance that equation. But I think on the policy side, we need to think hard about how to innovate and ensure that while we support these low carbon technologies, we ensure that we create new industries that will keep the economy going.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Stanley. We are nearly out of time, so I guess I wanted to ask maybe for everybody to just give a closing comment on, I guess, what's your hope when you think about the green economy? And maybe, Matthew, you want to add just one or two lines about what the biggest financial constraints that we face to enable the green economy utopia?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think very, very hopeful, very exciting. I mean, I share the sort of enthusiasm of my fellow panelists on this topic. I think there's a great future. I think financially there is definitely a range of areas where finance is required, particularly for startups in the green economy space. So the Green Fund is playing a great role, but there's a need as we look at SMMEs coming into this space, new startups, to look at how we support those, particularly if we're looking at innovation. Thank you.
Perfect. If I turn to Sabina for your closing comment.
Yeah, I mean, look, from a Siemens point of view, we have incorporated the green economy into our strategy, which we measure through KPIs. We call it DEGREE, which stands for decarbonization, ethics, governance, resource efficiencies, equitable, and employability, which includes everybody. And I think that's the most important part, to create KPIs also for the funding of companies, which are just and not just financial KPIs as we used in the past. So I'm very proud.
Fantastic. Shirley, if I come to you.
Yeah, I think green economy provides great opportunities, especially now with the load shedding that we do. The time is that we are having, the time is now. If we miss this opportunity, it may not present itself the way it is now. So we need to work together and move forward together so that we can all leave a good legacy for generations to come.
Fantastic. And Stanley, your last closing comment?
I think the future looks bright. We have to decarbonize. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be bottlenecks along the way. I think adaptation has a role to play also in the space, to make sure that we maintain and make sure the infrastructure would be, would be resilient, to other climate change challenges you might encounter. But the future looks bright. So I think we are in the right path. We need to decarbonize, and yeah, there's future. The next generation must enjoy this planet we're living in. It's not just about us today. So the decisions we take today should not be only for us, but we also have to think about the future generation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Stanley. And with that, I think it's a big thank you to the panel. I think it's really exciting to hear people from such different organizations and such senior positions talk about sustainability and how it's impacting businesses, and really kind of everybody's playing their role to enable that green economy. So from me, Heidi, thank you so much to the panelists for joining us, and I hope that you've enjoyed the session. We wish you a lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Beautifully moderated by Heidi Barons, and great input from the panel. Moving over to our next panel on how IoT can be leveraged to drive smart city solutions. Smart cities are necessary to adapt to the demands of urban growth. IoT technology lies at the heart of a smart city, improving the lives of the citizens within it. The IoT-enabled smart city can reroute traffic around congestion in real time, automatically schedule repairs for failed infrastructure like street lighting and bridges, and intelligently manage energy use and pollution right across the built environment. It can also protect citizens and businesses from crime more effectively and safeguard vulnerable citizens in their homes. In light of this, how do we leverage IoT and other digital technologies as we think about the concept of smart cities and the solutions? Let's cross over to the panel. Welcome once again to our next panel discussion. This is the Old Mutual Future of Sustainability Summit, and this two-day event really is a fantastic event around ESG. It's a Pan-African dialogue on the role that various sectors can play in really solving this shared climate problem. And our conversation today is on how IoT can be leveraged to drive smart city solutions. It's brought to you by Vodacom. Thank you to Vodacom and all our sponsors. I'm looking forward to this conversation. I've got Vusi Mngomezulu with me, Head of Sales at IoT, which is a Vodacom subsidiary. I've got Sandile Dube, Managing Director of HPE in South Africa. I've got Joylyn Kiryuki, welcome, Senior Cloud Security Advocate at Microsoft. And I've got Charlene George, Associate Partner at IBM Consulting. Charlene, I'm going to start with you. I'm super excited about the prospect of living different. And I think COVID and all the things that have happened around it have really made people think differently about living abundantly and living purposefully, especially in the African continent. Tell me a bit about this trend and how you get to be an advocate for something as unique as this.
Good morning. So the world has changed since COVID, and COVID was almost a blessing in disguise for sustainability because we realized how much we're actually damaging the world. Technology can play a huge role in actually assisting with sustainability. So I think from how the world is changing, we've got lovely Gen Zs coming through who are living purposefully. We're a lot more aware these days of sustainability, and we're so much more aware that we are having to own it ourselves. We've got to start small. We've got to start thinking about how much electricity we're using, how much water, even if it's available. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean you've got to be wasteful with it. So I think it's very important to ensure that we exit that wasteful culture that we've once had and start being mindful of the resources that are so limited.
And, you know, the continent has a huge crisis when it comes to climate change. So what you're saying is an overall view, and not only a personal view, but organizational view of how we protect the climate. And it's not just us. We are now in a global struggle. So you really are in a very fascinating environment. And I'm going to come back to you later and unpack what some of the key things are that you believe organizations need to do that's important. But let's move into smart city conversations with you, Sandile, and talk a little bit about how then does this trend lend itself to sustainable smart city development, considering the IoT sector and our ability to contribute less to our carbon footprint.
Thank you very much, Zanil, and good afternoon, everybody on the call. Zanil, I think that's really a pertinent question. You know, however, I do have a slightly different perspective around smart city as a concept. I would like to think of it more as a connected city, and a connected city that is really driven by the availability and access to information, and how in turn organizations interpret that information to ensure that the availability of services is delivered to our citizens on demand. And also to look at initiatives like cloud. We all know that the consumption of cloud services really help organizations reduce their carbon footprint, as one example. And also fundamentally important to the connected world or the smart city world is really around connectivity. Connectivity, in my opinion, is really the foundation that has to be laid properly to ensure that services are delivered to all the citizens of the city, and services can be delivered in a way that the citizens prefer, not necessarily in a way that we want to deliver those services to them.
Mm-hmm. No problem, Sandile. But what you're also saying, which we haven't opened up, is that the availability of this connectivity is not clustered around the city, because that could be slightly misleading. When we say we should all be clustered in Johannesburg or all clustered in Accra, and it's only us who are getting access to this. Smart cities mean that your services are also available everywhere, in every single part of the country, so that people can choose where to live, and we spread and therefore utilize resources a little bit better because we can work far away. Am I on the same page with you with regards to access?
You're absolutely quite right, Zanila, that it has to be, services have to be available on demand, regardless of the location. But also, we also need to deliver these services in a secured manner, right? And I think that's really a critical aspect to smart cities or to a connected world. And I think for me, what gives me a great courage is that at least the conversation is starting. So we're raising that particular awareness around security awareness. We were raising the awareness around data. We live in a data-driven world, I believe, and it's not really about the information that we're making available to our citizens. How do we leverage the data that we have at our disposal to create a much better citizen experience across the services that citizens will consume from the governments, so to speak?
And once you speak about data and you speak about security, Joylyn, maybe you can lean in on this, because then comes the issue of security and connectivity. What is the relationship between the two as we look at expanding and creating smarter cities and smarter ways of living through technology?
Thank you, Zanele. Sandile perfectly explained in terms of smart cities and sustainability. We had a survey done by Microsoft late last year, and it showed that 91% of survey participants expressed concerns about IoT security. So data privacy still tops the list of security worries at around 46%, followed by network level security at 40% in terms of issues or related with IoT implementation. So other concerns also include device security endpoints, managing and tracking each device, and also ensuring software and firmware updates are made. So interestingly, organizations are not using a common best practice approach to security. So with only 43% designing measures that assume breaches at every level of the IoT project. So this is a key concept in terms of assuming breach in everything. A key concept of zero trust, because I'll just highlight in terms of technology for IoT. So you have the devices themselves, and the devices themselves also have sensors, which are sending data to a particular gateway, or in most cases, a particular hub, I can say for Azure IoT hub, and then from there it's processed in the cloud. So in this case, we're talking about processing of data. Quite key. So we're looking at how you're actually handling your customers' data, because we have regulations in place where you have to be compliant in how you're processing your customers' data. So I might be in my home. I have footage which is being stored in the cloud. My home is a smart home, so I want to be very secure. I don't want a scenario where there was this meme whereby you have everything connected in your house. You're trying to access your house using maybe your phone, and then it's telling you that it can't connect. Maybe there's a ransomware attack on everything IoT connected. So you can imagine the disaster that would happen if you've not taken security in place while implementing IoT security in your smart city, in your smart implementation. That's why we talk about data encryption, data on transit, and data on rest, as well as how you're actually securing those devices, how often you're actually pushing firmware patches to those devices, because we have 0 days attacks on everything, including the IoT devices themselves. So this is a conversation that we need to have every so often in terms of how to secure your smart city implementation.
Thank you so much, Joylyn. Vusi, you are probably leading ahead a little bit on this conversation in terms of how do you now leverage and drive technology solutions that become the bedrock of the smart cities. Speak to us about throwing forward the foundation for the cities.
Thank you there, Zanele. I think the key thing is obviously, I always say IoT is a big buzzword. However, what you can't measure, you can never manage. So Sandile's touched on the point on the security elements we need to consider. And similarly, Joylyn has also touched on that. However, the key driver here for all we really do within smart cities is to ensure that we can measure everything accurately, and then we can take informative decisions to manage that infrastructure. And, the road to smart cities should be driven not only by having operational efficiencies, but also savings you can derive from that. And I think savings are a really critical thing. I drive at night and see all the buildings' lights that are on and think, hey, maybe if those buildings were switched off, we wouldn't have having to look at our load shedding schedules in some of the countries we're in. So really what you can't measure, you can't manage. And through enabling smart cities by using IoT, it means you can use things like motion detection in buildings where if there's no occupancy, there's no reason why you should be utilizing certain utilities wastefully, and that can then be part of the building blocks to actually achieving a smart city. And more importantly, cost savings. I think the route and the journey that we have to look at when we look at implementing smart cities should also be around actual savings. So not only are we looking to reduce the carbon footprint, but actually we're looking to lower the cost base. So if we're having lights off when we don't need them on, we're saving on a particular cost base. And I think there are a lot of programs that have even started globally that are slowly looking at how do we effectively start seeing lowered carbon emissions, but also realize savings to actually show that these smart city concepts or connected city concepts that we're implementing are actually viable. So I know that there are even state projects where there's one I've heard of that speaks of the Integrated Renewable Energy and Resource Efficiency Program. Now it's a big acronym. However, all we're just saying is that let us be able to monitor when there's a tap that's been left open at 2 a.m. at night and we close it, and let us be able to switch off or dim lights where there's lowered activity on a particular street to realize some savings. And those savings add up, right? They don't only result in financial savings, but then they also result in lowered carbon emissions, and probably us having more access power to utilize even better on some of these things.
Thank you so much. I hope I remember, because I've got so many things that you said. I sort of want to go back to that. I want to get back to that point. So I hope I remember, and I think I will when I come back. But I want to go to Catalyst. Charlene, the question I wanted to pose to you was, what did you see as the catalyst from a consumer point of view or from organizational point of view? Because Vusi is speaking a lot about some of the solutions and some of the benefits that can be derived from thinking in this way. Does everybody feel the need now to a little bit more conscious? Could you share with us what are some of the drivers of the change? And I hope I'm posing that question correctly,
So in terms of the drivers of the change, obviously we actually have a very good example with load shedding or balancing the grid. So, it's helped us to become a lot more mindful of the way we consume natural resources. In terms of sustainability, though, I think it's important that government, organizations, and financial institutions work together to promote and develop smart cities. So there are just so many. What's the word I'm looking for? There are so many benefits that IoT can actually drive, because the information that we gain from IoT products, the information we gain can be so useful. It's about leveraging that information and using it to be more predictive, use artificial intelligence to be more predictive, to solve problems before they actually arise. And then once they do arise, being able to plan and forecast more accurately from that perspective.
So quite similar to, it gives us mitigation and adaptation data, so we know how to mitigate future issues and how we need to adapt going forward. And you're so right, our lifestyles every day. I mean, I feel pressured every single day to look at how I'm consuming power around me. And I'm sitting here again, I have load shedding. I've had like 3 in the last 3 days. And I'm the one, pushing and saying, how do I understand in my neighborhood what's happening? Sandile, do you want to take that conversation to a next point?
Absolutely. I just wanted to add on to what I fundamentally believe are some of the drivers behind it. And I think for me, at the premise of it is really around citizen experience. Citizens are expecting service delivery on demand. They're expecting access to information on demand. So it really enables them to make certain decisions about their lives and how they carry on their daily basis. That is the first thing. And then for organization, I think there's a huge element around competitive advantage. So again, when it comes to access to information, when it comes to insights, how do then organizations interpret that particular piece of data for competitive gain? If you look at a citizen level, the way that you consume certain services, I mean, you mentioned power, for instance. I want to actually draw your attention to retail. Quite often nowadays, I find myself having to procure a lot of things online, and I not necessarily have to get into my car, go to a certain venue to procure certain elements. So I think for me, those are some of the other contributing factors around the drivers around the change that we're fundamentally seeing at the moment.
And I don't know about you, Sandile, but a couple of years ago, I could never have imagined doing online shopping as much as I do now. You know, it was like once in a while. Now everything for me is online shopping. So it's absolutely about a citizen experience that's changed for the good, you know, for the good, I hope. And one of the challenges we had when we moved into this new world or this new way of being was our ease of feeling safe and feeling secure. Do you think that's changed, Joylyn? Do you think that it's improved greatly, our ability to order, to do stuff in a safe and secure manner? And has that driven the numbers up? Maybe before I come back to you, Charlene, you fine? Did you want me to come back to, do you want to contribute something to that topic again?
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Safety, Joylyn, do you think we've increased our ability to give citizens a safe way to engage with technology?
In Africa, I don't know, maybe.
Yes.
I've actually worked with IoT.next Vusi, and I was quite impressed with the level of security that they actually deploy in their IoT solutions, and Vodacom as well. And though in most situations, you'll find even if some organizations really think about security, most actually do not in Africa. So yes, we are in the run in terms of deploying IoT solutions, deploying connectivity, but most of them don't put security in place. And that's a gap that we've noticed, like especially around Africa, because you'll find that you have very many smart cameras that are actually open with even no authentication. You'll find that maybe data is also not encrypted, and it's also just the data is sent to a centralized place, which is not secure. And you'll find that even most IoT manufacturers are not pushing patches as fast as they should, or communicating to their customers that this security vulnerability on their devices so that they can be able to patch them. So there's still a gap, but I have seen a lot of improvement, that's for sure. Yes.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, Zanele, ourselves as even at an IoT.next level, we only stress test one element of our business, which is the security within our gateways, because you can imagine, we are monitoring cell site infrastructure. These are the towers of mobile networks, and the one way to destabilize any nation is to simply try and capture their towers. So for us, where we talk security, especially data security, that is the one thing that we ensure we try and win multiple awards on year, because, we always say, try and see if you can break into our tech, because that's the only way I think we'll resolve the ease, right, around how do we actually roll out sustainable IoT and ensure that that data is encrypted properly and stored in a responsible way. And I think, 10 years ago, if someone said there'd be something called the POPI Act, we'd be laughing at them. But now, sovereign information is now being pulled at the edge. As you can imagine, you are speaking around shopping from home. You can imagine just how many security breaches can take place to destabilize anyone's life in trying to become more smart and trying to be more efficient. So I think there will be a heightened view on sovereign security and around data security. And really, for us to implement more smart city solutions, we need to, as technology vendors, provide more comfort around the fact that that data is ingested securely, and people can also feel free to give more management and measuring data to these platforms and ensure that that data will be used correctly to make better informative decisions, help us become a better connected society in that regard.
Joyla, you want to lean in again with something?
Yes. So the key concept that you talk about in cybersecurity, what you call about the triad of cybersecurity is CIA: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So during this whole conversation, we've spoken about data. And imagine, so data is key here. Data is gold here. So you can imagine in a scenario where your data is actually not accurate. So you're consuming data that's actually inaccurate. So you're making decisions that are actually not correct. So that's why we also have to take key responsibilities and do our own due diligence to make sure that the data that we're actually processing is accurate, that we put security in force to protect that data, because that data is gold. I'll repeat, that data is gold. Yeah.
And we're lucky because we had a few really good scares which did not go very far in South Africa. And that shows you that if one goes through how many attempts have been made to actually breach or to go into breaking into very important organizations that hold a lot of data for their consumers. So I think it's probably for us a much greater focus that's required, even at the smaller consumer level, even at the entrepreneurship level. Before I come through to you, Charlene, Sandile, what are some of your thoughts?
Yeah, I wanted to add on that, Zanele, in that, when it comes to security, it becomes very interesting in that how much is enough? Can you ever get to a point where you believe you've done enough? I think for me, it really starts with awareness. It's really raising the awareness amongst people, just so that as you engage e-commerce or any other platform that you use, that you're quite mindful of some of the security risks that exist, as well as some of the steps that you as an individual can undertake to ensure that you're mitigating the exposure as much as you possibly can.
Sure, I can tell you from a personal experience, I don't know, we're probably going to be fielding a number of questions. From a personal experience, I have found my information is now so readily available to so many organizations. The number of calls that I've gotten post-Poppy are far higher than the calls I got before Poppy. I get at least 3 to 4 calls from Cape Town, or from 010 number on a continuous basis. So how is it that we are going into technology and yet people are able to access our data and we have no recourse, besides writing to some random person, at the Poppy Institute? Charlene, what is your experience and how are you feeling are some of the things that, need to be done differently in this space to protect consumers?
So definitely, I agree with you. I also get those 021 and 010 numbers, Zanele, and it becomes quite annoying. But that said, as consumers, we've also got to remember that we buy into things largely. So, for example, when we go onto a website or a shopping site, you've got to be careful around terms and conditions that you accept, because some of those are actually approval to use my data. So consumers can start by being more vigilant in terms of giving the authority to these companies to use your data. From a company perspective, look, obviously you can buy databases and that sort of thing, and Poppy does cover that. That said, when you are sent information or marketed to, you're welcome to opt out. And should the organization actually not respond to your opt out, you can obviously take it further. But organizations have to be a lot more careful. And I find that it's the smaller companies that haven't quite gotten around the whole Poppy Act. So they're still, I think, battling to adapt it from an information and data perspective. and how to actually implement POPI.
And I beg to differ. I bought a car a couple of months ago from a very well-known South African finance company. I had not got home and they had phoned me twice to sell me insurance, to sell me a top-up, and it kept going, even though I said I do not want to be reached. So what I'm also hearing today is that there is a huge risk. I don't know, do you want to add on, Charlene?
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're talking about, is the technology is what drives the ability of the organization in terms of contacting you and not contacting you. So, for example, although you've opted out and maybe it was a tick on a piece of paper that was eventually loaded into a system, and it's again back to what Joylyn was saying, it's all about the data. So the technology behind your decision not to get marketed to, the technology hasn't been designed in a way that actually responds to your request. Hence, I say technology is a huge driver. People haven't implemented, or organizations haven't implemented the technology correctly that actually supports POPI and the use of information.
Yeah. So in some respects, we're really lucky in terms of the kind of technology we have behind a lot of organizations. Joylyn, if I had to look at my travels across the continent, and Sandile and Vusi, you're also welcome to lean into this pocket, into this conversation. Do you see a different Africa with the implementation of IoT? How are you envisioning it? You know, I would love to see, you know, when you go to Dubai, you went to Dubai 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, every time you land, it looks like a new city altogether. Do you see the continent changing because of our ability to enable it and to create these smart cities?
So a lot of that, Zanele, I mean, we sell our solutions through quite a number of regions in Africa, and all of them are starting to do smart city concepts that matter. So I'll give you an example. There are areas in Kenya where they experience a lot of flooding, and now all of a sudden they want to monitor bridge levels to understand that actually let us intelligently open our dam walls so that we don't have bridges where there are humans and children walking on flooding. Now, that may seem far-fetched, but that is a building block to actually having a smarter, connected city, which has put their citizens' safety first, you know. And similarly, looking at, I mean, I've seen in Tanzania where now they are actually looking to say, how do we manage dormant streetlights, where if there's no activity on a particular street, start dimming that infrastructure. And they've put the people at the center, because interestingly enough, the time I've spent in Tanzania, there's no load shedding, you know. So because they view that as a citizen right and critical infrastructure that at least let us give our citizens power. We might not give them fiber to the home, but let us at least give them light. So they ensure that utility is so operational every time, anytime to their citizens that they've actually started looking to implement IoT or smart solutions to ensure that they don't ever want to have blackouts like a mega country that South Africa is currently experiencing, and that's why we're having new programs. So I think Africa is using different methodologies to implement their smart city programs. You know, I've seen, like I said, some areas have made it citizen-centric and safety-centric. Others are just probably trying to align better with the West, you know. So we are seeing various approaches to how they are enabling their smarter roadmap to becoming a connected and smarter city.
And you know what's even going to be more fantastic is that because Africa is positioned for growth, we have to grow. We have lots of room for growth. I think because of the challenges of climate change, the challenges of trying not to utilize too much fossil fuels, we actually can have an opportunity to lead in the space of sustainable solutions around technology as well as energy. Sandile, do you want to weigh in on that?
Absolutely, Zanele. You know, in as far as the African continent is concerned, I think we've got quite a number of things that we should be proud of in comparison to, call it, some of the developed economies. I'll give you a personal example where recently I had to apply for a visa, in fact, 2 visas. One was to, in inverted commas, call it a third world country, and the other was to a first world country. Now, can you believe that this particular country, which is considered to be a third world economy, the entire visa application process was completely digital? Now, in comparison to my other example, which is to get a visa to a first world country, the entire visa application process was still traditional, very manual, etc., etc. So I do think that we do have quite a number of things that we've already made progress towards within the African continent, and we should be proud of those things. And then now is really an element of us building on some of those successes that we have had to date.
And I could get this wrong, but I also think even in terms of the future of the countries themselves and how they get into construction, I don't remember where I was, but I remember it was either an AFDB, African Development Bank building, or an Afrexim Bank building. The whole building was powered by solar. They were actually giving power to the state, for the state to actually share with its citizens. And I thought that is just completely revolutionary. We have to go that way. Charlene, how do you see the continent shaping up?
So I get very excited when we speak about the continent, Zanele, because as a nation, a broader continental nation, Africans are problem solvers. Africans are innovative. So, you know, Africa has the opportunity to actually leapfrog. So to Sandile's point, you know, here was this so-called third world country that had a complete digital experience when applying for a visa. And that's what Africa, that's where the opportunity lies, in the ability to actually leapfrog all these various technologies and actually go straight to that digital experience.
So we're not going to have to change, and that's the nice thing about us at this point. We're not going to have to change our ways. We're going to grow into new ways of doing things, and we are going to be the example to the world on how we do it. And that's if they actually pay us some of the money they're supposed to pay us in order to be able to but we won't go on that point. I think that's for another panel discussion.
But Zanele, you know, it's interesting that you use the word pay. I think financial institutions are going to be quite critical in our journey to digitization or digitalization and enabling smart cities, because we need to ensure that we are being bold. So firstly, policies around procuring for sustainability. When you're procuring IT infrastructure, procure, you know, for example, chips that are built for sustainability. For example, IBM and Samsung have developed a chip that can be stacked and produced and is obviously a lot cheaper and it uses less energy. And, you know, one chip might seem like a very small amount of resource, but when you multiply that by the millions and millions and millions of chips globally, it all adds up. So financial services need to come to the party to be able to finance these assets, sustainable assets, to provide products for organizations and government financing for these sustainable technologies.
And it's a very broad conversation, because it's all funding needs to have a very heavy sustainability leg tied to it as a foundation. Just Joylyn, some of your final words before we close off with the rest of our panel.
Yes, so in terms of the discussion that you're having, it's quite important to have government buy-in, because in order to scale and actually have a smart city, like, it's quite difficult, like, you as an organization to actually do it. Like, you have to sell it out to the government. I'm currently in Kenya, and one thing that I've seen, like, the government deploying is smart traffic lights. which actually scaled out in the capital city very well. And in collaboration and partnership with companies like Safaricom and many other companies. And I've seen the adoption being quite well. But in terms of smart cities, you find that you have like maybe just 2 smart cities like in an entire country. We still have a long way to go in terms of adopting and actually scaling to that point where we're actually saying that we actually have a smart city in place. So it needs a lot of collaboration, a lot of partnership, and all of us have a place, like something to plug in and to do our part in it. And I liked what discussion we were having previously, like everyone has a responsibility, even in terms of security. Security is everyone's responsibility in deploying our IoT smart city.
Thank you, Joylyn. We in South Africa, I know that Kenya's got so much to brag about. At some point, I really wish we have somebody else besides Kenya bragging about all the stuff that they're actually doing. But good luck to you, and we really look forward to hearing more. South Africa is actually, the Department of Cooperative Governance, COGTA, has built a whole smart city strategy. So in South Africa, we're also looking at the old towns that we used to occupy, and in partnership with organizations, we're saying, how do we take people back and move away from being so urban in our thinking and in our living, and start to rebuild these beautiful cities that exist all across, in each and every country within the continent. Vusi, have you got sight of what that journey looks like for a country like South Africa?
I actually do. Quite interestingly enough, we are very close to a program, like I was speaking earlier, that speaks of an integrated renewable energy and resource efficiency program, where in the country, we are just saying that how do we manage 3 utilities better, that being energy, water, and also waste. To say there's so much waste that's built up in our road to urbanization. How do we convert that waste to energy? There's so much energy that can be generated naturally, through solar farms, wind farms. And how do we make that participate in our mainstream better? We realize that it can't be the role of Eskom alone. It's just everyone now actually needs to participate. And water is a scarce utility, not only in South Africa and some places, but globally. How do we ensure that we're starting to get the right savings on that water and preserve that natural resource so that future generations can benefit from it? And the only way you get that right is through IoT or technology. As I always say, IoT is a big word, but what you can't measure, you can't manage, and all of that must either be for better experience of our citizens or to experience savings, because let's be honest, due to COVID, we're challenged with unemployment and many other things. So the least we can try and do is save, right? And lastly, obviously, it then comes down to, I think, better planning. But for us to plan better, we need to have better visibility and measure and manage better. So I think that's how the government really is going to start looking at seeing what can we measure quickly to manage better? What can we save on to actually use those savings to start helping other problems that we have within society?
It's a beautiful, I believe it's a beautiful time that we're living in, because we know what we have to do. And within all of that, there's so much opportunity, especially for everyone on this panel. You'd agree with me. We're all very entrepreneurial. So I really wish all the entrepreneurs who see this opportunity, the best. And again, it's what Charlene had said, is how do we put our money where it's going to count for our communities as well as for our citizens? Any closing thoughts on your side, Charlene? And then Sandile, we're going to close off with you.
Absolutely. So I do believe, Zanele, that in terms of IoT adoption and leveraging technology for smart cities, we don't need to wait. We can start now. We can start small. We've got, South Africa and the African continent. We have a lot of innovation in the technology space. We can leverage that technology and leverage that data to just do things smarter and more economically and more sustainably. I think it's just a matter of being bold enough to set policy that actually drives sustainability, and for private organizations to actually invest in sustainability.
Thank you so much, Charlene. And it's not just about sustainability of the organization, but no organization is going to exist unless its communities are thriving and continuing to be able to support and utilize their services. So good luck to you at IBM. Sandile, thank you. Sandile, do you want to close off for us?
I certainly do, and thank you very much for the conversation. I think for me is we have to be quite deliberate about some of the efforts that we drive as an ecosystem. We have to partner for innovation. We can't do it all as organizations. For example, we at HPE, our purpose is to advance the way people live and work. So I think it's quite critical that we look at meaningful ways where we can transform and advance the way in which our society requires some of these services. How do we deliver a better service delivery to society at large? How do we leverage each other's strengths as organizations just to really improve the way that services are fundamentally being delivered out there? So yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for this conversation. IoT, I think, plays a very integral part, one that for me should really be the backbone. What is that saying? That if your business is not based on technology, you don't have a business. So I'm hoping that technology, safe and smart, is going to be at the forefront of the development of smart cities. Thank you to everybody, Charlene George, Vusim Gomezulu, Sandile Dube, and Joylyn Curry. We'll see you next time. Thank you. Beautiful content, right? Thank you so much for my panelists in that discussion. I gained a lot, and I hope that you have as well. And by the way, we are trending. Isn't that amazing? Thank you so much for all your hashtags. Please do more. Don't forget, if you tweet, it's hashtag FOS2022 and hashtag UpYourESG game. So let's get sustainability trending. Thank you. We also have prizes up for grabs, remember. Let me remind you, actually, we have a Sealand voucher to the value of 2,000 Rand and another one to the value of 1,000. You can also stand a chance to win a weekend away at Boschendal Wine Estate. It is absolutely stunning, so gun for that one. We will also be giving away 20 spekboom. They help to fight climate change and air pollution. So let's grow our own spekboom rainforest. And last but not least, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win 2 Jenna Clifford teacups and an afternoon tea with the iconic jeweler herself, Jenna Clifford. Let's move on to our third panel for today, discussing the decoupling economic growth from natural resource generation topic. We are using unsustainable amounts of the Earth's natural resources. We need to improve the rate of resource productivity, doing more with less, faster than the economic growth rate at the same time. This is the notion behind decoupling. By 2050, humanity could devour an estimated 140 billion tons of minerals, ores, fossil fuels, and biomass per year, 3 times its current appetite, unless the economic growth rate is decoupled from the rate of natural resource consumption. And that is based on a UN report. How do we build an African economy with planetary boundaries? Looking forward to this next conversation. Stay with us. Thank you for joining me once again for yet another panel. I have an incredible panel lined up for this particular conversation, decoupling economic growth from resource generation. Simply put, for me, we're going to have a very insightful conversation about the environment, about investment, about accountability, and all that goes with protecting our environment from the various institutions. And I've got a lovely lineup, so let me take you through who I've got. I've got Dean Alborough, Head of ESG, Old Mutual Alternative Investments. I have got Shamila Subramani, Chief Sustainability Officer at the JSE. And I've got Nigel Beck, Head of Sustainability Finance and AMP ESG from the Rand Merchant Bank. So in short, we're looking at the natural resources in our environment. We're looking at the productivity of our resources. We're looking at the growth strategy for the continent, and we're asking ourselves some interesting investment questions, legislation, and guidance for corporates in the continent, probably more specifically in South Africa. Dean, I want to start with you for you to set the scene for us a little bit from an environment perspective. We are a resource-intensive continent and a country. We are also a growing and a growth-focused economy. How do you see us balancing these two in order to achieve a much more sustainable tomorrow?
Thanks, Aneli. So absolutely, and I think to overlay right up front, part of that conversation is that we are a developing nation and a developing continent. We still have some way to go on the road. And so how are we going to use those resources in the most efficient way possible to achieve development while not creating unnecessary environmental or social impacts along the way? If we look back in the history since the Industrial Revolution, the pathway that currently developed countries went to develop, we've seen the consequences of that globally, and we're dealing with that right now in many different ways. And so the challenge for us is to choose a new path and a different path. And that's part of the conversation, the concept we can talk about today, which is decoupling. And certainly, I think, one thing that strikes me when I think about this concept of decoupling, and it can be quite theoretical, and I'll touch on it now. But over the years, one thing that has always struck me whenever I listen to people who've been up in space, and you hear them talk about it, one thing that nearly all of them talk about is this immediate realization how finite the planet really is, and it's a self-contained system. And that to me is, a key part of this conversation, is understanding that we're living on a planet that has a finite system. We need to operate within that system. Resource Economics 101 really teaches that the economic system exists within these bigger planetary systems. A lot of the public and in our daily lives, we tend to experience the economy as this all-encompassing system that pervades everything and that can just keep growing. And there's this concept of never-ending GDP growth that we're striving for. The reality, however, is something quite different, and that's the economic system is a subset, it is a subsystem of our planetary system, and there are finite boundaries to that. So that kind of sets the scene of the kind of conversation I think we're going to have today.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Dean. I want to go through to you, Nigel. Shamila, I want to come to you last because I think you're sitting as the custodian of a lot of these investments as part of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. But Nigel, I see the financial services sector really leading strong in this space. Let me know why so, and how does it also consider, I suppose I'm asking you to also lean into the decoupling conversation. How does it see the decoupling required in an investment space, and why is this so important for an organization like Old Mutual?
Well, I think so. First of all, the role that the financial sector plays in this space is obviously particularly important. To the extent that we're able to direct financial flows towards a green economy or an economy that's decoupling is obviously particularly important. It allows us to transcend and kind of transition the economy to where we want to be. And obviously, as a financial sector, we touch all parts of the economy. We touch large corporates, we touch small, medium enterprises, and we're able to essentially incentivize and penalize in the right direction. I think if we look at decoupling, kind of a dimension, it's a very theoretical concept at the moment, and it very much focuses on economic growth and how do we separate it from resource use and adverse environmental impacts. So essentially what it is, how do you grow the economy without putting heavy strain on natural resources or increasing the proportion of greenhouse gas emissions? Within the financial sector, we look at it in two different ways. There's relative decoupling. So in other words, how do you look at economic growth per unit of output? So in other words, how do you make what you're doing more efficient? So in other words, how do you lead to improved efficiencies, which might mean that you produce a product that has less greenhouse gases or less specific impacts on the environment. So in other words, the intensity of the environmental impact per unit of economic GDP increases. However, there's still an ability to increase the absolute terms of the natural environmental impacts. So in other words, the greenhouse gas emissions on an absolute basis may still increase. So what we do is we look at financial products and we structure products that are linked to kind of relative decoupling, looking at kind of environmental efficiencies, energy efficiencies. But the end goal is actually to be looking at kind of what we call absolute decoupling, where we have an absolute decoupling, essentially a decline in the consumption of natural resources and environmental impacts, irrespective of kind of the growth rates of economic output. And obviously this is particularly important as a concept for a financial institution, because we're trying to grapple with how do we take this theory and make it practical to try and move the country and the continent in the right direction.
Thank you so much. And it lends itself very well to the conversation to you, Shamila, because you're also in the space of trying to give that guidance to corporates. And for the JSE to be leading up front on this is actually very critical. Speak to us a little bit about that journey of creating some sort of a standard for entities listed on the exchange.
Zanele, I think before we go to looking at the standards, I want to touch a little bit on the concepts that both Nigel and Dean have introduced, and that's the concept of boundaries. Now, I think it's very important when we're having this conversation to understand how we got to where we are. Right? The fact that we need to have the decoupling conversation suggests that we haven't adequately been able to understand our impacts on the environment. We certainly haven't priced for those. And if you look at the current state of what we're trying to do, ultimately to be able to bring change more into the system is to really try to consider how do we price externalities. So the models that we have pursued up to now are quite linear in the way they're set out. So, very simply take, make, waste in most instances. And so we just look at it in a very linear perspective. And if we look at that in terms of the earth and the natural systems, those are not linear systems. There's a lot of interconnectedness. The systemic nature of that is something one needs to understand. And so it's not a simple idea of that if you pull this thread, you can understand what's going to happen. Actually, in most instances, when it comes to that environment and this ecosystem on which we're dependent, we often don't know what the consequences of that one thread that we pull. And so that is the complexity in which we need to operate. But take a step back from that and the concepts that were already introduced around looking at limits. So if we look at things like the planetary boundaries, right, it suggests that there's a finite operating space that we have. And those boundaries are defined by certain things. We look at climate change, for example, which is concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We look at biodiversity. We look at the number of other pollutants, for example. And there's a finite absorptive capacity of those natural systems to be able to do that. Now, we know very quickly, for example, the climate change challenge is really articulated in saying that there's a limit that we can operate in safely. And the moment we breach that, and that's the absorptive capacity of the atmosphere and natural systems, for that, we start messing with the natural system. And that's when we're looking at climate change, right? And a lot of that is as a consequence of our human activity. So there's natural systems, there's natural emissions that happen. But once we breach that natural level is when we're starting to interfere with that and potentially put ourselves onto a catastrophic pathway if we exceed certain boundaries. Now, that's something I think that is a thinking that's not perhaps well enough understood and entrenched even in our business models. So whilst Dina made the point that, looking at GDP and this limitless growth kind of thing that we think we're going to have is really a fallacy in some instances, because you can't do that within the context of finite boundaries. We cannot grow infinitely within that. And that's where the decoupling conversation comes in. Now, what should we be looking to achieve within the context of those boundaries? And it's really meeting society's needs, right? What do we need to be able to live adequately and that saying about there's enough for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed, honestly holds true in this particular debate. And one needs to start quantifying what that means. So up to now, our growth models have largely been linear, and so we don't see that systemic impact naturally. It's pretty much in my little ecosystem, what do I do? How do I make it? How do I sell it? What profit do I make? But even in the concept of profit, often what we haven't done is understand the pricing of the impact on environment and society of many of the things that we do. And one of the clear examples of how pricing of externalities is starting to come in, for example, is the carbon tax. And where does that come from? It's a recognition that if you're emitting a certain amount of a certain pollutant, or in this case, carbon dioxide, that has an impact, and we're starting to price what that means and the impact on who. That same ecosystem in which we all need to live and exist, right? And that the impact of our emission is beyond our own company, for example, and it is a societal impact, it's an environmental impact that affects everybody. So this, looking at how one prices externalities, is part of this conversation, and it is something that businesses also need to get our minds around. And even in the pursuit of profit that we have up to now, what is the ultimate goal? I mean, Dean and Nigel are both in the investment community. Ultimately, what you want to be able to do is return an investment for what? For you and I, in our retirement funds in most instances, who want to be able to get a sufficient amount of money to retire comfortably. But if that condition in which we retire into is undesirable, lacks water, we're dealing with major climate change, we don't have access to water, we're sitting with huge societal inequalities that lead to unrest and all kinds of outcomes, was it really worth it, that money that we got at the end of the day? And so what did that money that is generated enable, and what did it actually create? And that's where I think some of this conversation needs to understand, is that what is that enabling? How do we look at these linear models, and what should be the models that we're looking to going into the future? So concepts like circularity are the ones that now we're seeing are probably the models we should be looking into. And I wanted to just make those points up front, because that is something I think is where the change of the thinking needs to happen in terms of our business models. So absolutely, we know that we work for profit, but at the same time is that what is the true reflection of the cost is part of that conversation. And so when we look at the exchange environment, for example, we have a number of companies that are listed there, but a number of investors on that market who are dependent to match long-term liabilities with the assets that they're invested in. And, pension funds have a long-term view, for example. We're a largely institutional market in South Africa. And so those are the concepts I think that are important. It's not just about the return, but understanding the cost and understanding what that pursuit of profit is buying in the longer term, and being able to bring that back into our business models and starting to change how we think, so we don't end up in a situation where we are now, where we're using resources at a rate that we simply cannot keep up with if we are to continue with the pursuit of profit the way we are at this point in time. So I'm hoping that helps a little bit to bring that back to the markets. And I'll leave it there for now. Thanks, Anele.
Can I just jump in there? Sorry, I think one of the concepts that perhaps that we battle with is how do we value sovereign wealth? And at the moment, when you look at sovereign wealth, it's generally done. GDP is generally what you would use as kind of the indicator of sovereign wealth. And things like natural capital and et cetera, are not included within GDP. GDP looks at essentially the financial flows within a country. It doesn't look at what is the natural capital, what is the balance sheet wealth of a country. Now, if you look at your wealth, when you try and determine wealth, you don't look at your salary to determine your wealth. You look at kind of your balance sheet, your investments to determine your wealth. We need to get to a similar concept where countries are looking at their wealth more holistically than just looking at GDP as financial flows, but actually what they have on their balance sheet, which will transcend purely financial and includes elements like natural capital, which we need to value. And as Shamila mentions, we need to internalize those within kind of the financial system.
Thank you, Nigel. Dean, what are your thoughts on the two previous conversations? And another question I want to throw in as well is, what do you think is the continent's perspective of the transition for Africa? Do we on the ground understand the broader global context, or are we taking a very narrow view of what we believe we're entitled to as the continent when it comes to growth? And I'm speaking at an investment level.
Yeah, sure. So maybe just to pick up, I think decoupling, let me start off part of the response by saying I'm a half proponent of decoupling. I think it's an important concept, and I think there are lots of aspects of argument argument and debate that it brings up, but I don't believe it's the single silver bullet solution that potentially some schools of thought think it is, for some of the same reasons that Shamila and Nigel have brought up, which I'll touch on now. But where it is important is, as an example, just some basic statistics just to get our heads around this, that you know, from 1900 to 2005, material consumption globally went up 8 times. So populations around the world consumed 8 times more of resources than they did in 1900. So that shows you kind of the trajectory that we're on and the speed that we're on as well. And you know, the overall resource use at the moment is about between 47 to 59 billion tons per year. And another really important concept around this is that it is unequal resource use. And this is particularly important for Africa and South Africa, is the 20 richest countries in the world, sorry, the 20% of the richest countries in the world use 86% of the resources, while the 20% poorest countries only use 1.3% of resources. So there's a huge inequality of resource use as well that we need to address. So that just gives you an idea of the kind of scale and the challenge that we face, especially sitting in the African continent. And again, our financial flows and investments need to be cognizant and mindful of those dynamics. How can we redress and improve the situation? So that's one of the things front of mind we need to keep. Now, one of the ways we can do that is what we call the green economy or green economic investments. And when we talk about the green economy, what we're basically talking about is a socially inclusive, low carbon and resource efficient economy. And so globally, you're seeing countries are coming out with what we call taxonomies. So these are known as green economy taxonomies, and they are that country's view of what are the correct investments that would drive that country in the right direction. And they are incentivized. So investors are incentivized to now go and invest in those assets in that green economy. And part of it is also disclosure. So countries are coming out with disclosure regulations where, you know, as an investor, you now have to disclose how much capital are you putting into a new pathway of a green economy versus how much you're still putting in the traditional route, right? And we're certainly feeling the pressure of those green taxonomies. South Africa is in the process of its own green taxonomy, which is coming out, which is very positive and encouraging to see. I think back to Nigel's point, I agree 100% in that GDP is a very blunt instrument for measuring wealth and welfare globally. And I think, you know, this is a conversation that's been going for decades, but there are other measures out there that we could start to look at and use. So, for example, there's the Index of Sustainable Economic Welfare, which is a more holistic index. There's the Genuine Progress Indicator. There's also some really good work done by Michael Green and his team around the Social Progress Index. And in 2015, when the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals were first launched, his team looked at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and what they did is they crunched the numbers and they said, well, could we get there by 2030? Could we actually reach these goals by 2030? And what they showed is that if you map it on a social progress index, in other words, a more inclusive around what a livelihood would mean to someone, there's the law of diminishing returns that plays out with GDP. So countries that have a very low GDP, as they move up the GDP curve, yes, their overall welfare and situation and their ability to get closer to the global goals ramps up quite quickly. However, you reach a plateau where increasing GDP actually has less and less effect and impact of increasing people's livelihoods. And there are certainly countries that outperform. So in other words, relative to their GDP, they have actually quite good livelihoods. So that, I think, speaks exactly to Nigel's point around there are other measures other than just GDP, which are more important when we start getting to this conversation. And how do we all collectively get ourselves up the curve in terms of livelihoods and improved welfare alongside GDP. So the decoupling concept, apart from relative and absolute decoupling, we can also look at two other aspects, which is resource decoupling and impact decoupling. So resource decoupling is where we're talking about a natural resource and we decoupling the economic, the economic growth from it. So we're getting more economic growth per unit resource. There's also impact decoupling. So we're getting more economic use, but reducing the environmental social impact. So all of these are very good concepts and we should be striving for them. In South Africa, a quick example that I can give that we've experienced is in the renewables program. So we've seen a impact decoupling occur there on quite a large scale. So, we've dropped the tons of CO2 equivalent on our national grid because we have added relatively quite a bit more renewables onto the grid. Okay, and the cost over the years of implementing that program, because we've been able to scale renewables in the country, the tariff has also dropped. So there we've seen quite a successful relative decoupling and an impact decoupling as a system. Having said that, the current research as of this year and last year is really finding that hard evidence of absolute decoupling at scale across economies is not really coming out. And that I think speaks to Shamila's point. In other words, I think we need to bring other concepts alongside this decoupling concept, and of circular economy is a key one. Economic degrowth is another interesting one. I'm not an overall proponent of it, but it's an interesting one where we're talking about essentially what's called a stable state. So you're doing away with this idea that GDP growth can continue forever, on the growth trajectory. And actually it's saying we need to get to a stable state of GDP and focus more on getting the livelihood and welfare components improved within that GDP kind of stable state. Zanele?
Thank you, Dean. Hey, thank you. Comprehensive overview for us. Thank you. Shamila, you painted initially the broader picture of what we need to understand about the environment and what's, that it's not forever available, it's not limitless, that there are boundaries within which we have to operate. Let's say we get that understanding and we know it well, but then we're looking at sustainable economic growth. How would you say the economy would look like in the future if we were to take into account a different way of consuming and of managing our resources sustainably as organizations, across South Africa and across the continent?
It's not an easy question, Zanele. It's just asked me to predict what our new economic context look like. I think we've got some clues.
Yes.
So some of those are going to be looking at certainly far less carbon intensive approaches, and you would expect to see new industries rising in that. And as we start re-envisioning what an economy could look like that is tied to more circular concepts, certain things will naturally become unviable and other things then become the replacements for those. Also, I think as we start seeing society's awareness change and the needs to start changing, that is going to spur new industry. So, at this point, it's hard for me to tell you in absolute terms what that will look like. But the clues are going to be certainly the lower carbon type technology. So we're going to look at, I think, the growth of industries that are certainly not looking at fossil fuel intensity, looking at the more renewables type of growth. We're looking at products that I think we're probably going to go back to the way in some instances that our grandmothers lived, right? Where we didn't waste, we didn't make waste, we reused, we recycled, we repaired. And that is living within that context of circularity. The input of one thing is an output or a waste of something else. And we try and use as far as possible, rather than just this consumer kind of focus that we have right now, which is single use, take it, throw it away. And what are those closed loop systems that we can actually start developing? And that's going to spur that. So I think it's not necessarily about what those new industries in totality are going to look like. I can't predict that entirely, but we have those clues about them. And I think it's more about the type of lifestyle we are going to need to live in order to work within those boundaries, how we commute, how we learn, what we learn. those sorts of things, the type of subjects that are taught at schools, I think that is going to start changing quite substantially. The type of employment we have and the way in which we do it. I think the pandemic, for example, gave us some clues as to how, for example, remote working could actually work. It's also started to make people think differently about what makes them tick and what works for them and what doesn't. And so there's an element of a human mindset shift that's going to happen alongside the necessity to work within the boundaries, and therefore what kinds of technologies, what kinds of industries actually are aligned with working within those boundaries. So not a complete answer, but I think that gives you a clue as to the things that fit within those broader concepts will be likely the things that will thrive, and we're going to likely see the sunset of the things that don't fit in, hopefully, that don't fit in with this kind of pursuit of working within those planetary boundaries. I think the other elements that we must also pay cognizance to, to be cognizant of is the shifts that we're seeing already in larger societal awareness of these issues. The greater emphasis that's being placed now by society on companies, asking them more information about what is responsible behavior, how they're impacting, expecting them to take more leadership positions on certain things. And then we're also seeing now, in a way that's slightly linked to that, is an increase, for example, in shareholder activism. And those are ways in which we're starting to see society shifting, consumer behavior starting to shift. That in turn is going to push companies to change what they do, hopefully quickly. And then, of course, as we're starting to see more regulation come down the line, and the easiest is around climate change, for example, because we're starting to see those more finite boundaries being quantified and people are understanding, I need to reduce by X in order to meet that boundary. And as we see the other boundaries quantified a little bit better, I mean, the looming crisis that everyone's talking about is the biodiversity crisis, for example. As we see those starting to quantify, we'll start to see which things are completely not aligned with meeting those objectives, and those starting to decrease and the others starting to increase, and hopefully that's where we're going to go. So yeah, I think from there you can see better concepts.
I think you've done a good job. I've been fascinated about how do we need to think about our tomorrow, how it will shape out and how it would look. Nigel, are you seeing elements of this? Are you seeing elements of innovation, which we're really good at? We're good at solving for ourselves. Are you seeing different products or companies coming through, or a refocus on investing in a much more sustainable type of industries? Do you have any trends in the environment that you're in, especially considering that you're looking at the whole continent, as in terms of investment?
Yes, I think first of all, what we are seeing is there's definitely a change in consumer behavior, and there's an ongoing change in consumer behavior. So what we are seeing is that a lot more consumers are being more responsible in their choices. This is kind of very much aligned to, the shared economy, fair trade and the like. We are seeing an evolution in how people perceive wealth and products. So it's a focus, and I think this is going to be a bit of a mind shift over the next few years. It's a case of not owning products and perhaps leasing products on an ongoing basis. So essentially what you do is at the end of the useful life of a product, it is returned to the person who sold it to you, and it's reused or recycled. Now, obviously that's quite beneficial, and that's not a very new concept. That's quite an old concept. If I think about when I was a child and used to drink a soft drink or whatever it might be, and used to have those glass bottles, if you remember, you used to return them and you used to get 20 cents or whatever it was for that. I mean, that's all disappeared if you think about it. I think we're going to see a return of that type of thinking. Obviously, that type of thinking is going to have a positive impact on the environment. There's going to be less single-use plastics. There's going to be more, automatic recycling of this type of packaging. I think we're also starting to see certain dual benefit that's starting to come out of this. So to the extent that you return something, it makes it more affordable for those in lower LSM. So if you look at what Apple are doing at the moment, so Apple has kind of got that buyback policy where you can take your own iPhone or your iPad, they'll take it back from you and then they'll resell it through kind of their second-hand shop, kind of making it more affordable. I think we're going to see a lot more innovation in that space. And we're also going to start to see innovation where, as part of the economy, of this kind of circular economy, one company's kind of waste is another company's kind of natural resources or resources in their production line. So, for example, what we have seen internationally is in certain companies that are producing food waste, for example, cooking oil from restaurants, they're being used by the building in which the restaurant operates as a biofuel to kind of heat apartments. So we're going to start seeing that type of thinking going forward. So we're already starting to see a lot of innovation, specifically through a number of different clients that come to the bank. I think the way the financial institutions are looking at is we're very much more open to this type of innovation and how we look at these, how we understand the risk, how we kind of provide pricing for these type of opportunities to try and incentivize this type of thinking.
Maybe, Zanele, I can just quickly add to what Nigel's saying. Interestingly, just on the topic of innovation, one of the key reports in this decoupling space produced by the United Nations Environmental Programme, a key conclusion of that report was actually that out of the scenarios that they looked at where decoupling would be possible, that none of them would got on a pure decoupling basis would get us realistically under the planetary boundaries. It would require other aspects as what we discussed in this conversation. But interestingly, it would also require what they termed radical innovation to get us there. In other words, the way we're running our economy now is not going to get us there. So we have to, undertake business in a new way. It cannot be business as usual. And the interesting thing is our minds do tend to immediately jump to technology innovation in trying to solve the problem. But I think there's a whole space for us that is, for creative thinking, which is yet to be explored. So I think around trade, so 20% of what globally we consume is actually traded around globally. So in other words, those resources attract additional energy, and they attract essentially additional resources into that 20% simply because they're getting moved around and traded. So if we have more creative ways of trading that could be more efficient, we could drop our overall resource use just by that. And that's something that, for example, the African continent certainly is looking at, and we should look at more and understand, African trade agreements, how we trade between ourselves, become more efficient. We will drop our overall resource use globally with that. So I think trade is a space where we could be creative. Another one is around the economics and financial structuring. I think that's another area where us as investors have a role to play directly, and we can play a role. It's in our space, right? So we should start thinking about creative ways of, structuring financially. One of the, things that's been thrown around quite a while over the last few years hasn't really gained enough traction, I believe, but is around blended finance. So where you have new technologies which are, let's say, slightly higher risk on a risk profile, and therefore less bankable, are there ways that we can get enough into the system to get traction with a new sector, new technology, so that it actually grows instead of stifling and stalling? So I think there's room for innovation, not just on pure technology, but also in these other spaces, the value chain, where we can play a part, and we should play a part.
Thank you, Dean. I do want to lead us into, I think, what we all believe sometimes is the guide or the pusher of change, and that is around policy and governance. Shamil, I don't know if you can take that conversation. Do we have and do we see going through some policies and guidance to organizations that can perhaps light the fire around some of the things that Dean has spoken about to see meaningful change happening beyond what we can imagine or what we naturally do as human beings?
So, Zanele, there's certainly definitely an uptick in regulation around the world that's looking at issues on, that, for example, disclosure on sustainability issues across, and we're seeing that happen. So the leader in that at this point certainly is the EU, and they have the EU Green Deal. So a lot of the and that has a vision, right, for that region as to what they would like to achieve, and that's largely related to climate change and reducing their emissions. And then there's a number of subsets of regulation and policy that then comes as a consequence of that, and with the intent of achieving the Green Deal. So having a vision, I think, is very important, and then having the policies in place to start actually pushing the action is going to be critically important. There's an element of action that is going to happen anyway, and that, for example, might be spurred by investor change in understanding and sentiment and realizing that these things are more connected and therefore need to ask more questions. And so that's one element of it. And then there's, of course, the societal shift in mindset, which, as there is increasing discontent with maybe the status quo, with understanding that certain levels of inequality or even just already experienced, issues in the natural environment are there, and how do we start holding companies accountable for that? Those things are some of the pushes. But then what we're seeing now is more and more country level commitments and changes, which translate into regulation and policy, and some are far further ahead than others are. So in South Africa, very quickly, at this point in time, there isn't a mandatory disclosure requirement, for example, on sustainability issues. And the JSE companies at this point in time, the closest we have is the fact that the King Codes of Corporate Governance are applied into the listings requirements for listed companies, and companies need to do that on an apply and explain basis. And King, of course, explicitly talks about people, planet, and profit, and the need for the highest level of the governing body to apply its mind to these issues using a materiality lens and understanding how these issues impact the company. It's not prescriptive on what framework you should use, for example, and things like that. So that is really, again, there's a lot of latitude for a company to start thinking about that. So in that sense, that's the closest we have from a listed company perspective on regulation. Then now what we've looked at is said that companies are already feeling this pressure anyway globally, and there's an imperative to act. If you consider the planetary boundaries, if you consider the SDGs, there is an imperative to act. And so the JSE's now disclosure guidance, so we have sustainability disclosure guidance, which covers the broader spectrum of sustainability, and a double click on one of the key themes, which is climate change at this point. And we could have double clicks on other themes as we go into the future and the need arises, is what we've done. So what we're hoping that does is to help companies create the right environment and the context and the conversations within their companies already. So that starts hopefully leading to changes in business model, at least an acknowledgement of some of those issues, or if nothing else, to start the conversation to say this is what we need to be thinking about. How does that need to be embedded into governance structures? Do we understand the concepts of the boundaries? Do we understand what those impacts might be on our companies, but also what is our impact on those issues? And so apart from the narrative disclosure guidance that we also have put together a few basic metrics that we think every company should be applying its mind to, and those are more impact driven. Those are looking at impact. So whereas typically a lot of the ESG rating models are kind of more risk driven and almost like a do less bad kind of a perspective, here the metrics we put together are hopefully helping companies to understand the why behind some of those things. So why does this impact on society? Why does this impact on the environment? And therefore, what should you start thinking about? So we're hoping that creates that environment that they can start thinking about that. I obviously can't give an opinion on where regulation is going to go in the country right now on disclosure, for example. That will have to be a unified approach amongst all the regulators to understand what it is we need to achieve as a country, and therefore, as a consequence, what is the adequate or the appropriate regime for regulation, disclosure, those sorts of things. The taxonomy, we already have a green taxonomy, the first version of which was issued in a few months ago in the country. Dean's touched on taxonomy and where that might fit in, for example. So we have features or little bits and pieces that we have now starting to dot the landscape, and it's pulling that together for the country that needs to happen. And of course, we all have to be part of that conversation of articulating what is appropriate for us and therefore what needs to happen. And the financial sector is going to have a massive role to play in transitioning that economy.
Thank you, Shamila. Nigel, I'm going to come to you for some closing thoughts. I know that we're solving for a lot of interrelated elements along this journey of sustainability. What are some of your closing thoughts around the financing and the enablement of organizations of investments that are really compliant and that speak well to the businesses that you advise on ESG?
So I think first of all, there's going to be an ongoing evolution in the sustainable finance product suite. What we found within the South African and kind of African environment is we essentially playing catch up with what's happening internationally with regards to the products that are available. We're seeing strong uptake, but we're still a couple of years behind the rest of the world. So we will start seeing more and more products come online that are going to be essentially designed for a whole suite of different clients, whether they're large corporates, whether they're small, medium enterprises and the like, and very much aligned towards the green economy, towards reducing impacts of climate change, and obviously looking at kind of a just transition. I think there will be increased kind of focus on different categories, whether these products are focused on essentially green outcomes, whether they're focused on climate outcomes, social outcomes. That will also aid, for example, investors to better understand exactly what they're investing in, whether it's, for example, a use of proceeds instrument, whether it's a green bond or a social bond, or whether it's a sustainability linked bond. I think there's going to be ongoing focus on these type of opportunities. From an advisory side, I think financial institutions are going to be playing a strong role of working with the large corporates around the just transition. How do you partner with the large fossil fuel intensive companies to make them relevant for the green economy? We're not in a position within Africa where we can say, well, these fossil fuel companies are no longer relevant. I mean, we're all aware of that at the moment. I've got load shedding at home. We need to walk that journey with those corporates and try and position them for the future. And in my mind, the only way to do that is essentially through partnering. So I think the future of this entire discussion is going to be essentially through partnerships. We need to bring financial expertise, corporates need to bring what they've got, investors need to apply the right types of pressures, and that's going to help us shift the entire economy forward so that we're going to be relevant globally.
Absolutely. We've all established we've been around for a very long time, and in my many years in this space, never have I heard those words said this many times: partnerships and collaborations, and partnerships and collaborations. And the challenge there is that they require time, and time is something that we don't have. So Dean, some closing thoughts from your side. How do we see ourselves shaping and contributing to the sector of creating a sustainable world?
Yes, very quickly. I think what we're seeing is investable landscape is shifting very quickly for us. So we've got global trends which are moving that. We picked up, it's really a drive towards a green economy type set of investments that are investable. A lot of that is dependent on whose capital you're managing. So, fund managers and investors, if you are managing capital that is being driven out of international jurisdictions such as the EU, your set of investable landscape is going to be much smaller potentially in terms of what's acceptable to them. It's going to drive a lot more of the green economy, and I think that's going to make a difference. The continent needs international capital. So at the end of the day, Africa will not develop. There is not enough capital locally within Africa. It has to have international capital to really run its development journey. And so I think we need to understand that we will be on a journey, not just by ourselves, but with international capital. And what does that mean? What kind of green economy are they interested in achieving? And how do we do that with them and alongside them? So again, it's, as Nigel said, it's the partnership side. At the same time, managing that road is going to be careful in terms of a just transition. Obviously, there's no quick fix here. It just doesn't exist. So I think what we're going to see happen is that over the next 20, 30 years, the investable landscape is going to continue to shift in front of us. And we need to just keep step with that and be part of the solution, so driving it, but at the same time, not trying to jump so far ahead that we leave a whole part of the economy and sector and communities behind. So I think that's the tightrope we need to walk as investors. How do we invest in a way that we drive things forward, but yet keeping everyone along with us?
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. I won't add to that, but I'll give Shamila a chance to close off for us. And Shamila, you've painted really great, beginning pictures and end pictures. And I like to ask this question: how do you feel about the journey that lies ahead? I do believe we're a worthy partner again for the rest of the world to invest in. I believe we have amazing organizations that are driving our economy. From where you sit, are you optimistic that we'll make good enough progress for us to still have a livable continent?
I think we don't have an option, right? This is our home, and we need to make it work for us. So from the optimism perspective, I think I would like to be optimistic and to say that there's huge opportunity. There's no doubt about that. We are a naturally resource endowed continent, right? So we have the basics of what we need. It's going to be about how we steward that. We have some obvious elephants in the room. We have issues around corruption. We have on how we're doing these. These are the things that I think we need to pay attention to. There's a lot of governance issues that we need to sort out. The intent is there. I think we have, and we've proven to the world over and over again as a continent, there are brilliant people who exist on our continent who have brought world-leading things, and we need to be able to have that environment in which those things can thrive and grow. So the obvious impediments we have to make a concerted effort to work on, and that again is going to be partnerships and collaboration, and I think brave leadership that is going to be required to do those things. And it's going to take a coalition of the willing to put our heads down and say, we're going to get this done, and we're going to work together, and we want the markets to work together, and we're going to contribute to our vision as a continent, as a country, and what we need to do. A clear example at COP26 last year, it was the talk of the town, the 8.5 billion that was promised to South Africa to enable our just transition. The question now is that, are we going to have the right foundations to be able to get that money to flow and to actualize that? And of course, the multiple deals that need to come subsequently in order to help that. I mean, Dean's already spoken about the fact that we require that international investment. So we can't be too insular, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we are holding true our just transition and the requirements of that, and the clear social imperatives that we have as well. So I think from the brain perspective, from the ability perspective, we have it all. It's now making the concerted effort to ensure that we reduce those impediments, we have a clear vision, and we really work fast to achieving it.
Thank you so much. We definitely do have another chance as Africa to show that we can solve for ourselves. We have done it before, we can do it again. I think this time around we also have an opportunity to show the rest of the world how to actually do it. So I hope that our growth strategies, I hope that the future we paint for ourselves is one that within the confines and within the space of the resources we have, as well as climate awareness, gives us an opportunity to do things very differently and do them well enough to be able to export to the rest of the world. So thank you so much. I think I've covered a lot of the questions and a lot of the thinking, today. Unless there's anything else from my panel members, we're happy to say thank you, and we call it a day, and we'll see you at the main conference. I definitely feel like I've learned so much through the various panels, that panel as well. I take a lot of notes that I try to then pull into some of the other conversations, into people who are working in different spaces as we delve deep into the detail, and then we rise up again and we try to look at the bigger picture in terms of the development of the continent, our growth, and various financial solutions that are going to enable this journey to be one that is good for all, be for environment, for society, as well as for our economy. So I hope that you're gaining as much as I have. I think there are many more of these type of conversations to be had, and they're only going to get richer. So let's keep up with the learnings, and I really want to thank the panel once again. Let's have a look at our virtual photo booth, though. I hope that you've gone in and you've taken pictures. They are unbelievable. Thank you so much for the pictures that you've taken. I see it's a variety of places and people, and looking pretty handsome, and showing us some of the efforts, some of your green efforts. It looks really great. Thank you so much. Post and share the link that you are posting, that you are seeing now in the chat function. We now move on to Nemesis Accounting, which is one of our sponsors, giving us a case study on the essence of business development and sustainability. And in joining us, it's Shani Naidu, CEO of Nemesis Accounting. The intrinsic transformation of business owners is something Shani sees every day. How is this changing the South African landscape? And what does sustainability mean for SMEs in the future? Over to you, Shani.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Shani Naidu from Nemesis Accounting. A warm welcome to all of you to share your 10 minutes with me today. I hope you find it interesting, and I hope you find the rest of the summit intriguing. So, we talk about the future of business and sustainability re-engineered. It is time. Development and sustainability has evolved. The question is, are you ready for it? So we talk about the essence of business: growth, development, sustainability, or safety. Now, I'm sure some of you are aware of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and Abraham Maslow says there's always two choices. You either step into growth or you step back. Now, South African economy, we face a problem. And the problem is we have a lot of stagnant thinking, we have lack of agility, we have lack of crisis coping skills, and the most important factor, our neurology, which dates back many, many years. The problem, SMEs and micro businesses are faced with this problem. We need it solved, but why do we need it solved? Financial freedom depends on it. Wealth creation depends on it, and it's a direct contributor to the fiscus. So how are we going to know that this problem is solved? When you see a different way of generating more income, when you can accept it, when you realize there are more ways of earning and relearning, and when you release your limited mindsets. Now, interesting fact, 52% of young adults now live with their parents, and everybody's parents thought we're getting rid of them by 30. Now you're stuck with them. The sad thing is, these adults hold the highest amount of debt, irrespective of their level of education. So they did everything right, but the system did not work. Which system? The educational system or neurology? That's the question. So now we come to see, how do we re-engineer for a lasting solution? It all comes down to neurology. Emotional intelligence, using some neuro-linguistic programming, we have to unlearn and relearn some teachings. And we need to come into contact with our left brain and our right brain. What does it do? How does it do it? And why are we impacted the way we do? All of this has a direct impact on the success of business and financial sustainability. So, what must you do first? You know, everybody does an audit in their business. Yeah, the thing that you hate most with a passion. You see us coming and you run. You need to audit your mindset. Number 2, identify where you feel less than in your life. Number 3, what's holding you back in your business? There's always something that's holding you back. Number 4, would you accept help from a specialist? Number 5, what are you willing to do now, right now, that could assist you and contribute to changing your mindset? And number 6, the most important component of all, can you choose you today? So, your new business and financial sustainability journey starts here. And I tell you, it's a head game. This is a brain game. You play to win or you don't play at all. So the 2% mindset of the population are the ones who are getting this right. 98% of the population is where the failure rate is, where businesses start up and they don't last for longer than 3 years. There's financial constraints, there's skill shortages, there's lack of application. This is the 98% of the population. And that is where most of us fall into. That's where the problem lies. So, what do you need to look at? You need to look at you. So do you like to see the person standing in front of the mirror? Do you like that person? How do you feel when you look at that person in the mirror every day? When you want to buy something for yourself, how does that make you feel? Do you settle for buying the cheapest option? Are you scared of doing something different? Do you fear failing? Were you ever ridiculed in school? Did your parents ever insult you? Were you called stupid? You can't do this, it's not for you. These points that I've mentioned here are the things that are stored in our neurology, and they impact our level of self-worth and how we project ourselves to the world. And finally, it's time to redesign you. You need to decide to commit to the new you. You need to align yourself to your beliefs, your desires, your aspirations. And I really mean yours, not your grandmothers and your parents and your uncles and what school told you. That's very different beliefs. You need to get some mentoring, some coaching to enable a mindset shift to take place. You must be willing to change from the old you to the new you. Commit to understanding and changing your neurology. Become educated on the new ways of achieving goals because they have changed. The entire game has changed. And accept that you must change now. Align yourself with successful business owners because this is an energy thing. And now to close off, there's some magic tools that you need. You need to get a mentor or a qualified business coach. You need to invest in a few transformational sessions with a qualified professional. You need to understand that your neurology is the problem and not you. Be prepared to explore neuro-linguistic programming and work with qualified professional coaches. Integrated brain techniques is another component of chain dynamics, and only professionals must be approached when using these type of techniques. It does help a lot when the coach has a business background and understands the integration of neuroeducation in the business arena and knows how to integrate that with the individual. I know I've went through this very quickly, but it's very useful. And for those of you who are interested in tapping into the dynamics of you, this is what you need to look at. So that's all that I have for you in this quick version of the neurology of you and how it's going to impact business development and sustainability for yourself in your small little business and for the rest of the South African businesses out there. Because if we want economic change, then this is how you do it. Lasting change, lasting transformation. We're talking intrinsic development at a neurological stage because then it sticks. And that's what we want. Anything less and we're not going to make it. So I trust you have enjoyed these 10 minutes with me, and I hope to see your emails with queries, interests, making inquiries, wanting solutions. We're there to help you. We have the information, the skills and the techniques, and it has been my absolute pleasure to be in your presence today, and I trust you will enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Shani. I definitely hope that our entrepreneurs and those who are looking on taking this journey are going to tick those boxes, because you have to do nearly all of those elements in order for you to run a successful business. Now let's move over to our panel discussion that will be focusing on investing in Africa's future, insights into digital, inclusive and sustainable finance. It's no secret that Africa is a continent of many challenges. Flipped around, it is the promising landscape for endless investment opportunities. So what is the impact of sustainability and investment in Africa's education and economic system? Further, what innovative and digital financing solutions exist to accelerate the ESG landscape and achieve sustainable finance? Really happy to moderate this next panel. I've got coming in as part of our panelists, Dr. Lauren Haywood, Senior Researcher at CSIR, Garth Napier, Managing Director of Old Mutual Insure, Ghana, and Dr. Jaishela Raiput, and you can say that for me again, PhD CEO, Tomorrow Matters Now. Beautiful lineup. Thank you so much for joining me today. So if we start this conversation on insights into digital, inclusive and sustainable financing, Dr. Haywood, what are your thoughts on what this means in the economy that we have today? And I'll start with you.
Thank you. And I would like to say hi to everyone out there, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. That's a very interesting question. I'm not sure that I can answer it as you put it, but other than to just throw another challenge back to us, and that, there are a lot of opportunities. The digital platform offers us many ways to address sustainability challenges. But having said that, I think the most important thing is how do we go about doing this when in Africa we have specific, very, very specific challenges that we need to deal with? How do we address aspects of making sure that our broadband is able to reach all parts of the continent as well as in our own country, for example? How do we ensure that these digital solutions are able to be uptaken? And also then how about the skills that is needed for us to actually apply those tools? I think that's really, really important. I mean, these tools are coming thick and fast to us, digital solutions, but do we have the skills to actually apply them? But most importantly, and I think this is a key thing in South Africa, is the data costs associated with being able to use these tools. How are the low-income communities able to actually afford data that will enable them the opportunity, the vast opportunity that innovative digital tools have for us? And then just in terms of a sustainability issue that we also need to consider, as much as digital tools are advancing the future, what are the key things that are needed for this? I mean, we really need electricity to supply the broadband and the internet to us. With electricity comes greenhouse gas emissions. So the more digital advanced we get, the more we've got to address aspects of lowering our carbon emission that are associated with those technologies, as well as something that's very important and a very little, well, for my, in my sphere of research, very little research has gone into what do we do with e-waste. I'm going to leave it there for now.
And that's perfect. Thank you so much, because you've set the landscape in terms of what are all the different elements that we need to consider and to be solving for. So the question is, finance plays a key role in this. Financial institutions have got to understand what we are solving for and put in place means for entrepreneurs to solve this. And also let's think about when we do look at financing mechanisms or we do look at society as a whole, is who are we expecting to drive some of these changes? So Garth, maybe let me hand over to you to just open with some of your thoughts around your contribution from a financial services space.
Yeah, good afternoon to you and all your listeners. I think some important points there. I think as a corporate, we've approached it from three angles. The first is we obviously manage a significant balance sheet on behalf of policyholders and clients, and a big focus of ours has been around ESG renewable investments. Our ESG fund last year was recognized as the #1 ESG fund across the continent. We've invested over 26 billion rand in funding for renewable energy projects across the continent. So I think, speaking to Dr. Haywood's point around, we need I think over and above that, we recognize there's a need to how do you come up with innovative funding solutions for SMEs. One of the initiatives we've just started is a crowdfunding platform called SME Go. And really the idea there is we want to connect SMEs with potential funders. So we recognize funding as one of the big challenges that many SMEs face, many entrepreneurs face, and many innovators face. So those are some of the things we've been doing around enabling, firstly, on a larger scale, funding some of the bigger projects to offset our reliance on coal. And then secondly, really drilling down into some of the SMEs and providing funding for them to hopefully enable some of the unlocking of this digital opportunity. So Zanella, we can't hear you, so I don't know if you can hear us.
You can't hear me at all?
There we go.
You're back. Okay, great.
Now we got you. We can hear you now.
I actually saw the looks on your faces, and I thought something was wrong with you and not me, because I don't like to personalize things. So we started well by looking at the elements. So we went in and we honed in on some of the financial solutions. And what I said is, please don't be shy, Garth, to come in and repeat some of that, because I did lose it, and I'm not sure if our audience caught it. So do repeat some of those solutions for us. So if I go to you, Dr. Rajput, I think again we can go a little bit bigger, and we can start to look at the global perspective of what's required for companies doing business in Africa. So lean into this topic perhaps from that perspective.
Where we stand at the moment,
Let me try that again. Can you say something for me, Dr. Rajput? Let me see. I thought I was hearing you at the end.
Can you hear me now?
I definitely can. Go for it again, please.
So given the current context where we're starting to feel the very real impact being impacted.
So we're getting a very choppy line. My team is going to try and solve it in the background. So hang 10 for me while we try to give you maybe some catch-up time. Garth, if I could come back to you and we speak a little bit about something that you already started to talk about, that we're supporting SMEs and you're building a fund for SMEs. Which type of SMEs, which type of solutions? Are we getting clarity on what is coming through or what needs to come through to drive some of these changes?
I think, Zanella, firstly, we're starting quite broadly. I don't think it's necessarily just purely an ESG focus at this stage. I think it's a recognition that we've got a role to play in hopefully growing SMEs across the country, and some of those will be more focused on innovation in the ESG space. So that's one. We do have obviously a strong focus on fintech investments. We've got a fund that's really exclusively focused on how do we identify and partner with financial technology companies who are doing interesting and innovative stuff in our sector. So that's a big focus. We've also got the Masizane Fund, which really focuses more broadly on enterprises that are making a difference, predominantly in the agriculture sector, and supporting them in that space. So those are kind of where we focused. We haven't, in terms of SMEs, wanted to narrow it down specifically into ESG type investments just yet. We recognize that maybe a bit of lag from a customer demand point of view, and you don't want to focus on a sector that maybe isn't big enough yet. And we're really focusing on how do we drive growth in SMEs in general, and we hope that some of those will be playing in the financial services sector space, and we hopefully in sustainability and driving more sustainable solutions.
Thank you so much. I think you are really, because if you look at it, agriculture, if you're solving for SMEs, especially if you're solving for women, SMEs and youth, you're probably solving a big component of what is required for us to gain greater results over time. And you'll see some of the other panels, we actually do talk about that. So let me move over to you, Dr. Rajput. How is your connection sounding? Are you in South Africa? Are you having load shedding?
I'm in Cape Town. There's no shedding. It's a beautiful sunny day, so hopefully the connection.
Okay, so do better now, because I'm going to hand over to you again. I'm fascinated by the work that you do, really bringing global perspectives in how we do investment in Africa. So over to you.
So the way that it stands at the moment is that a lot of times our SMMEs and technology owners are very dependent on traditional forms of banking. And traditional forms of banking are really letting us down, because the way that it essentially works is that it works very much on a collateral approach. And that's something that we're not geared up for, especially when it comes to innovations in this space. And that's something that needs to be shifted.
So consequently, what we see from a landscape perspective is that we see certain shifts taking place. Social banking, as an example, with the Grameen Bank that originated in India with Muhammad Yunus and his foundation. So for this part of it, it is reaching almost or just over 9 million people, and 97% of those being funded are women. And so this is where we need a different approach as far as how funding actually takes place. Together with that, there has been other solutions that have come out of this, such as the CoLab Foundation, which we see from an African perspective, village banks, which we see in a South African side of things. But together with that, the problem stands where we have things very much focused on traditional banking, and our traditional banking is required certain types of identities that go with it. And we see a shift that's taking place around mobile banking. So examples of this include M-Pesa in Kenya, and also a really interesting solution called M-Pani that comes out of India, where the idea really is that we're using mobile banking solutions and shifting away from a bricks and mortar type of funding. But that's all really great, and all of that is really geared to much more smaller types of funding. For the big shifts and the scalable shifts that are needed, we need something different. And we need an innovative financial models that can feed into that approach. And part of this means that we need to look at things from a bigger perspective. So one example of this, and this is very much playing into Garth's space, which comes into looking at agricultural supply chains and funding from an insurance model into that space. We have a lot of agricultural work that's being done across the African continent. We need to be able to secure our supply chains, especially from a resiliency perspective. And if we're looking at that, we need to be able to look at insurance models around this part of it. One example of this is in Zambia. In Zambia, there are agricultural supply chains that fit into a global base, global supply, and most of this is actually made up of smaller types of players within the agricultural supply chain. So how do we actually go about ensuring those part of it, and to be able to support from that perspective, and to be able to actually gain resiliency within that space? So there's a lot that's needed. There's a lot that's underway. There's a lot that's needed. And the next part that I'd like to actually talk about is the policies that we have in place that is there, but not really supporting us from an implementation perspective. So I'm going to put a pin in it for a second, just to be able to use Zanele to get a few more questions in there.
Absolutely. I mean, you've touched on something that I've been sort of not wanting to be direct about, because we love to talk about policy, and I get lots of assurance around policy, but I know policy, right? It doesn't do the work. It's words on paper, so yes, let's come back to that. But you also spoke about two things that I found interesting. You spoke about resilience and adaptation, but the angle that I'm interested in is one on how do we support your SMEs or people in agriculture, considering the type of resilience we need to build into the system. So it's not an easy question, because a case in point, when we were looking at one of the projects, I think it must have been in Ghana, with the AFDB, and what they did was they actually insured the farmers that they funded. So when there was a natural disaster, those farmers were able to actually stand up and get going and run their businesses again and yield incredible crops. But without that insurance, which on their own they wouldn't have afforded, it would have been the end of those farmers. So really vulnerable people. Take the question, and I don't know if you're comfortable, Dr. Haywood, to just speak to me a little bit around the thinking we need to have when we're looking at the people that are drive the change for us on the ground.
I think, the discussions we had are great so far, but I mean, the whole focus has been on the financial aspect of it and being able to supply financial services to SMEs, and especially the small scale and emerging farmers. But where we've been doing a lot of research is actually on using digital platforms such as blockchain, and actually enabling the farmers to build their skills and knowledge in aspects of regenerative agriculture, such that they have that in their background or have it in their pocket, so that they can build themselves and be more adaptive to the changes of climate change and stuff that is coming towards them. So using this whole tool, a blockchain tool, for example, to not only educate and transfer knowledge in terms of the practices for regenerative agriculture, but also enabling them to monitor and score themselves such that they now have opportunities to enter emerging markets or more markets that they wouldn't have got to in the first place. So having that information out there enables them to then not only get better insurance, but also to connect them with processors and manufacturers, as well as getting their product to market for retailers who would normally not necessarily know about these small and emerging farmers. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in the digital platform. Insurance is obviously very needed and other types of loans and grants, but it's the actual information that is and the power of knowledge and skills and education that it also can come with the tools that is very, very important, especially if we're going to start implementing and transferring knowledge about how we can become more adaptive to climate change.
And we're speaking of innovation in this space. So thank you for leaning in on that. And I'm going to throw it straight through to Garth and say, you know, on the ground, within the organization you're in, how well are you faring in coming up with innovative solutions for that class of entrepreneurs in those spaces?
Yeah, listen, we've got a great example of something we've done quite recently. We've partnered with a company called SwiftV. And what SwiftV does is they're an online auction of livestock. So they've got an online platform. Obviously, it was a necessity out of COVID. Farmers still needed to auction their livestock and couldn't attend the traditional auction. So SwiftV developed a product where you could go online, view the livestock online, make a bid, and obviously manage the bidding process. A key challenge, obviously, was what happens if I sell my livestock and someone doesn't pay me? Or if I ship my livestock and something happens from the time it leaves my farm to arriving at the new owner's home or farm. So we partner with SwiftV and we provide the insurance for SwiftV, both from a payment point of view as well as insurance in terms of the livestock that's been transported from point A to point B. So I think there's a great example of, you know, very innovative product born out of necessity during COVID, and a key problem there, not having assurance around payment and the risk of something happening to a very valuable asset during the transportation process. So the product we've very proud to be part of bringing to market, and one that we think will continue to grow as more people become comfortable with using digital platforms rather than attending physical auctions.
And I'm sure there's a whole lot more that you're also working towards. I like the concept, and I don't know if I've said it again, is that we're dealing with today's problems and we're trying to create solutions for tomorrow. So Dr. Rajput, what are some of the areas that we can speak to when it comes to what we're solving today, be it water, be it waste, where do these challenges lie, and how, and what are some of the examples you could share around how we solve for them? But we also have a policy question pending between myself and you. So you decide, what you want to tackle first. But for a moment there, I want all of us to think about some of the climate challenges that we're solving for, and we'll just go around. But let me go through to you first.
Perfect. Quite honestly, I could talk about this all day, so just cut it off at any point. Perfect. The way that I actually see it is we tend to talk about these things in isolation, but actually what happens is that it's fundamentally linked. So we need fundamental systems and a structural approach holistically. Within the types of solutions that we build, we tend to look at it from a value chain perspective, and we're looking at activities that are happening on an upstream basis that are impacting us on a consumer level downstream. So it means that all these things are connected when we are developing solutions. And part of this means that if we're going to be able to develop innovative solutions that are addressing the challenges that we're seeing from things like climate change, we need to recognize that there are two critical aspects that are needed to support our SMMEs. One is the technical skills that are needed from an education perspective, and the other is the finance. And with the best intentions in the world, if we do not have the finances to back it up, we will constantly be on a back foot. And that's what we need to recognize up front. And what that also means is that we need to have our financial solutions that are keeping pace with that. And I've said this before, and I want to emphasize this part of it, our traditional banking solutions are not matching. They're not fitting for the shift and the changes that are needed. So for a practical perspective, which is really the space that we want to be able to take this in, because we could be able to talk about it on a high level perspective, but it's not really going to shift the narrative. So if I look at it from an action-based perspective, and I'm going to take it back to climate change mitigation measures, with that, we need to actually prepare ourselves for longer, more intense weather-related events. And that means that we need to actually support solutions that are moving in that direction, that are forward-thinking when it comes to that. We need to actually look at things from a disaster and a public health plans for these types of severe events. So this is giving a nod to your policy, and I will pick it up again later at the end. We also need to protect our farms and our food supply chains, which is incredibly critical, as we have seen during the pandemic, where our global supply chains tend to get shut down. So this means that we need to look at these things from a resiliency perspective and to say, how do we make ourselves more ready for these climate change impacts? And from an African perspective, it also means that we need to prioritize climate justice to be able to actually address it from that side. So leaning in on the policy side for just a moment, the issue is not necessarily do we have the policies in place or not. I think that we have some of these, but they tend to be lenient. And the issue is not really with the policy. The issue is with the implementation and the follow-through that actually comes in place with that. So we need to be able to look at the measures that are associated with that lean more effectively when it comes to the implementation of this. So for this, in the panel that we're talking about, when it comes to the finance side, fintech can play a pivotal role, whether it is that we're looking at our banking solutions, or whether it looks at our biodiversity solutions, or whether it actually looks at our energy-related solutions when it comes to that. So there's a multi-pronged approach that go and layer it onto this. It means that we could be looking at things from our energy solutions, and in South Africa we have the Section 12L, I want to say, which looks at energy efficiency tax incentives, and to be able to support it from that perspective. We have our penalization aspect, which looks into the carbon tax side of things. And we have our upcoming climate change goal, which allows us a lot of opportunities and leeways to prioritize solutions within that spaces. And with this, this means that as we look at the finances behind this, we need to actually look into circular economy practices on the most important parts of this. So your previous panel mentioned topics related to energy, water, waste, which is the trifecta of our survival. And for that trifecta, we need to be able to look at how do we build in resiliency and how do we effectively utilize our resources within that space. And that's where circular economy principles can play a pivotal role. And that pivotal role needs not to be one-dimensional, but it needs to effectively be across our entire value chain. And that's really where the conversation should be shifting.
So quite a number of different lanes that have to be going in the same direction, and we have to trust that there are the right people in those lanes fighting, for what we need, and whether that is the compensation that is required, that is promised, that needs to be given, and it feels right now as if it's going to sit in this massive dam, and it's going to be very difficult to then open it up and let it do the work that it needs to do. But then you also speak a lot, which I think you're very right. For me, I also feel the direction needs to go into resilience and adaptation. And maybe that is the conversation we need to be having next, and leaning into organizations that are really doing the research around adaptation and how we're going to step into it very strongly, because we don't have time. So if I look at the current environmental factors that we have in South Africa, which you've referred to, and where we need to be focusing when we have droughts, as we're having the floods, I don't believe we're having a good enough conversation around how are we adapting shifting even our financial solutions to what we are seeing, let alone that which we are not seeing that is coming as a result of climate change in our environment. We're very vulnerable. So Garth, from a strategy point of view, from an organization point of view, do you think there's enough awareness? Are we moving in the direction of being responsive versus doing business as usual?
No, I mean, I think the recent KZN floods, I think, are timely we need to move faster. Obviously, events like climate change have a significant impact on our business and our customers, and we need to be a lot more open to solutions. I think it does highlight the need for closer collaboration between government and corporates. I think finding or responding to disasters like KZN is something we see that needs both corporates and government to work together on. And I think there's 3 pillars to I think working closely with government around how I think the infrastructure question comes up, and how do we make sure we have the right infrastructure to limit the impacts of climate change, and I think that's something we can't ignore. And then I think lastly, how do we generate or develop products that protect the most vulnerable? I think we've seen in KZN the people worst affected were the ones living below the floodplains with informal housing, and we don't have solutions as an insurance industry for those customers at the moment. And I think that's something that we as corporates need to work with government to try and find solutions that are affordable for the lower end of the market. And maybe learning from Jemani Bank, I mentioned earlier, that's in the funding side, but maybe there's a similar kind of insurance solution that we need to be thinking about on the insurance side. So I think it's a timely reminder we're not working fast enough, and we need to increase the pace, and we need a lot more collaboration with government.
Absolutely. Where I see a lot of hope is in the retail space. I think tomorrow we're having quite a few conversations in retail because they feel the pinch in their value chain. They feel the pinch in supply. They really have had to do it for themselves. And what you're saying is we need better collaboration. We need to be solving this end to end and not and not every man for himself necessarily. So even financial institutions, it shouldn't sound like we're putting across ideas or we're waiting for the crisis. We know we got a few that are coming. What are we doing right now to create resilience and adaptation, utilizing digital solutions and inclusive financial solutions? So maybe let's do some rounding thoughts. I'm not sure how much time I've got left, but I'm going to go through to you, Dr. Hayward. Have you seen pockets of adaptation and resilience type of thinking, and what more should we be doing in the space?
Yeah, well, as a researcher in the field of academia, I mean, most of our research or my research focuses on building resilience in that system, building the social ecological resilience, and that means the relationship between humans and nature. And what has become very apparent nowadays is that we really need to be looking at nature-based solutions for dealing with some of the challenges that we have, and those solutions come about in the way we look at adaptation. The unfortunate part about it is that adaptation is the thing that is least funded. Okay, then most of the funding goes towards mitigation projects where we're looking at renewable energies or other types of solutions, but we're not looking at adaptation. And we really need to be looking at, for example, the KZN floods, we need to be looking at how do we clear up our rivers, how do we clear up those stormwater drains so that the water can move rather than store, where and how can we replenish our mangroves so that the sea storms are reduced. So the data offers us lots and lots of solutions. It just doesn't necessarily mean that there's financial returns in those solutions, and that is where the biggest problem lies. So there needs to be a real big mind shift in the way we're going to address this, because we can't always just be doing things for the better of business and making money. There needs to also be business, the good of the environment and the people themselves. So I think my final message, or my take-home message, is let's look towards nature more for solutions. There are lots of solutions, and let's see where and how financial services can have more impact on adaptation.
And Dr. Hayward, to come back to you as well, the content that you have, or what you're saying now, it sounds like citizens needing also to get involved. So what does that mean from an individual point of view? Because we've got individual people attending this panel. What does it mean for each and every one of us? And also, where do we access information that helps to enlighten us on how we change behavior in order to support the climate better?
I completely agree with you. Each and every single one of us has a role to play. But I think it's about understanding as individuals our role that we have and the role that nature has with us. So understanding that there is this relationship, and what can we do to do more good rather than to do less bad. So that was what the whole thing about sustainability these days. Sustainability has been about doing less harm on the environment. We need to rechange that mind shift and look at how can we do more good. So how can we be regenerative? So it starts at home with ourselves too. We need to reduce food waste substantially. Let's not buy more food than we need. Let's not throw the food away. Let's compost it. Let's say no to plastic bags. And I think all that information is slowly coming about. I mean, as we've seen with the plastic straw example, with all the turtles and plastics around them, that's started to change people's behaviors and for people to start saying no. But I think also what really needs to happen is we need to see more of that education and more of the roles that we all play being enforced in schools and communities. And then that will start changing. We really need to see a mind shift and people changing behavior. And it's not something it's easy to do, but it's also not necessarily hard. Every little bit helps.
Thank you for ending on that note, because I also feel that the people who really need to know this are not here today. How do we take this message to every single citizen who needs it? The person who doesn't have a dustbin in their community, what do they do with their waste? So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I really hope that in the next couple of months we really start to see initiatives that are much broader. And again, you'll hear tomorrow. I know for a fact I've spoken to a lot of retailers. They're doing so much in the education space and some of the other institutions that would surprise you in terms of the work that they're doing. Let's round it off again. Dr. Rajput, your thoughts. I don't want to confine you because I feel there was so much said by Dr. Hayward, and then we had some topics before. So I'm just going to hand over to you. What's top of mind?
Top of mind is that the only constant is change. And that's really where we are right now. Where we are right now, the current paradigm, this is a part of our lives. And so as a consequence, we need to plan for resilience. We need to insist on data-based decision-making. We need to measure the impact that we're having. And when we measure the impact that we're having, we need to be robust in this. We shouldn't just limit it to financial related impacts, but we need to open it up to the non-financial side and understand how is the changes that we're making, the impacts that we're facing, how is this impacting our people on a very real basis. We need to incentivize and support circular economy solutions. This is incredibly critical as we look at the resources that we're utilizing. And we need to support and invest in both mitigation as well as adaptation solutions. There's a world of opportunities. There's one thing that's really clear, looking at it from an African continent perspective, we are a continent of innovators. And we need to get the opportunity to be able to get those innovations out there, but not just to get them out there, but to get an opportunity to allow them to scale. And that's where impact-related and sustainable financing can play a pivotal role.
Thank you. A number of players here. We have people, the communities themselves. We have institutions around us. We have the economic sector, so all the organizations that exist within communities that make their living off communities. We have government, and I think there's a lot of tweaking that needs to be done between all of us to make sure that we are playing their part. And I think the youth are going to play a big role in this. You said something that made me remember a comment made on one of the chats around, can government solve for my community that has so much waste, that has a stench around it, that is jobless, and that is where people are sitting. That is where a young person is sitting, listening in and saying, who's solving this for me? So we have a big challenge, and that is across the entire African continent. Before I move over to Garth, did you want to say something?
Yes, I'm dying to respond to that.
Yes. Go for it.
So government has a critical role to play. This goes without saying. But we're at a point of active citizenry at the moment, where we find that a lot of communities are taking ownership simply because they're being let down. It's as simple and straightforward as that. We have many stories in different parts of South Africa, in particular, as an example, where communities have actually stepped in and they've taken over certain basic services by themselves. I want to actually give you one teeny tiny story of something that we did just before the pandemic in Atlantis, the community that's just adjacent to the green economy SEZ that has been established. The community initially looked at the government to be able to provide and the city to be able to provide certain solutions for them. In the engagement that we had with them, what was really clear is that if they started working together, they could be able to build their own solutions and to be able to actually look at things from their own economic development perspective. And that's something that we need to be able to look at much more effectively. Clearly, government has a key pivotal role to play, but what are the enablers that are needed that needs to unlock the opportunities so that communities are empowered to take advantage of the situation that they find themselves in? That they shouldn't be at a point where they are downtrodden and they're looking for somebody else to be able to provide the solution, but instead an enabling environment is created so that they can be able to develop their own innovations as a response to the situation that they find themselves in. For me, the empowerment is very much a pivotal driver of us being able to change the narrative of where we find ourselves right now.
You're so right. We could talk about this forever, because what I can say for sure is that government, and this is led by our president, Cyril Ramaphosa, has always said it's about collaboration. And this is the conversations, at the Business Leadership South Africa and all sorts of forums. But I can also tell you it's hitting the ground. You're right. In a number of small towns, people are taking into their hands their own security, their own cleaning, and government is now having to play the role that they play anyway, which is probably infrastructure and much more difficult enablement of those communities. So whilst we're in a dire state, we really have to put the pressure on. There's hope. There's little pockets of light coming through, and we're doing. Communities are starting to self-empower. So wishing us all the luck. Garth, hope you haven't felt neglected. Let's come through to you, because we are also talking about the thinking around and behind sustainable finance, what that looks like now. And you've also heard we're leaning a lot towards adaptation and resilience. So some of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think firstly, I completely agree. I think we must take actions that we can now and not wait for government. So let's also say that as corporate citizens, and a challenge to, I guess, all other corporates, there's a lot of opportunities for us to make a difference in this space, and we shouldn't wait for someone else to finalize policy or put the right infrastructure in place. I think there's things we can do and we'll continue to do regardless of government. I think from a sustainable financing point of view, I think our approach has been really making sure that the policyholders' funds we do manage are focused on driving the right discussions at different boardrooms, and we've got a big focus in the company that we have around reducing the impact they have on the environment. We are huge players in making sure we fund renewable energy, so it's quite a big focus of ours, and will continue to be a focus of ours. And I think that's not only for large projects. I think it's also looking at some of the smaller community-based projects where we can play a role in funding those types of projects, and we'll continue to drive that. We've also been involved in, we've got programs in Malawi and Zimbabwe and most of the other African countries. We are focused on around really driving community-based innovation and employment. So I think, we don't only look at the big boardrooms, we're also going all the way down to grassroots to try and provide funding as well as advice and education around these things. I think that's equally important. Funding is critical, but helping people understand the impact they're having on the environment.
We missed some of it, but I mean, I caught a great part of it. Thank you so much. You know, we're having a conversation around digital solutions, and then technology sort of shows us flames, but we did catch a lot of it. On a side note, Old Mutual probably has one of the best AGMs I've ever seen in terms of attendance and the vocal nature of your shareholders. I look forward to the next one, because I think that's exactly where citizens and people who have a share of, you know, and have a voice in financial institutions, that's where they get to actually speak about the environment and what it means. I could stay in this panel for a long time as well, you know, really fascinating, really interesting. I cannot tell you just how much. So thank you to Dr. Lauren Hayward, really appreciate it. You know, thank you for all the good work. Garth, thank you for leaning in and really showing us what is possible and what you are actually doing. And Dr. Rajput, all the best. Keep on speaking with passion. I think we definitely are inspiring all the vehicles along this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take care, and I'll see you next time. So yeah, that's it for that panel. Wasn't it just fascinating? I mean, my blood just, you know, gets warm all over again every single time I do a different panel and a different topic and conversation. Great panelists. Thank you so much to Old Mutual for enabling this conversation on the future of sustainability. Thank you to Topco and all our sponsors, and I'll keep on mentioning them. This would not have been possible without you. And our next segment is sponsored by Mngeni Water on climate technology being the new frontier for innovation and growth in the ESG sector. And here to set the scene is Zipozetu Matendwa, chairperson of the board of Mngeni Water. And after that, I'll be joined by a panel of experts discussing water sustainability, securing a sustainable future. So we'll have the opening and then we'll move straight into the panel. Another good one. Stay with us. Thank you.
Greetings to all attendees and all protocol observed. My name is Kapsi Matendwa. I'm the chairperson of Mngeni Water. And the topic for today is future of water. And I look at what is in the topic. We find innovation, we find sustainability, and we find also resilience. And what is exciting is that we're not only talking about local, we're talking about the future of water worldwide. As Mngeni Water, we're thrilled, we're excited, and we couldn't wait to be part of this. And as a sponsor, we wish that the session can go in a direction where every stakeholder can benefit. Now, talking about innovation and sustainability, innovation and resilience, what areas can one look at? I will maybe take the first 10 that come to my mind, so that then in the session, when people start mentioning them, I can also listen carefully. One of them is water quality improvement. Now, in water quality, there's quite a few solutions. We're looking at the areas of turbidity, and if we have improved or innovative solutions around turbidity, we can ensure that in future we'll have much more sustainable water resources. We've seen recently cases of flooding where the turbidity was in between us and ensuring a proper supply of water to people. Another thing around turbidity as well is improved stormwater management. I believe that we will be able to find, or we can find, worldwide solutions that can assist in stormwater management. Management of stormwater has caused quite a few problems around the world, and it has led to flooding in many parts of the world. The other maybe area I can highlight around water quality improvement is early detection of pollutants. We have quite a number of pollutants. Some are what is called emerging pollutants. And I believe that through innovation, if we are able to then have an early detection solution, we will be in a position to then attend or attack the problem when it starts. The second one I can go through is maybe general improved ICT systems. So that is how do we ensure that there's an integration of ICT systems in water management. The next area I can talk about is maybe improved site solutions. We see in some parts of the world, people are very reliant on septic tanks. And how can we ensure that these septic tanks are able to communicate to the users speedily? How can we ensure that the septic tanks are able to tell us when they're in contact with groundwater? How can they say to us, you know what, now I'm in contact with groundwater, it means I have reached a water table? I believe that you can find solutions that can enable such communication. It can be of great assistance. Another area we can look at is sanitation. Redesigning the toilet. I'm one of those that believe that it's about time we redesign the toilet, and I do believe that there's quite a few solutions around dryer sanitation, and at some point the reduction of water flush was trialed by quite a few countries, and I do believe that besides the brick being put into the base of the toilet, we can find other solutions. And I do believe that reducing flush can assist us in ensuring that the sustainability of water resources. The other area that is very common in households is leaks. How can we ensure that we have cost-effective leak detecting solutions for households so that then they're able to save their water? They're also able to save money, because as the leaks keep on happening, then they end up paying more. The fourth area maybe one can look at is improved education and monitoring of infrastructure. We have seen problems like servitude encroachment. We've seen lots of infrastructure vandalism. And I believe that through innovative solutions, we can be talking to schools, we can be talking to the public in general, but we should be able to find a way around water education itself, maybe water and sanitation education. Another area, I'll call it my fifth area, is improved infrastructure resiliency. How do we ensure we have those new dam design? How do we ensure we share information about the designs on wastewater treatment plants? How can we improve the system? We find some parts of the world, we've got the beautiful hills and the valleys, and what we design and how it goes out and in of the system has an impact in what people finally get. The sixth area, maybe I can talk about water reclamation. We have countries that have reclaimed water successfully, and the big thing is these beautiful solutions, how can we innovate them further to even assist the built infrastructure? We have buildings that are literally sitting in water unintentionally. How can we then ensure we have innovative solutions so that we go beyond water and sanitation? We even look at infrastructure, even if it's not water infrastructure, we look at infrastructure in general. Another area, I'll call it my seventh area, is the area of pipe maintenance, hydraulics, and maybe I'll say improved hydraulics. Now, the learning or the teachings from some of the flooding that was experienced in some parts of the world was that there was a test on hydraulics, you know, how much water can each pipe handle? And can we have an improvement around the amount of water a pipe can handle? Because it can assist us in measuring the water of the flow of water in the particular pipe. So I think in the field of hydraulics, there is a way we can try maybe to separate or differentiate hydraulics of maybe mountainous areas, hydraulics of maybe flat areas, hydraulics of cold areas, hydraulics of maybe warmer areas. I think there needs to be some kind of improvement when it comes to those systems, because I do believe that they hold a key in certain instances, especially around flooding. Now, my eighth point will be maybe around flooding itself and drought. And that we have systems, for example, we in drought situations, we've got rainwater harvesting where we can ensure there's enough water that can be used. And also the solutions like your cloud seeding, how can we ensure that we have it ready? In some parts of the world, or in many parts of the world, there's an understanding of cloud seeding, but when we need it, it becomes so far away that we still have to do a research, we still have to do a pilot study, we're never in a position to implement. So how can we bring it further so that then the innovative systems are piloted and are ready, so that then when a natural disaster strikes, we are able then to move. In areas where we have a flooding, different drainage solutions. Now, we see that in some parts from the flooding, the drainage systems, when they are challenged, we don't have a quick, innovative solution to say when there's this challenge, that's how we go about. The ninth area maybe I would look at is energy recovery and conservation. Things like biogas generation and assistance in generating electricity. There are areas where we can realize positivity in terms of maybe having more energy just by looking at biogas. The 10th area will be the circular economy. How can we ensure that we share what we have? We have a leasing method in place. We refurbish, we recycle, and we use existing material and products as long as possible. And I think those are the areas I would look at. And in my closing, we say sharing is caring. I believe that these we can use or talk about them in a much bigger platform. It goes beyond Umgeni in KwaZulu-Natal. It goes beyond Umgeni as a South African or African company. It talks about how can we around the world ensure that we share information about these innovations, so that then together we can make the world a better place. And from Umgeni, what we're saying to the session is that it is not a mistake that the topic says worldwide. It means let's rise to the occasion, hold hands, and ensure that we work with the different specialists, the different scientists, everybody around the world, so that we ensure that our solutions work for the world. Because what makes us common is that we all live in one world, and we all want a better water and sanitation solution for the whole world. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Umgeni Water, a state-owned entity, is one of Africa's most successful organizations involved in water management and is the largest supplier of bulk potable water in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Raw water is normally gravity-fed from a dam or river to the water treatment plant, waterworks. As the raw water enters the plant, it is tested to determine the quality of the water before the treatment process can start. Chemicals are added to the raw water to remove the dirt or pollutants. Once the chemicals have been added, water passes through flash mixers for even mixing of all the chemicals. The following chemicals are used. Chlorine is used as a disinfecting agent to kill off harmful bacteria and viruses. Polymeric coagulant, generally polyaluminium chloride, helps bring the small dirt particles together to form flock. Lime acts as a stabilizing agent and controls pH levels. Bentonite is added only sometimes to increase turbidity levels for better flocculation. The water then flows into large settling tanks. Here, the coagulant helps to bring the small dirt particles in the water together. It works like a magnet to form lumps known as flock. Flock sink to the bottom of the tanks to form a sludge blanket. As the flock settle, the cleaner water on the surface flows to the sand filters. A special clean sand in the filters traps or removes the smaller dirt particles as the water filters through it. After filtration, chlorine is added to prevent the growth of bacteria and other harmful microorganisms post-chlorination. Water samples of the treated water are routinely collected for testing in the laboratory during and at the end of the purification process. This is to ensure that the treated water is of excellent quality and safe to drink. The treated water, now safe to drink, is piped to the reservoir for storage. From the reservoir, the treated water is piped to the municipalities before it can be distributed out to us to use.
I can start. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another interesting conversation on sustainability. It's a great opportunity for me to be sitting on this particular platform with Unzapokazi Depha, Rashmila Lichman, and Sis Deborah Mochotli. It's going to be one that is focused, luckily for us now, on just one area, which is water. And I'd like my panelists to set the foundation and the groundwork for this conversation from their own perspectives. And Zapokazi, if we can start with you, give us a perspective on why this is an important conversation to have, and what do we need to consider when we enter into it?
Thank you very much, Susan. Obviously, as we know that water is life, there's no way that we wouldn't have this conversation, because we need to understand exactly how water impacts our lives, and how we need to tap into conservation of the water resources that we have in place, and obviously involving the community as well, for them to understand the importance of these water resources that we draw water from, to ensure that it gets treated accordingly to the potable standards that we have to conform to safeguard the health of the public. So it's quite an important conversation that we definitely have to be having.
And you're holding a lot of very deep information, which we're going to come back to, around the systems that we have. What is the strategy around conserving them and building them? So I'm going to come back to you on that. Rashmila, as an introduction, as opposed to your contribution, is water is also a personal thing. So whilst we manage it as a resource, it is also something we as citizens need to start thinking about our own utilization and use of it. Give us a perspective on what is your mindset around water and individual responsibility.
So thank you for that question. So when you're looking at water sustainability, we can't separate it, as it was just mentioned, that water quantity meeting supply and demand, and separating that and not focusing on water quality, because the water quality has direct impacts on your food, the quality of your food, your health, your environment. And when we look at that, we've reached this tipping point. And why I say tipping point is that lots of good work has been done in the area, but to make this meaningful impact, so that we end up in that space where our livelihoods and survival is now being protected, we've got to empower those that value the well-being of the planet and its inhabitants. So when it comes to an individual perspective, it's like it needs to become part of your DNA, meaning that it's something that you do every day of your life. It's not just when we have a drought, then you put the bucket in the shower, but doing the little things create the biggest impact. So it's really important that it becomes your day-to-day activities, where looking at water sustainability becomes a behavior rather than just doing it when there is an issue. So that's where your individual responsibility becomes really important.
We have got so much to learn, and I hope today we're going to really have such open minds and open hearts about this. I definitely know that, every day I'm learning something new that I need to change in my own lifestyle. So I look forward to your contributions. Sis Deborah, from your perspective, what are the key considerations when it comes to water, especially in the South African context within which you operate?
Thank you, Zanele. The key considerations that we all have to have in South Africa is that, number one, we need to understand that our country is a water scarce country. We don't have abundance of water. And if we have that in mind, it will help us in framing our minds in how we utilize water. Secondly, our country also at the moment is hit by climate change. Climate change has become a reality, and with the projections is that some areas will become more drier, others would have, like Nelson Mandela Bay municipality right now, which is hit by drought, Okay, they have a bit of rain, but it has been hit by drought for a long time. Nelson Mandela Bay municipality in Eastern Cape. And then you look at KZN, which has been hit by floods recently, and that was massive. So you can see that climate change affects our country differently. What we then need to do, because it is something that is a phenomena that has got poses its own challenges. What we have to do is to look at adaptation measures. How do we adapt? And one of the ways we adapt is to make our infrastructure resilient to climate change. For example, make sure that we do not have a situation where when there are floods, our infrastructure gets easily damaged. The other things that we need to consider is the little bit that we have to prevent from pollution, because water has to be fit for use. We have different standards for water for different purposes. Your drinking water standard is different from what you would need for agricultural purposes. And so it will be different from what you need, for example, in a mining. Let's say for platinum, in a platinum mine, you will need a different type of standard. They will use a different type of standard. But all of them would require us to prevent or to protect them from pollution. What we have also been doing is to make sure that, or what we are advocating for as well, is the minimization of water losses. You know, in South Africa, in most areas, we're not paying as much as we should for water, and delivering water is expensive. And in those places, we see just how people leave taps open, water is running down the streets, and even the way they use water is different. You'll go to saloons in the townships, they are using water differently from hair salons in the cities, because in the cities they know the meter is running, and when that meter runs, it means you have to dip deeper into your pockets. So there are a number of things that need to be considered with regards to water use in South Africa.
I want to come back to you on sustainability, but I want to really pull through one of the things that you said around the systems of water. Nzapakazi, lean into me and tell me a little bit about the systems that exist to secure water resources. How well are we doing in not only maintaining the ones that we have, but there's also a huge demand from an infrastructure point of view and in the establishment of water access, to places outside of the city. So you've got huge urban reliance, but there's also at the same time, a need to make sure that not even those who live outside of the cities in rural areas have got access to this good quality water. What is the state of our thinking around infrastructure and our strategies?
Thanks, Sen. Well, when it comes to the systems that are being employed to secure water resources, Umgeni Water has an integrated catchment management strategy and implementation plans. And obviously this talks directly to the water resources, like from the river, the dams and whatnot. And these address like certain objectives that talk to water resource protection and conservation. And these are done together with the community brought on board on education, awareness, and shared learning as well. And also implementing the community-based water resource management interventions that would protect the resources that we draw this raw water from, that we treat to these potable standards. And this looks at various aspects like soil erosion, pollution, and solid waste management as well. And this also talks to the infrastructure that you touched on, because even with the sanitation infrastructure that's in really dire conditions, it has a huge impact on the quality of water that we draw in for treatment purposes as well. And one of the objectives is also investing in ecological infrastructure restoration to improve those degraded ecological areas like the rivers and our own wetlands as well. And also because of the pollution that we get in these water resources, we also embark on aquatic and terrestrial alien invasive plants management, where we employ integrated approaches for effective management thereof. And these contribute directly to the pollution of our water resources. And as we do this with the pollution, obviously, we need to be looking at the polluters and also like bring them on board to understand the impact of the pollution that they bring into these resources, because it becomes difficult to treat this water to the desired standards accordingly. So if they are brought on board, just for them to understand the implications thereof, so they can play their part by all means. And this talks directly to the pollution, like at source, ensuring that we can identify those sources of pollution and how to mitigate and treat them accordingly to ensure that we minimize pollution as much as we can.
At the same time, the biggest polluters are ones that are not necessarily that we have control over, as citizens, is what are we doing with around sewage, because that is seeping into the water system, organizations polluting the water at a scale where it's difficult to fix that. Think about it for a bit for me. Let's come back into partnerships that are going to be meaningful for the mass pollution that's taking place. Reshmila, I wanted to actually ask you around the behavior change, the thinking, the influencing, the education of citizens and of corporates and organizations. I see little of it. What is out there that is supposed to be helping us to think better about the water resources that we have, access to in terms of their long-term sustainability?
So most organizations, especially corporates, the ones that we see are polluting the environment, polluting the rivers, is something that where we've got little control over. But this is where the biggest change in behavior needs to start. Because most of those corporations measure financial performance in terms of profit, and sustainability becomes a tick box, meaning that they're not creating the value for their stakeholders. And that's where the biggest problem lies. But if you look at actually organizations who have embedded sustainability and water sustainability, if you've got a CEO that walks into his office or runs the business with that intrinsic value system saying that we need to have our organization that's not polluting waters, is looking after the sustainability issues, you see that those institutions or those organizations have a better bottom line. You can actually show that they are actually earning a higher profit, because for one, the consumer is prepared to pay a premium for companies that are authentically looking at sustainability issues, that are authentic in creating value for their stakeholders, for the communities in which they work, and are also authentic in looking after the environment. And you also get employees or generations that are coming in or currently that's in the workforce looking to work for companies that are completely authentic in their sustainability strategy and how they implement it and how they look after the environment that they're in. So this is where the value starts, because if organizations are doing this as a tick box, it's not being authentic. It's not being something that they see and value. So they're not practicing what they're preaching. So in terms of anyone viewing the institution, the employees within the institution will not actually continue with that value system, saying, you know what, I have a responsibility to look after this really important resource, and I will do whatever it is within my control to make sure that I create that value for stakeholders.
a quick one on your comments. Who are these polluters? Do you find that it's big corporates? Is it small corporates? Is it a variety? And also, why are we not penalizing them? Because consciousness is one thing, but surely there should be penalties and heavy penalties for pollution of natural resources.
So I think it's a variety, and there are penalties for polluters. You also got the Carbon Tax Act that's in place, but I think where it starts is that how do you actually monitor this? How do you make sure that you've got someone that's watching this and ensuring that this doesn't happen? I mean, often enough you will go past rivers where you see someone emptying a tanker that's emptying some effluent into a river. I mean, it's the monitoring and control and actually prosecution of that. That's where the shortfall or the biggest gap is. But I mean, government has implemented the policies and regulations and everything that goes in to protect that. But I think the gap is around the prosecution and the monitoring and making sure that you're doing what you are supposed to be doing to protect the environment.
The devil is in the gap in this instance, because this is really, the most difficult, and the most important thing to actually be looking after. You cannot reverse this. Sis Deborah, you alluded to sustainability. What are your thoughts on sustainability in the long term and in the shorter term of the water resources that we have? Are we fast responding to climate change, or do you find that, we're too slow off the mark on sustainability?
Okay, first, sustainability, we normally define it as utilization of the current resources in a responsible manner such that future generations also have same access for the utilization of that resource. The department does that by developing policies, strategies, norms and standards for the development of water resources. That is, development and use, they go together. Now, already we have what we call authorization. In other words, we give you a license to use water. That license comes with conditions to which you are to comply. Even municipalities, we license them to use water. They are water services authorities. They are government, but they also obtain licenses from us, and those go with conditions. Now, those conditions will relate to quality and consumptive use as well. So it goes with a number of things. So what we then do as a department, we have a duty to regulate. And I'm still on the issue of sustainability. How are we as the Department of Water and Sanitation to ensure sustainability? We still have to regulate to make sure that we have given Zanele this license. We are saying she should abstract so many megaliters. Yes, she's abstracting that or less, but not more. If you are abstracting more, then we call you an unlawful water user. You are actually taking, and you are not paying for what you are supposed to be taking. You are not paying for what you are taking because you have gone beyond your measures. And with regards to the pollution, because sustainability goes with the quality of water, we indicate as to how much of which parameters can you discharge into a water resource. If you do more than that, then it becomes a problem. Sustainability we also ensure by the number of dams that we have built, because that's where we store water for utilization. We also, as you might be aware, we are raising the walls of certain dams, or the dam walls, so that we increase the capacity of such dams. One will be in Hazelmere in KZN, and the other one is in, I'm just giving two examples, Zanin Dam in Limpopo. We also do interbasin transfer. In other words, we get water from Lesotho to South Africa, as you are aware. And right now we are also trying to get water from Zimbabwe. But we do have also some water between ourselves and Swaziland. We call that Inko Maputo. We do reuse of water. the water that comes out of the wastewater treatment plants, that water can also be reused. For example, in some year in 2013 or so, we transferred water from Polokwane, from the wastewater treatment plant of Polokwane, to a place in Mopani for the platinum, for the mining platinum. Or from platinum mining, yes. Okay, we also do acid mine water treatment, as you know, from the Vaal, from the old gold mines. That also adds to the water mix to give us sustainability. And in the coastal areas, we are using desalination plants as well. Not in all areas due to the complexities and the expense of the desal plant. So those are the things that we are doing. But over and above all this, it is education that we are giving to South Africans, that we are a water scarce country, and these are the ways. We are sharing tips on how we can save water. For example, when you open your shower, there's a lot of water that comes out before warm water can come out, and that is in winter is even worse because your pipes are not perhaps insulated, and maybe your bathroom is far from the heater, the geyser. So those are some of the things that we say. We'll say that use a bucket, and that water you can use for laundry, or that water you can use for watering your garden. I'm just making a simple example of how we can save water. Once every South African becomes conscious of the fact that we are a water scarce country and that we need for our own sustainability. Remember, water is related to economic development. So if we don't have water, we will not have adequate economic development. It means, the other thing, our health will suffer because there are people that don't have water, and you can see from the statistics in the clinics what they are suffering from. So it relates to waterborne diseases as well. It also relates to the job creation. Our unemployment rate is high now. Even just in laying a pipe, you are creating jobs. Now, what comes out of that pipe at the end of the day also creates jobs, because it is that water that is going to make other people to be creative around that area. When you look at our dams, they are recreational areas for water sports, and you can also have what they call where tourist attraction. Fishing. Yes, you also have tourist attraction around our dams. And so there's job creation, there's economic development. So the more we draw this message across, the more I think all of us will become aware of the importance of water.
You're raising so many questions for me, and I hope I'm going to remember all of them. And not questions, but topics that we have to delve a little bit more into. And I wanted to delve into the whole responsibility of organizations towards the water that you are giving them license to use. And Ntsapokazi, are you able to talk to me about mines, manufacturing organizations, those who are using so much water? To what degree are they putting in place water saving measures? They need to use less over time. Are there targets for them? To what degree are they finding alternatives to using water? The mines are still using a lot of water. Are there no alternatives to using air, as an example? Is there a push for Umgeni to force these organizations to make the shift to other ways of doing business without being water intensive?
It's a very difficult one, but what Umgeni Water has done is to lead the catchment management forums to ensure that all these other parties do contribute to the interventions that are implemented by Umgeni Water. Obviously, when we look at agriculture, we just have to ensure that implementation of water use efficiency measures are in place, because agriculture is the biggest water user. So in terms of irrigation and farming requirements, they really have to tap into these strategies to ensure that the water resource quality is protected accordingly by a use of less fertilizers, promoting mulching, using less pesticides, and also managing their pollution activities, thus ensuring that they comply with the water use licenses that Sis Deborah touched on, and also implementing waste management strategies that will look into their implementation plans, that whatever they implement accordingly, it does not pollute these resources. So their participation in these catchment management forums and our collaboration with them is quite crucial, and this is how we bring them in. And also for the polluters as well, just to ensure that we by all means engage them. We working with Sunduzi on trade effluent pollution, where we monitor the polluters for them, and we have an SLA to that regard. So we can actually be in a position to identify the polluters to these water resources, and also do monitoring on a continuous basis, so that when we have to be instituting penalties accordingly, it's informed by what we would have picked up from the pollution parameters that are brought into the systems accordingly. So it's very crucial that our biodiversity is really protected, because without that protection, as Sis Deborah has alluded to, that water is a very scarce resource, and even that small drop from the tap itself, we need to appreciate that, and believe that it has been felt quite immensely within KZN, where the communities, even though it was a case of flooding this time around, but the damage of the infrastructure made the community realize that without this very important resource, it's really, really impossible, close to impossible to have like a very decent life. So it's that community partnership, because from the floods, one would have just assumed that there will be abundance of that water, but that was not necessarily. Yes, that was not necessarily the case, because the infrastructure was damaged by the floods. As much as you could draw as much as you could from these water resources, but the infrastructure to treat this water accordingly was damaged quite immensely. So it's quite important that you have those community engagements for them to understand that crucial importance of water accordingly. There's quite a number of sectors, obviously, that could be brought on board, like the biodiversity sector for the protection of the biodiversity, and even the environmental sector, because we talk pollution here. We need to ensure that in terms of compliance, Susan talked of the water use licenses as well. So if we really bring all these other sectors on board to ensure that they buy into this, and I think of crucial importance is the communities who also contribute towards pollution, that they have to play their part in protecting these water resources. And there's so much that can be done collaboratively with the communities and the NGOs as well. There are certain interventions within the organization to that regard.
I'm going to come back to you with another tough question in a moment, but I want Rashmila first to paint the scene for us. Rashmila, I don't know to what degree you can chat to the impact of pollution of water, in our environment. I know that it's a travesty for me when I see how filthy the dams are, how filthy the areas are where people live. You go to the Kruger, and I don't know whether it's a time of year, but the water stinks, and yet animals have to exist there, birds have to exist there. How do we turn that around? How do we not destroy such a beautiful natural resource that we all are reliant on, including plants and animals?
Yeah, I can talk to you about it a little bit, but it's a very long conversation actually, because if you're looking at the impacts, for example, if you've got polluted water, the quality of your crops, the food that you are eating, and remember, whatever you consume becomes part of you, becomes part of your actual cell DNA. So that's, I mean, so if you're having plants that are contaminated, or even animal products that are that's contaminated, this is what's being consumed. And if you look at the amount of chronic lifestyle diseases that we have, it can be directly linked back to the environment, to the food, or the quality of the food that you're eating. And we've seen over the years that the quality of your produce is decreasing. So in terms of nutritional value, what your body is actually getting is a lot less than what we actually need. And that's where the biggest part of the conversation comes in, is that when you're spending billions on disease management, and I mean, we're not even looking at healthcare at this point, we're managing symptoms. That's all linked to chronic lifestyle diseases, which is your diabetes, your cancer, and all that goes, and all of it goes back to looking at, you know, the core of it. There's a few contributing factors, for example, stress, etc. But the core of it is nutrition, the quality of the food that you eat, the quality of the animal products that you're consuming. And this is where the quality of the water becomes the biggest part of that conversation, because fertilizers goes into that farmers are using goes into the water tables, and that goes downstream, and that becomes a constant sort of cycle in terms of, I mean, to try to keep the quality, the soil quality up, or keep the microbes within the soil quality, more fertilizers are added. And this is the important part, because most, if you're looking at agriculture for commercial purposes, biodiversity is not part of that conversation, because this is where we see the actual change coming in. Where you're producing not the same crop over and over again, but you're actually bringing in different crops, which changes the soil quality and increases your the microbes, etc., which influences or has an impact on the nutritional quality of your food. So you can see this can go on for quite a while. This is a topic on its own, but this is the importance of actually where we focus on. And like I said in my introduction, we need to give power to those that are looking after the well-being of the planet and all the inhabitants. And with that power or support, I think the influence or the change starts to happen, because, you know, we always say, as long as we have the knowledge, and then the change will happen. But having the knowledge and actually using what you know is where the impact comes. Because applying that knowledge, because just take simply, you know what you need to do to look after your health, but most people don't do it. So it's not just about knowledge, it's how do we get people to actually start using that knowledge and applying it every day in their lives to actually start making the biggest impact.
I like to have a bit of fun. Rashmila, do you know Satguru?
I heard of him, but I haven't really gotten into.
You haven't listened to him.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I've heard of him.
I think, you know, he speaks a lot, and for me it was quite mind-opening to hear him speak about soil quality. You know, that's why I bring him up, you know, and he says soil quality can improve so many issues in our lives. It improves water, it will literally improve carbon emissions far more than any other effort that we have. Yes, he's a guru, but, you know, and maybe this is not, you know, that's why he's not on a platform like this one. But there's so much to be said for soil quality. There's so much to be said for a whole lot of other factors. And Tsapokazi, you spoke a little bit about the disasters we saw happening in KZN. You spoke a little bit about the drought. You know, for me, I wasn't sure if I heard enough of a conversation on what why that happened. So I didn't hear the climate change conversation around water. I didn't hear the mitigating conversation around, what do we need to do to not just solve for what you do from a water perspective, but what else needs to be done collaboratively and collectively for us to not see the floods again, or to not see the droughts, getting worse over the next 10, 20 years. Who are the other players in this climate space, in the sustainability space, that for you as Umgeni are keen to see them progress well?
Thank you, Susan. Obviously, there's quite a number of sectors that really need to play a part in here. Already I alluded to the agricultural sector, the biodiversity sector as well, and also the environmental sector. We also have DWLs with Sis Deborah representing, who can ensure catchment management and compliance with the water use license conditions, thus enforcing that compliance wherever it's required to ensure this water resource quality and quantity protection and management as well, and also bringing in the communities to play their own part as well. And obviously, we do have climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies that we have in place. And this is where we are bringing in other parties together. And as part of this, we focus mainly on greenhouse gas emission reductions, and also a very important one, increase in the energy mix, where we look at renewable energy sources like solar power installation, hydropower installation, and also recycling waste to energy. And as we do so, looking also at adoption of green building designs for our offices as well. And circular economy is quite key as well, just to ensure that we close all the loops in whatever we do to ensure that there's no waste whatsoever, or we use that waste for other fruitful resources accordingly, to ensure that we minimize the impact of this climate change by all means. And also we need to be looking at studies that would assess the impacts of the climate change on water resources and provide recommendations accordingly. Already we have flood early warning systems that we have developed and that are being implemented accordingly. And we instituted that when we have the flood. It was quite forecasted because there was a warning from the South African Weather Services, and working with our close municipalities to that regard, we support these municipalities in developing specific flood forecasting and early warning systems based on the modeling that would have been undertaken, and just mainly focusing on the floods. And I think another very important one that Umgeni Water is tapping into is the diversification of sources of supply. We're talking wastewater reclamation, we're talking desalination initiatives as well, just to diversify all these sources of water instead of relying mainly on our rivers and dams, and also groundwater as well, using our boreholes and all that.
Thank you so much, Ntafakazi. I definitely celebrate some of the things that you've talked about, and also celebrating the early warning system. I've seen it in action. I think going to only get better in terms of preparing us for some of the things that potentially are going to happen, most likely going to happen. So thank you so much. I think Umgeni Water is doing an incredible job. It's a hard job because you're also reliant on so many other government structures, private structures, policy and regulations, and just, it's not ease of, it's not quick decision making that's going to turn this around. But when you do, I hope we'll definitely start to see, the benefits of cleaner water where we've actually seen damage done. So good luck to you, and I hope that we get to see you again in the next conversation. You can tell us some more of your wins. Reshmila, any closing thoughts on your side? Anything that I didn't manage to ask you or unlock for you to share with us?
I think the closing from my side would be that, in the last 2 years, and everyone talks about COVID, and as much as it has negatively impacted a lot of lives, what we've seen was we probably got a free business continuity test in the last 2 years to see how a business can still operate given the circumstances that we were under. And with all the negativity that came with it, there were also a lot of opportunities that presented itself in terms of, we saw what happened when the world went into lockdown. The air cleared up. Some rivers started to clear up in terms of the water and the quality of the water. So we could see what's possible. And now as we get back into the so-called normality, I don't think we should ignore what we learned over the last 2 years and the opportunities that it created. For example, look at your carbon emissions as a business and have a strategy on how you reduce that. Look at, for example, being in that green building, and look at how you implement or develop a strategy around looking at sustainable climate change, sustainability, how you use water, how you recycle water within your environment. And this goes, I think, for all organizations. Like I said, if it becomes part of your DNA, it's something that you will always be looking at, and you'll be looking for those opportunities and where you can make that change. Because I feel if you remember Barack Obama in his climate change address, he said that we're the first generation to actually feel the impact of climate change, and we're actually the last generation that can do something about it. And I think that's quite powerful, because if we don't start making that change in everything that we do, from an individual, from an organization, that change is not going to happen, and that fundamental shift is not going to be there. That would be my comments.
Yeah, I agree with you. I hope everybody feels the same, that the challenges we faced in the last couple of months, be it the pandemic, be it the current very visible, even the social uprisings, even the floods and the droughts, which I think we're not hearing about enough or seeing enough of, covered visibly. It feels like a massive opportunity, and I hope that we're all seeing it that way, and we're not finding ways to cope with the lack of something. But an interesting thing before we go, an interesting that also was mentioned, was that we're probably going to revert back to ways in which we lived many years ago, where we used less of these natural resources anyway. So I really hope that everybody's gained from this conversation. Not to belabor it, I do think we've run out of time. I want to thank you for your time. Very much appreciated. We lost somebody due to load shedding. Some of us are sitting in the dark with artificial lights, but we're making it. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope I see you again. Reshmila, thank you. Ntafokazi, thank you.
Insightful conversation, right? Hope you're enjoying it so far. Joining us next is Mr. Shamiso Hlajwayo, Acting General Manager of Research at Brand South Africa. And she's going to talk us through how South Africa is championing sustainability. Let's keep moving.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, where new ways of doing business happen every day, where the world watches our talent in fascination. South Africa's rich in gold, diamonds, and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technology trends. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized. Where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The UN in 2015 created and enacted the 17 Sustainable Goals, all widely regarded as the SDG, which were to complement and extend the Millennium Development Goals. These were to be achieved by 2030, and many relate to poverty, equality, healthcare, and equitable development, and are broken down into 169 targets. These form part of the 5 Ps: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Key in this regard was SDG 17, which called for local and international partnerships in the pursuit of these. As a country that faces a number of these challenges within the SDGs, South Africa supported the reformulation of the SDGs, enacting these into and aligning these with the National Development Plan 2030, specifically the medium-term strategic frameworks. Even though the NDP predated the formulation of the SDGs, it incorporates around 74% of them. According to an unpublished analysis by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and the UN Development Programme, 74% of the SDG targets are directly addressed by the NDP, and sectoral programs address 19% of the remaining targets. President Ramaphosa in 2019 argued that the SDGs in a South African context will be transformative and restorative if achieved. Government also believes that the 3 dimensions of the SDGs, economic, social, and environmental, are interlinked and need to be accomplished coherently. Economic growth without social inclusion or at the expense of their natural environment is unwise, as environmental protection at the expense of vulnerable groups and individuals only puts the country in a worse off situation. In addition, government and the United Nations in South Africa have finalized the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for the years 2020 to 2025, which is the first generation cooperation framework developed under the new guidelines released in 2019. This involved a detailed consultation process that included the private sector, civil society, academia, and research institutions, women, and youth. The process undertaken affirmed the following principles: host government ownership and leadership, multi-stakeholder participation, and alignment to national priorities. As part of South Africa's new social compact plan, increased private sector collaboration and cooperation in reaching the developmental goals of the country is a key priority area. Successes in this area show that 68% of South African companies are aware and directly incorporated SDGs in their strategies and reporting processes. While this indicates good progress for the country, ambitious transformational action involves creating greater awareness of and support for the 2030 agenda across all spheres of society. As a country, we'll continue to make significant headway in the following areas: continued enhancements in the provision of clean water, electricity, sanitation, education, and health. Access to free education for children from poor households has been expanded. Over 9 million children attend no-fee schools. Individuals benefiting from the social protection system increased from 3 million in 1994 to 17.5 million in 2018. South Africa also has the biggest antiretroviral treatment program in the world, reaching and servicing over 4.5 million people. Inclusive growth is being accelerated by increasing levels of investment and measures to create more jobs. Major strides in addressing gender inequalities, such as legislative frameworks, have been developed and aimed at ending all forms of discrimination against women and girls. Representation of women in national parliament has increased from 25% in 1994 to 41% in 2016. Approximately 35% of permanent sitting judges are women. In the area of climate change, the implementation of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and its Paris Agreement is of paramount importance. Legislation and policies have been adopted, including a carbon tax to address climate change and to enhance the country's ability to adapt to ongoing environmental changes. Significant investments have been made in renewable energy, cleaner public transport, energy efficiency, waste management, and land restoration initiatives. South Africa remains highly regarded as a climate diplomacy champion, seen to be leading the just energy transition, with key initiatives such as the Hydrogen Valley said to be a blueprint for the future of renewable energy generation. Progress is also being made with regards to SDG number 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. For example, gross expenditure on research and development as a percentage of GDP has increased slightly over recent years, from a low of 0.72% in 2013 to 0.8% in 2015. It is, however, still far from achieving the target set by national policy and still has some way to go to recover to levels experienced in 2008. The number of full-time equivalent researchers per million of the population has increased substantially from 2007 to the 2015 period, from 398.6 to approximately 475.1. In South Africa, the 3G networks have achieved almost universal population coverage, and LTE networks now cover slightly more than 3/4 of the population. With regard to SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institution, the goal deals with broad and complex issues that government has to deal with. South Africa has made some progress in areas such as incidences of rape brought to the attention of the police per 100, a reduction in the percentage of school-attending children who experience any physical punishment or physical aggression at school during the past 5 years has since dropped from about 11.4% to 6.3, and the existence of independent national human rights organizations in compliance with the Paris principles are highly regarded within the South African institutional framework. Even though we have made significant progress, we still face some challenges, especially in the following areas: persistent high levels of inequalities, as stated by SDG 10, which according to the World Bank's 2022 report, which ranks the country as one of the countries with the highest levels of inequality globally. Significantly, around 50% of this inequality still remains related to race, with the previously marginalized remaining largely the same. In addition, the World Bank reports that the regionalized dimensions of this inequality account for around 40% of the coefficient, with people from rural areas being worst impacted. In addition, some of the other challenges that we also face are violence against women and femicide, as well as discrimination. Securing a just transition to a low-carbon economy while a high degree of dependence on fossil fuels continues is also another challenge. Affordability is also an issue, especially in light of the country's racialized income inequality. Moreover, according to the 2019 voluntary review, only around 1% of individuals make use of off-grid systems, including solar and wind energy. Even though this figure has increased over the past 3 years, this still remains relatively low. Moreover, increasing informal settlements in urban areas make it difficult for the country to achieve 100% access to electricity. Regarding SDG 4 on quality of education, about 1/3 of schools have computers for teaching purposes, but as just under 19%, the proportion of schools with access to the internet for the same purpose is considerably lower, and markedly lower than in many countries with which South Africa needs to compete and collaborate with on the international stage. However, as a country, we continue to strive to overcome, and with persistence and strategic collaboration, we will be well on our way to achieve all the SDGs and remain a beacon of hope and transformation for the rest of the world. Thank you so much for attending today's session. My name is Shami Sohladrayo, currently Acting General Manager of Research at Brand South Africa. I'm sending you back to the studio. Thank you.
So much food for thought, lots to be concerned about in terms of the challenges we are facing. But we are Africa and we are Africans. We need to rise to the challenge. And now for our smart agriculture case study, we're joined by Morne du Plessis, CEO of WWF South Africa, telling us more about building resilience in our agri-food system. Over to you, Morne.
Thank you for that introduction. It's a great privilege to be speaking at this conference, and in particular to bring a perspective from a science-based environmental organization on a topic that is very much front of mind for governments throughout the world, and also for businesses, and of course most of all the people who are the consumers of food. I've broken up the presentation into 5 sections, basically to pose the context, set the challenge, talk about the opportunity, focus on why biodiversity has such materiality on the food supply chain, and then end off by just a brief focus on a tool. So let me go ahead with just giving a little bit of the impact of our food production systems across the globe. So this is at global level. And essentially, food production systems have massive impacts on the emissions of greenhouse gases, the use of fresh water, massive impacts onto both terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity loss. You could say the same for oceans, although there's no statistic in that sense. And then agricultural production is significantly responsible for land degradation across the planet. This is a common problem, not just in Africa, not just in South Africa, but across the globe. And it's small wonder then that when businesses and business-minded and business-interested people get together at the World Economic Forum, that in the Global Risk Report of 2022, the top 10 long-term global risks include 5 that are directly linked to the environment and climate change. The first 2, failure of climate action and extreme weather events, obviously closely linked to the whole field of climate change. But then the other 3 have to do pretty much with what I will focus on significantly in this presentation: biodiversity loss, natural resource crises, and the human environmental damage that is caused as a result of food production systems. Let me say at the outset, of course, that people have to eat food. And so this is not to suggest that we are talking about any other alternative to food production. Geographically, South Africa has a population size currently of about 61 million. By 25, we are looking at growing to about 75 million. The numbers in brackets are numbers for the population size for Africa. You could see a massive increase in population size across Africa, not that extreme in South Africa itself, but still there are more mouths to feed, and that is for certain. And then if we project to 2100, the challenge is even bigger. South Africa's land area, about 1.2 million square kilometers, 90% of which is short on water, on rainfall. 13% is arable land, and there's an increasing frequency of drought. The context of our food system, 35% of the lower LSM household income is spent on food. And if you are poor, you're paying 65% more for a basket of junk food compared to healthy food. So there is a cost, significant costs. And within the social context of South Africa, of course, these are big systemic challenges that need to be dealt with through policy and various other interventions from both government and business. Many South Africans are food insecure. 21 million people are considered to be overweight or obese. 7 million people, by contrast, experience chronic hunger. And I'm told that 1 in 5 people go to bed hungry at least once a week. Often obesity and hunger go together in the same households. And this is something that obviously provides us with massive challenges. But despite these challenges of hunger and malnutrition, a third of our food globally, as well as in South Africa, goes to waste, often very close to where it's produced, not at the end of the food supply chain, but a third of our food goes to waste. And a lot of systemic change has to happen in order to make sure that we meet the demands of the future. To give a little bit of environmental context, South Africa is a water-stressed country. I've mentioned that before. 10% of our land area receives half of our rainfall. So 10% of our land is extremely important in terms of capturing the rain that comes from above. Wetlands and river systems have been severely degraded. Up to 80% of our river systems are under huge stress. Climate change drives rainfall patterns that are very different, increasing droughts, increasing extreme rainfall events, as we've seen recently in KwaZulu-Natal, and biodiversity on production landscapes on farms are significantly in decline. So if we end off setting the context, just looking at the agricultural sector, and these are just a few pointers, but 13% of the South African terrestrial landscape is arable. 70% is affected by soil erosion. So I've really painted quite a bleak picture in terms of the agricultural potential of the country, as well as the challenges in terms of climate and water stress. But agriculture as a sector is hugely important. We all know that 12% of our foreign earnings, besides the fact that we have to sustain ourselves by producing food, is earned through agriculture. And it employs 750,000 of people in the commercial agriculture sector. Add to that 2.6 million people who operate as small-scale farmers or subsistence farmers, and you have a significant contribution to the country's economy. So to frame the challenge, we've seen growing populations, more mouths to feed, a greater need for production of healthy and nutritious food. That's the one thing on the one hand. But on the other hand, it's to avoid continually degrading the landscapes that have to produce our food. And that's where most of the rest of the focus of this talk will lie. WWF South Africa produced a report, Agri-Food Systems, Facts and Futures, in 2019. And in there, 5 solutions for transformative change in food systems were suggested. And this goes all the way, and I'll focus only on the left-hand 3 in this presentation, but we've spoken about the challenges in water and the water stress that we're suffering in this country. It is only going to get worse, and we therefore have to optimize and jack up the way in which we increase our water efficiency. For example, 62% of our water in South Africa is used for irrigation of food crops. So the efficiencies have to really scale up in that space. Let me just expand a little bit on regenerative agriculture as another transformative solution. So forms of agriculture that are variously known as conservation agriculture, sustainable rangeland management, extensive livestock management systems, all have to be based on agroecological principles, fundamental principles of sustainability. the old way of moving your lands from area to area when you've depleted the resources in the soil, when you can no longer produce crops without extensive inputs, you simply cannot continue to farm on that piece of land. And so new smart regenerative agricultural practices are being developed, and many of them rely heavily on practices that have existed in more traditional systems, but to make sure that we actually add value to the land as it produces food rather than depleting it. And then the third factor here of responsible sourcing is to do with what business and consumers, of course, can do. So if I just look at the simplified food value chain, we've got producers on the one end, both commercial and small scale. Industry sits in the middle, with retailers mediating the connection between producers and consumers generally. And in South African context, consumers sit with issues of choice. On the one hand, for those who are able to make choices and can afford them, versus those who purely battle with access to sufficient nutritious food. So just to briefly amplify the importance of biodiversity to companies and to business in general, it's not just sustainability related impacts on the company that are material, but also the impacts of the company on the environment, the economy, and on society. And it's particularly sectors like agriculture that are extremely important in this space. And this is where the opportunity for investors, for fund managers, for the investment world, as well as every company that links to the supply chain to make considered science-based decisions, either by pursuing the equivalent of science-based targets in relation to climate, or to consider interventions in terms of their procurement. Let me end off by just amplifying a single tool that focuses and could assist business in general to focus on the risk that they face or that their investments face in relation to water. A water risk filter was developed globally by WWF, and in South Africa we've refined it and created high resolution information, and it measures physical risk, regulatory risk, as well as reputational risk. And it's very easy to use. It is freely available, and it can provide companies with significant information. Of course, if you want to download the water risk filter, you can go to the website indicated herewith. And ideally in future, we would want to be able to do something similar to give scientific guidance and advice to business in relation to biodiversity risk. You ask me, why is biodiversity important? I end off by just giving you one example. The pollination systems that are required for food production. So 70% of the food that will be on your plate at your next meal required a pollinator, a single insect, generally a bee, to move pollen from one plant to the other in order to produce that food. That is why biodiversity is important, and we need to look after these systems. So with that, I hand back to our chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Morne. Really getting to the heart of the consumption of the food around us. I definitely am getting very worried. Food for thought, and now the food quality is not so great anymore. So we all need a rethink. But yeah, let me take a break and just look forward to the next session. And it's our last panel for today. focusing on food security and sustainable development goals. And it's about the synergies, the tension, the trade-offs, moderated by Margot Fargo, environmentalist and entrepreneur, and founder of Fargo Straws. Enjoy it. In 2022, the current population in Africa stood at 1.5 billion based on the latest United Nations estimates. Millions are starving and millions of tons of food are going to waste. However, we do have a challenge with the current food production landscape, and we need to identify innovative and financially sustainable solutions so that SDG goals in Africa can be realized. Unpacking the latest insights, obstacles, and updates on SDGs in Africa, it's over to you, Margot.
Thank you so much. Today we're going to be chatting and talking about specifically food security and sustainable development goals. These are the synergies and the tensions and the trade-offs that we're going to be chatting about. And we have a group of 3 esteemed panelists. Without any specific order of introducing them, I'm going to be starting off with Kavita Pema. She is the Group Executive of Sustainability and Transformation at Winfield United South Africa. She has been relied upon numerous occasions to be a sustainability strategist, program builder, and in regulatory compliance. My apologies. Welcome, Kavita Pema. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Margot. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about a subject that's very close to my heart. And like we talked about earlier, it's something that we can be very passionate about and can run off like a steam train. But yeah, I'm very pleased to be here and very happy to share my thoughts as well as learn from others.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Then we have Saint Francis Thotlang. He is the Corporate Communications and Public Affairs Director for Nestlé East and Southern Africa, comprising of 23 countries. He also holds a Bachelor's of Social Sciences honors degree, and he was also a recipient for the Andrew Mellon prestigious scholarship. So welcome so much, Mr. Thotlang. You have a great name, St. Francis.
Thank you so much, Marco, and it's great to be here. Much like Kavita, very, very passionate about sustainability, about development, sustainable development to be very specific. So looking forward to adding my voice to the conversation and learning from the others as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Then we have Riabetswe Nkwane. She has a passion for social entrepreneurship, innovation, and she's continually creating these spaces. And she decided that her sole purpose is to establish and to identify social and environmental challenges. I know that you had mentioned earlier, Riabetswe, that you specifically, work in the waste management sector, which is also such a key and pivotal factor in the topic that we're going to be chatting about today.
Afternoon, Margot. Thank you so much. I think I'm very excited to be participating in this panel because I think it will firstly indicate the challenges that we all face across industries and the synergies that we can create within the different industries as to how we better ourselves going forward. So I'm quite excited to be here. Thank you.
Lovely. So to kick it off, we're going to be talking about, food security as a whole. The fact that food security is indeed a physiological need, but yet it is one of the most, challenging factors that our continent faces, our country and our continent. So if we look at the United Nations estimates, we've seen that they estimated that Africa currently has a population of 1.4 billion people, yet we still have the challenge of food insecurity. So we're going to be talking about how do we challenge the current food production landscape and also identify innovative and financially sustainable solutions, in this sector that we are in. So I'm going to kick it off and I'm going to be asking Kavita. Kavita, we're talking about these obstacles as a whole, but these sustainable development goals that we have, as a continent and as a country, what do you think the biggest obstacles are?
Margaret, we have lots of obstacles, Africa being what it is. I think one of the things we really have to consider is that the social construct in Africa is so different to the social construct anywhere else. So if you think about Europe, America, Australia, any of the other places, they can compare themselves to each other, but you cannot compare Africa to any of those. We sit in a country that is natural resource rich, but we still have restrictions. We still have our resources in terms of natural resources are rich, but then capabilities are low, capacities are low, education levels are low, financial resources are low, and it just doesn't make sense. It's so out of balance that it makes absolutely no sense. But that's the biggest challenge we deal with, I think, in trying to balance these various aspects that lead us into this construct is where we need to find the sweet spot. But I think at this stage, we have not yet found the sweet spot. We know it's missing, and I think we know we need to find it. But if we can get those, aside from the fact that we are resources rich, we need to understand what are our capabilities, what are our resources in terms of finances, people, and what else do we need to bring us to the party, and how do we get those things working in synergy? I think there's a big challenge ahead for us as a continent.
Very true, Kavita. St. Joseph, I want to find out from you, being in corporate communications and public affairs for such a global company, and as a person as a whole, I'm sure you have so much to contribute as well with regards to the obstacles that we are facing when it comes to these goals.
Thank you. It's St. Francis, Margot. I'd love to.
St. Francis, my apologies.
No problem. So I think Kavita has, covered a few of the challenges, and she spoke to some of the economic and more specifically around capacity and capability. Perhaps I want to come at it from a different lens to say I think one of the biggest challenges is the lack of political will. And you require that political will to really take bold actions, bold steps. So of course resources are always going to be very limited, and to further contribute to that challenge of limited resources is also this. It's both a blessing and a curse for Africa that population growth is really accelerating. And so what we're finding is that we have either the similar amount of resources, if not less, having to service the needs of a much booming population. And so definitely, I think the political will is one, but secondly, I think one of the biggest challenges that is facing Africa, as mentioned, both a blessing and in many ways a curse, is the fact that we will not have the resources to meet, the needs of a growing population, and that sample size that has almost doubled over the years. So that I think are some of the bigger challenges for Africa.
Thank you, St. Francis. Thank you for that. I think, Rebecca, from a waste management point, the fact that, St. Francis mentioned that resources might even be one of the main obstacles that we face when it comes to talking about our sustainable goals. What would you say would be those obstacles in your sector?
Resources in my sector are not necessarily an obstacle because waste is continuously generated. And I think more than anything in my industry, we're trying to find effective ways to be able to take that waste from landfill and use it back into, or put it back into economy as a different either product or a different resource in the way in which it is utilized. But I think, much like St. Francis mentioned, it's the political will, it's the bureaucracy, it's the ability to allow innovation in the industry and allow participation, not just from also a large scale, so like a huge corporate, but allowing as well the guys on the ground to be able to come into that industry, because there's so many barriers of entry. I think not just only in my industry, but could as well be in the food industry. And I think once the playing fields are leveled, once the playing fields are also open, we could see much of a difference and availability of resources.
So, Kavita, as an expert in sustainability and program development around the Sustainable Development Goals, we still face the harsh reality of food insecurity. And I just want to ask, what do you think needs to change around the food cycle? How can we, specifically better manage that in order for us to sort of alleviate and sort of decrease the food insecurity that our continent faces?
That's the $1 million question right there. I think if we have the answer to that, we'll solve half the world's problems. But I think, and that is the difficulty of food security or insecurity. It's just, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, every single one of them is dependent on food security. Not one of them would be achievable, or I would say even now, right now, is not achievable because we're struggling with food security. If you go and you talk to a person on the street and you say, what are your opinions, or what do you think, or how do you deal with climate change? A lot of them would tell you, you know what, climate change is in the future. Right now I'm dealing with how do I feed my family? Where do I get my next loaf of bread? How do I make sure that my family is taken care of? And so you need to bring it down to the basics. We need to bring it down to the actual real foundations of what builds our societies. And what builds our societies is supporting the poorest of the poor. And we support the poorest of the poor by giving them assistance, giving them resources and empowering them. I think, I'm not a Christian, but in the Bible, there's the story about give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, but teach him to fish and you'll feed him forever. And that's what we need to do, education and empowerment. And if we get those things sorted out, we can then start creating a society that becomes self-sufficient. But like we said earlier, the resources we deal with, the inequalities we deal with, it makes it a very skewed picture. So trying to get that all sorted out first, and then now we start talking about idealistic worlds and idealistic conditions. And we're never going to get there. But what we have to try and do is how do we make these building blocks bigger and stronger so that the future can be built on top of it. And that's the challenge. It's a very difficult challenge. The solutions are not right in front of us. It's something we're going to have to keep exploring. And over time, I do believe we'll find the solution, but it's going to take a lot of hard work and a lot of collaboration.
Thank you, Kavita. Yes, Rebecca.
If I can just challenge my fellow panelists there, and I'd like to say that I believe climate change and food security work hand in hand, because I think the effects that we're currently seeing as a result of climate change, as a result of our actions on the environment, have had a huge, if not very detrimental effect on our food security. How farming is taking place, seasonal changes, it has had such a vast effect on now produce, and yeah, I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. So I'd like to literally urge that they work hand in hand. We can't take one and separate it from the other.
Kavita, would you like to comment on that? Do you absolutely?
No, I have to agree. I have to agree with that. You're spot on, Ria. But what I'm just trying to say is when you deal with the realities of today, and I know climate change is very real. Trust me, I believe I'm not a climate change denier, but what I am is a realist. And we have to then try and understand that if we don't solve the immediate problem of today, we are not going to solve the problem of tomorrow. And that's what we need to bring together hand in hand. So while we're thinking about the future, also think about the present. How do we solve the present problems? Because that's going to get us on a much stronger footing to deal with the future problems. And Ria, all due respect, climate change, I agree, it's now. It's not in the future, it is now. But, there's a little bit of a disconnect with the guy on the ground versus the intellectuals. And that's also where we need to make sure there's a better connection.
Absolutely. St. Francis, I'd love to hear what you have to say about this particular point, because you are in that sector as well, and dealing with public affairs and communications. How would you say we can sort of better improve this?
Sure. So again, I think just building on Kavita's very good points, I think what really resonated with me was collaboration, and that's collaboration and partnership are key to really disrupt the ways in which we've been approaching, which in many ways has been siloed approaches across the entire food systems, right? So I think collaboration and partnership are key. When we look at food security, there's, I think there's three key fundamental factors within food security. It's obviously availability, right? So our ability to produce food, so the food system being able to address the needs. Then it's access, so people, much to Kavita's point, actually having access to food, and then its utilization. So that equitable way in which food is being used, distributed. And so, I think we have to focus on primary food production, which is where this point that Ria is making around climate change. And in fact, climate change is probably the single biggest threat to food security across, the existing challenges. And so I think we need to focus on primary food production. I think we need to focus, more upstream in terms of the food system and that value chain. And it's really working and focusing on regenerative agriculture and those practices. So really equipping farmers, imparting the knowledge and being more regenerative towards the environment, such that we are then able to still produce food in the future. In fact, today we're already seeing those very real, effects of climate change on food production. So now more than ever, I think that's where perhaps the focus needs to be on. But I also fully agree with my esteemed colleague Kavita on not only on collaboration and partnership, which I think is absolutely fantastic, but also on education as well. So there's a strong role in educating, equipping communities on how they can try and mitigate the effects of food insecurity. And so I said a lot, but my key takeouts is definitely collaboration and partnership. I think we need to be focusing on primary food production, the agriculture, agro-processing, as ways in which we can advance more regenerative food systems and regenerative agricultural practices. And then finally, education across the entire value chain.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, St. Francis. I love how, all three of you come from such different industries, but you sort of echo the same sentiment. The fact that, we know that climate change is a reality, and it ties within the fact and the problem that we're facing, which is food insecurity, which goes now to the point of land. I particularly would love to know even more about this, because we know that land is becoming scarce, and the fact that, Riabeto, you mentioned that climate change is also, it directly affects food production. What can we say, Kavita, could be a possible, solution, innovative solution when it comes to the scarcity of land and food production?
Yeah, okay, you keep asking the million-dollar questions, and I mean, I think at some stage we should all be collecting those millions of dollars. Yes. But I think one of our most neglected resources is land. We tend to forget that land also needs to be taken care of. It needs to be regenerated. It needs to be resourced. It needs to be it needs the nutrients in order to continue to provide us with the service that we need. And this is again where I want to come back to what we've said before: collaboration, integration, and talking in different sectors. What we find is, you've got a sector like the automotive or the guys who are trying to reduce emissions, and they're saying, let's do biofuels. You go and you start going into the biofuel space. That takes land. You're using land which should have been used for food crop production is now producing food crop, but that food crop is going into fuel production. So now you've got food that should have gone into feeding communities and nations is actually being used as fuel. So what we've done is we've taken land, that same land, and used it for crop production, for fuel. So now there's no crops for eating. What do we do then? Let's go to the forest. The forests are there, cut the trees off, deforest them, and use that to produce food. So we constantly invading land that should not be invaded. And now the problem here is that the different sectors are not talking to each other, right? It's great that we go and we look at alternate fuels, but in looking at the alternate fuels like biofuels, are we not creating another land-related problem for crop production? Because now there isn't sufficient land. So in order to compensate for that, we go into the forest. We go into the forest, we deforest areas, we use that for crops, and then suddenly there's indigenous people who are losing out and they don't have any resources. So we've gone into this vicious cycle, where we think we're coming up with a solution, but the solution's creating another problem. And that is where I try and always focus thinking in groups, is that don't think in silos, don't work in your own sector, think across sectors and try and integrate the solution with the problem. Because if you come up with a solution, and that comes back to risk-based thinking, right? If you put risk-based thinking into the whole discussion, you start understanding I've created a solution, but is my solution not creating another problem? And we need to understand land is finite and land cannot just be exploited. And if it's being exploited, we need to find a way to regenerate it. And there are ways, there are definitely ways to do that, but there has to be constructive thinking in how we do that.
Thank you, Kavita. That was so well said. The fact that, there's a solution, but we never really think, does the solution actually create another problem? And it goes back to just creating that grassroots level of education. I know, Riabeto, you're very passionate about education and empowering, people as a whole and society as a whole when it comes to waste management and those innovative ways. I know that I did read that hydroponic farming is actually becoming quite something that is booming, because it's not that much land that is needed, but then there might be another problem when it comes to water scarcity. So there's always one thing after the other. But that's why we're having this conversation, because we want to know what the solutions are to this. St. Francis, would you like to add on to that?
I fully agree with Kavita. I mean, we're really solving some of the world's toughest problems on this panel. I think Kavita's really touched on it, and it was quite interesting in her unpacking just how silent we can be. So in creating a solution, we often neglect to think of the ramifications of that solution further down the line, right? So I definitely, in the absence of having a finite solution, right, I don't have the answer. I do think that what we're seeing, and I can certainly speak from a Nestlé perspective, is, this approach to agriculture, this approach to land, and understanding that land needs to be regenerated, it needs to be restored. So, biodiversity and really, it's amazing how nature in itself and Mother Earth, she regenerates herself. So my favorite thing when talking about sustainability or the future is that mankind won't survive, but the earth will find a way to regenerate itself. And I think that's always very sobering. So, taking inspiration from biodiversity and how nature works, looking to restore and protect ecosystems, I think that's the best approach to land, and how, again, nurturing the land, nurturing the soil. And we can go into a very long conversation about the importance of soil, but we just don't have the time. But you know, if we can keep the soil healthy, I think it bodes well for the future.
They say that there is no planet B. So the fact that you mentioned that, St. Francis, the fact that we as a whole and as people, we can't survive without Mother Earth, and we tend to be the ones that indirectly, not destroy for a lack of a better word, but those key factors are quite important. Riabetso, in your field of innovation and creativity and waste management, what would you say could be something that we could improve on when it comes to the decision making of production and the consumer? I mean, you deal with waste, and I know specifically in recycling, how would you say that we as consumers, because we are all consumers, can do better?
I think how we could do better, we just need to be a bit smarter about our choices. In all honesty, I think we need to, I think we keep on reiterating this, we need to, educate ourselves better. And I think in educating yourself better and then being smart about how you consume, being smart about how you discard, you're then able to do better. I don't know if I'm answering your question properly. I think if you could just repeat it for me, and then I'll be able to answer it properly. So I think I missed it out on that one.
You are absolutely on the right track, Riabetso. What I'm just asking, the fact that you dealing with waste management and the fact that us as people and consumers, you see how much is being wasted, whether it be food to the recycling packaging, the whole system of the consumer. How do you think, as the consumer, from production to the product itself, to you receiving it as waste, how can we be better in our decision making?
I think actually from production, looking at it from a waste perspective, we need to get an understanding of the cradle to grave, the process in which each item that we have manufactured goes through, from production to consumer, after consumption, what happens. Once we get an understanding and once we educate ourselves throughout that process, we're then able to implement better ways of managing that waste that we're creating, better ways to avoid it going from where it shouldn't go, in terms of landfills, in terms of landing up in the oceans. There's so many ways, and I think there's also so many technologies and there's so many processes that also we could be implementing in terms of innovation. But I think there's also a lack of political will. There's also a lack of, I don't want to say funding, but accessibility to the funding to bring also that innovation, to create that innovation. And I think also in creating that innovation, you need to get the education on how it operates and how best to utilize it in our scenario, because I think much like Peter mentioned in the beginning, our scenario is so different from Europe, it's so different from China, it's so different from America. So also when implementing some of these things, I think we tend to benchmark ourselves according to our global counterparts, which is good, but it might not always be applicable to our current scenario. And we need to look at and understand the ways in which we operate as a country or as a continent, and see what works and fits our narrative and our story.
Margot, if I may.
Yes, please.
I think we're starting to see that political will that I spoke of earlier, particularly in South Africa around the decision making. So I think there are different departments that are taking the necessary and requisite decisions. So if we look at waste management and the signing into law of the extended producer responsibility scheme and that legislation, which in many ways is a good start to in part, I think Riabetso spoke to the consumers making that choice, but also putting the responsibility on producers such as ourselves and brand owners like Nestle and all the others to play an active role in the end of life management of that waste, right? So looking at recycling and collection projects as part of that, and then really putting a lot more responsibility on producers and brand owners. So I think that's one example. When we look at food loss and waste, again, the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa partnering and leading the food loss and waste voluntary agreement, which has been spearheaded by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and also the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. So again, we're starting to see that political will, where this agreement, particularly on food loss and waste, is really showing that through partnership, through that political will, focusing on not only prevention, but how do we reduce, how do we redistribute food, such that it's not ending up in landfill, or if it's not a consumable food, then how is that managed in an environmentally friendly way? So I think from a decision-making perspective, we're starting to see that political will. We're starting to see those decisions really gearing us in the right direction in terms of how we need to be managing waste and end-of-life waste for that matter. And then I think more importantly, we haven't really mentioned the circular economy and circular economy principles and how I think they can be really truly transformative when applied not only from experts' point of view, but just business. It's business sense to see, moving away from a linear economy to a circular economy. It just makes a lot of sense. So again, a mouthful from my perspective. I did say I'm very passionate, but some of my thoughts around, that decision making, and I think we're starting to see green shoots in the right direction.
I think, Margie, if I can just come in there, because I'm so passionate about this topic. I think if I can just come in there, I accept the political will that St. Francis is talking about, and I accept the decision making, the bill that are coming into place. But how do we translate that to the guy that's at the bottom? How do we merge, and I feel like there's a disconnect between the two. So as decision makers, we are aware of what's being implemented. We are aware of what's being amended. But how does that translate to the guy at the bottom, who is ideally the person or the handler of what we're speaking to, And I think that's the disconnect as well that we need to figure out, because once they understand what's being implemented, what's being amended, what's being agreed on, how we want to better ourselves, they then improve themselves in how they operate and speak to the ultimate goal.
Roberto, you spoke of, the people at the bottom. Basically, I want to throw that to Kavita and ask, do you think there's room for small-scale farmers when it comes to this industry?
Absolutely. I think without the small-scale farmers, without the emerging farmers, we are doomed. We are heading for collapse. A commercial farming, commercial agriculture, yes, we need it, because that's really where we get the bulk of our product or material that we need for food, for fuel, whatever it might be. But if we want to really talk about social growth, social empowerment, social education, that is where we need to focus. It's the small scale farmers, it's the emerging farmers. These are the guys who actually have the passion for the land. They are the ones who hold the land close to their heart. They don't look at it as a profit-making or generating facility. For them, this is our lifeblood. And those are the guys that we need to support and we need to provide resources to. And again, so, at the risk of sounding repetitive, we keep saying the same thing. It's about education. It's about empowerment. It's about providing them with the resources. We may know what they need, but they know how to use it. So we need to, again, work with them in collaboration. I read somewhere a while ago that if you just turn around and look at history, look at the way man interfaced with land. It was very intuitive. until we brought machinery and technology and chemicals and, you know, all those things into the picture, we changed the way our relationship with the land was built. And that's what we need to go back to, almost back to basic principles. And who knows better that than the small-holding farmers, the emerging farmers? They are the ones, because they live off the land. And so definitely there's a huge place for them, but it's also a major opportunity for us who are in the more privileged space, if I can say, to provide them with the resources and the support they need. But if we build that part of our economy, you know, we'll really solve a huge part of the problem.
Definitely. Thank you. St. Francis, would you like to add on to that?
Yes, absolutely. I think what Kavita is saying is important, and you know, from an SA perspective, we identify small-scale farmers as probably being one of the key and most important stakeholder for us on this journey. So we have a program called Farmer Connect, where we've worked and we continue to work with 500,000 farmers across the world, investing more than 1.2 billion Swiss francs in terms of you know, helping them, looking at farm economics, looking at regenerative agricultural practices. So in part, both looking at empowering them from a knowledge perspective, because again, you know, small-scale farmers play such an important role in terms of the, you know, the entire food system, because they would then be, you know, feeders to bigger farmers or agro-processors, etc. So for us, they play an incredibly important role on so many different fronts, on agriculture, but also in our pursuit for, you know, looking to go net zero by 2050. So they're going to play a key role, and the agricultural sector for us is a key one in order for us to get there. So couldn't agree more with Kavita. We have to empower them. We have to work with them, and they play an incredibly important role.
Thank you so much. Rebetwe, I'd love to know from you, when it comes to innovation and food security, or if you name it as food insecurity, as you being passionate about empowering, do you think that there's anything that, you know, as people, we can do to sort of increase those chances? I mean, as St. Francis mentioned, the fact that there are various programs, for example, for small-scale farmers, and I heard you going into being very passionate about the people at the bottom. So what would you say can be a sort of solution when it comes to that?
I think, once again, collaboration and education. And I say this because I think with small-scale farmers, they are there, but they might not know of the opportunities available. So they might not know of the Farmers Connect initiative that St. Francis is talking about. They might not know of, for instance, incentives that other corporates might be offering, government might be offering. So I think through education, through collaboration, through conversation, we might just be able to merge the two better.
Thank you very much. I think, you know, the fact that we had all of these discussions, I myself have learned a lot. I've been making a couple of notes while each of you have been sharing your thoughts. And the very fact that we are here today and we're having this conversation about food insecurity, and if you tuned in, you get to hear what our esteemed panelists have to say. And I mean, I'm going to be researching on quite a lot of things because this is a pressing issue that we are facing. So thank you so much. We did keep time, and we were asking all the million-dollar questions as Kavita had mentioned. So thank you so much for your insight and your contribution. So a big thank you to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, Kavita, St. Francis, and Rebetwe, for sharing your insight on the pressing issue that we've been talking about when it comes to food insecurity and bridging that gap. So thank you so much. We've been talking about collaboration. That's what I took from this discussion, going to a grassroots level, and also education. So thank you for that. I assure you that you are going to learn a lot, as the panelists had mentioned that they learned a lot as well. I too have. So thank you for your insights and thank you for your solutions.
Margot, thank you so much. You wrapped it up so beautifully, and I think your panels really spoke to a lot of what we are doing. Lots of efforts that seem to all be leading to one sustainable environment and society. So wishing everybody the best in their respective journeys. We do have a couple of tweets that I've picked up, really interesting ones. Utando Luabo, she says, one of the most neglected resources is land. Does this mean there's scarcity of land, or it means their hands are in the wrong, or the land is in the wrong people? So the land is in the hands of the wrong people. I think that's what she's saying. Good question. Africa is land rich in natural resources. The time to prioritize Africa is now. We need to sustain what Mother Nature has given us and ensure it brings us much deserved wealth and health, hopefully, and that's Styles. Thank you so much. So don't forget to keep tweeting. Keep us trending, please. The official hashtags you need to use are hashtag FOS2022 and hashtag UpYourESGame. We also have prizes up for grabs, including a Sealand voucher to the value of 2,000 Rand and another to the value of 1,000. You also stand a chance to win a weekend away at Boshendal Wine Estate. We will be giving away 20 speckworms. And last but not least, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win 2 Jenna Clifford teacups and an afternoon tea with the iconic jewelry designer herself, Jenna Clifford. These winners will be announced at the end of tomorrow. These will be given to the most engaged tweets. We have reached the end of our day. A massive thank you to Old Mutual Limited for bringing this event to life as the platinum partner. And a massive thank you to our golden sponsor, ABSA, our silver sponsors, Umgeni Water, PwC, Exxaro, Vodacom, as well as our bronze sponsors, EAS, Engine, Brand SA, and Nemesis Accounting. We're so grateful to have had such an overwhelming amount of support from these distinguished organizations. I have had a fantastic day, deep diving into so many issues around climate change and sustainability. I'm your host, Zanele Morrison, and I will see you again tomorrow.
The World Economic Forum has identified extreme weather, climate action failure, and human-led environmental damage among the highest risks for humanity and our planet over the next decade. As a financial services intermediary, we recognize climate change as a systemic risk which must be integrated into the way in which we do business. We're a custodian of the lifetime savings and investments of millions of customers across Africa. Old Mutual, doing business and doing good.
Is your company embarking on the ESG journey and overwhelmed by the large number of metrics and scrutiny from internal and external parties? Everybody knows that understanding and managing ESG disclosure is a fundamental part of corporate reporting and risk management. The current information is scattered, compiled by different colleagues, and stored in a myriad of spreadsheets which are prone to errors and inconsistencies. Meet Ethica, a digital solution that enables organizations to acquire information, consolidate, and report all in one place. Why Ethica? Ethica is a bespoke solution that meets any number of metrics. Ethica is real-time and can accommodate as many entities as you like with dynamic reporting. Ethica allows managers to easily identify issues in workflow and incomplete sections. Ethica is affordable. Ethica, reliable, transparent ESG reporting.